So we're thinking of my best that would be the end of it, right? That might actually just send you I think that would make it more entertaining. That would be more entertaining. Because I get more laugh. Yeah, no, that. A lot of emotions go out. This has been the most I've seen. Yeah, but yeah, right. Yeah, it's pretty. Quite so intense, right? So he's moderating it. So I might come back to this. I might stick around a little bit, but we got it. Tomorrow. But yeah, I would have my calendar
Amazing. Hi, everyone. Can I get everyone's attention, please? For the folks who are still talking, there will be a lot of time to do that. If I could just get everyone to take a seat, we will be getting started. I'll give people a couple of minutes, seconds, to get settled. Amazing. Hi, everyone. Welcome to the DECODE Innovation Conference 2023. Super excited to welcome all of you. My name is Sejal Goyal, and I'm thrilled to be your host MC for today. Over the next few hours, we will be delving into groundbreaking ideas, disruptive innovations, and the limitless potential of the tech industry. In today's rapidly evolving world, technology is at the forefront of change and driving innovation as well as reshaping industries. All of us here have a common passion for pushing the boundaries for what is possible. Throughout the day, we will hear from brilliant minds, industry pioneers, and disruptors who have had the courage to dream big and take risks. We will touch upon how the latest developments in technology are yet again giving us the opportunity and perhaps urgency to unlock our human advantage. But this conference is not just about ideas, it's also about action. It's about forging partnerships, fostering innovation, and driving meaningful change in the world. Whether you're an aspiring entrepreneur, a seasoned professional, or just a curious observer, this event is an opportunity for you to connect, learn, and contribute to the global conversation around entrepreneurship and technology. To help you achieve that, we have arranged roundtable sessions, which are an amazing opportunity for you to meet the speakers in a small group setting of around 10 people. They will be taking place concurrently to the conference in the back over there. So for everyone who is registered for the roundtable sessions, I request that you try and be seated in this general area just to minimize disruptions throughout the conference, as well as try to be a little bit quiet when you are making your way to the roundtables. Please find a volunteer if you haven't yet signed up for a roundtable but would like to, or if you just have any other questions. They should be wearing a badge like this which says staff. After hearing from our amazing lineup of speakers today, we will be ending the day with a fireside chat with Ben Smith, who is a former VP and technical advisor to the CEO of Google. To conclude our conference, we will have an AMA session with DECODE's board featuring Esther Wojcicki, who is also a Berkeley alum, go Bears, but also widely known as the godmother of Silicon Valley, because not only did she start the largest journalism program in the United States, she also taught students like Steve Jobs kids, and is the mother to 3 aspiring daughters, the CEO of YouTube, CEO of 23andMe, and a professor at UCSF Pediatrics. So make sure to stick around to ask her questions as well as questions to the rest of the board of DECODE. Last, but definitely not the least, I want to warmly welcome all of you and thank our sponsors, speakers, attendees, and volunteers for putting in the time and effort to make this possible. Now, without further ado, let me welcome our opening keynote speaker, Dan Himmelstein. Dan has worked in a variety of organizational settings, ranging from the large and complex to the small and entrepreneurial. In the business world, Dan has extensive international experience, having worked with numerous startups as a founder, executive, director, and consultant, and in a number of corporate settings as well. In academia, Dan is currently a faculty member at the University of California, Berkeley, Berkeley's Haas School of Business, and the College of Engineering's Funk Institute for Leadership. He has also held key leadership posts at Berkeley and the University of San Francisco. At Berkeley, he has served as the executive director of the Haas School's undergraduate program and as the associate vice provost for academic planning and facilities in the Office of the Chancellor. At USF, he was the executive associate dean at the School of Management. Dan received his BS from the Haas School of Business at the University of California, Berkeley, and his MSc from the London School of Economics. Amazing, welcoming Dan. I hope all of you are excited.
Thank you very much. I'm a little worried about the brilliant mind thing she said about bringing brilliant minds here. I'm not sure we're starting off with one, but hopefully we'll get a build over the rest of the day, so to speak. So first of all, I see a lot of familiar faces, students and things like that, so thank you for coming, and for all of you that are coming back to Berkeley or new to Berkeley, welcome to the campus. When Will and Teen first talked to me about doing the keynote speak, I have to say that I was pretty skeptical. I'm not really a soaring tech conference kind of person, with all due respect. I don't spend a lot of time thinking about the newest technology either saving the world or destroying the world. I'm much more convinced that the faculty will destroy the university more than ChatGPT. So I had to think about how I could fit this in and talk about the things that I think are important from my experience that might be relevant to you, and just something else to consider besides just, again, the soaring speech, it's going to change the world, it's not going to change the world. So one of the things the thing that really got me was the topic of unlocking our human advantage. That's something that has always interested me, right? Probably more than the technology itself. So whether it was on the athletic field or doing early stage companies or teaching students, I've thought a lot about over the years about how do we get that extra 0.5% or 1% or 1.5% out of everybody? And if we multiply it by 50 or 100 or 1,000 or 5,000, what difference does that make, right? So that's something I've thought a lot about. My wife and I also talk, she's very interested in human behavior too. And one of the things we talk a lot about, and it's hard to do as a human being, we react emotionally to things. We can't control what people do. We can only control our reaction to it. And I think that's also very true for technology as well, despite the emotions, right? We can't control that it's going to be out there or it may be game-changing, but we can control how we think about it and what we do about it, right? Some of us have more control than others, right? Here in the Silicon Valley, we have more leverage, more resources, more things to do those kinds of things. There's billions of the people on the planet who live below the poverty line who don't have any control over it. But we're here amongst people that do have some control, so let's talk a little bit about that, I think. So I'm going to give you an example from my business experience, not related to AI, but going back 30 years or so to the advent of the internet. So I founded my first company in 1994. And it was an international trade service company. It was a service company. We did a lot of business around the globe in several dozen countries. And I know it's hard to believe, but we weren't all connected on the internet around the globe, and we were, on phone modems and doing all kinds of things. And I don't know if any of you know of the name Sky Dayton, but some of you who have been around the tech world for a while. So Sky started a company called Earthlink in 1994, or 93 maybe, which was one of the first, ISPs, and built it pretty big. But just a humble Sky, even though I don't know him outside of being on the phone with him many times, I was on the phone a lot with Sky in 1994, 95. My company, I think, was one of his first customers. And we were spending a lot of time every day having him tell me which IP addresses I need to put into my computer so I could connect to my phone modem so I could have connectivity to the internet. But one of the things that happened as I was thinking about that and having the opportunity to talk to a young, brilliant mind is as the company started to build a little bit, our business model was to have independent contractors all over the world to do the projects for us. And there were 3 reasons for that. One is service businesses are very cyclical, and early stage service businesses are even more cyclical. And we did not want to have, when we were busy, we'd try to build that way, but if we were slow, which was a lot at the beginning, we didn't want to have to lay off full-time people, right? The second reason is, if you're doing international business, you can also hire people abroad who have local knowledge and track records and things like that, that would make it easier to do business in that particular country. And the third reason, I'm a business person, a lot of times it was less expensive, right? So it was a cost advantage as well, right? No different than people go make toys overseas, right? So to speak. So, but one of the things we decided in 1995, about a year into it, and my idea behind this is how does technology help you to get even a short-term sustainable advantage, right? New technology, everybody's going to catch up eventually, right? 2, 3 years, 4 years, whatever, everybody's going to have the same stuff. The cell phone is a commodity, right? The internet is a commodity. AI will be a commodity someday. So we thought a lot about how we could become more competitive, how we could lower our cost structure, but more importantly, how we could communicate with people across the board, across the world better, because communication was expensive in those days. I mean, if I called Quito, Ecuador at 10 a.m. in the morning, it might have been $75 a minute to have a phone conversation, okay? So we were thinking about how do we be competitive, how we could lower our cost structure, how we could communicate better. And so what we decided to do is we decided to make a capital investment. We decided to buy internet service for every one of our independent contractors around the globe. These are not full-time employees, by the way. Okay? They didn't work for us 40, 50, 60 hours a week. Some of them were working for us 2 hours a week. But we made a decision, kind of like solar panels. We're going to make a big, humongous investment up front, and we're going to see what happens. It seems today like, what are you talking about, right? There were countries that did not have an internet service provider at that particular time, and we would have to buy ISP service from a neighboring country, at least in the short run. But what we thought is, it would help us in the ways I've talked about. Our rules were very followed. You could use it for whatever you wanted, right? It didn't have to just be on our projects, right? It could be on anything else. Just please don't break the law. Our name's on the contract, and I don't know if anybody did, but we never had that kind of situation. So it did improve our communication. I do think it gave us a sustainable advantage in the short run anyway. It did lower our cost structure, but in the context of this unlocking our human advantage thing, there was something that happened that we didn't anticipate, okay? And I think that's also a very interesting thing about technology or anything else, is all the things you don't anticipate, even though you think you know what you're talking about. So we knew the business model competitive advantage would run out at a certain amount of time. Everybody else would be doing the same thing as we were, right? Year down the road, 2 years down the road, 3 years, whatever it was. But one of the interesting things that's happened as our business was growing, we got busier. We had to hire more people more often or use people more hours. And one of the things about doing an outsource model is it potentially can limit your growth if you're really busy, because you don't have full-time staff sitting around waiting to take on projects. So we occasionally were running into situations where that was happening to us. Even if we had to onboard a new independent contractor, that might take some time. So we would go back to our existing people, right, and ask them if they could do it. And the thing that we didn't anticipate, again, in this unlocking our human advantage thing, is a lot of them, almost all of them, would do 10 extra hours a week for us, 5 extra hours a week for us, 3 extra hours a week for us. You know why? Because we unlocked things for them, not just related to our company, for other projects they were working on, whether they were talking to their girlfriend or boyfriend, whatever it was, right? They got something out of it, right? We didn't anticipate that at all. Like, we didn't even think about it. Like, I'd like to say we were really brilliant people when we thought about it. We didn't think about it at all, right? We just thought this was going to make good business sense for us, save us money, communicate better, make our projects work more efficiently, whatever it might be. So, but that was really an important part of our business, funny enough, is providing this for these people, unlocking our advantage, but unlocking their advantage as well, and then finding ways to sync on it. And that really helped us at sometimes grow when we probably wouldn't have been able to grow, if that makes sense. So I think there are a lot of opportunities like that out there in the world. They're not sexy, right? They're not ChatGPT, right? They're not all of these things, but there's a lot of things that are going on out there that are going to unlock our human advantage that we're not even going to see. There's probably people in this room that are thinking about ideas that is not going to get into the New York Times or get on social media or whatever it might be, but it's going to make a huge difference in our lives. I don't know if it's going to save the world or destroy the world. I'm not here for that speech. Somebody else will do that later, okay? So my last thought on this would be, somebody asked me the other day, what kind of companies are you looking at, like in this AI world, right? And I think it's less for me about like what companies I'm looking at the AI world. It's companies I've always looked at whenever there's a new technology. In my international experience, I had a lot of experience on the cost side, manufacturing, distribution, supply chain, logistics, that kind of stuff. And where I think a lot of things will be happening, they already are and they've been happening for years, is in those areas. Just kind of like I bought internet service for my independent contractors, there's companies out there that are thinking about supply chains and logistics and distribution and all of those kind of things that you don't think about much. You just care that Amazon delivered your product to you in 2 hours, right? Fair enough. But, you know, I think it's going to affect like last mile type of stuff as well, humongously, right? So that last mile, that last 1 or 2%. So those are the kind of companies I look at that whenever a new technology comes out. And the last thing I'll say, I know I only have a minute or so left, is in my mind, I get back to that 1 or 2 or 3%, right? We're all thinking, you know, as a business person or even as a human being, look, I'd love to improve everybody's performance 50%, right? I'd love to improve my company's performance 50%. But as you're sitting day to day managing cash flow, that's not really what's happening, right? Okay? So the things that can improve your team's performance, your individual people's performance by 1/10 of 1%, 1/5 of 1%, whatever it might be, and you scale that, you multiply it, you think about it the same way you think about selling your products or service, right? We think about scaling our products or services all the time. We don't always think about doing that. We're going to have 50% year-over-year growth, right? So I think you need to think about it the same way with human beings or the use of technology as it relates to human beings, is how do I incrementally build more in each person? I multiply it together, and that's what we get when we get our unlocking our human advantage. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dan. Hopefully, this encourages all of us to think about how we can unlock not just our human advantage, but also the advantages of others around us as we go throughout the rest of the day and hear from an amazing lineup of speakers. Amazing. To kick off our first panel, I'm really excited to introduce Trending Tech, When to Wait, Watch, and Act. In this panel, we are joined by Kunal Anand, who is the CTO of Imperva, Lee Faust, who is the Global Field CTO of GitLab, and Vijay Kotu, who is the SVP of Analytics at ServerNow. And it will be moderated by Mike Grandinetti, who is a faculty member at Brown, Harvard, and Rutgers University. The panel will showcase what these senior leaders are thinking about current technology trends, going back to first principles to figure out what may or may not affect their careers or organizations. And the session will cover security and privacy concerns arising from new developments in technology, investing in people and technology, and leading through times of uncertainty. Without further ado, let's welcome the panel and our amazing moderator.
So first of all, as a DECODE board member, I want to welcome you to our annual conference. And I'm really impressed that you were willing to spend time indoors with us on this extraordinarily beautiful fall Saturday afternoon. So it says a lot about your growth mindset, okay? So we're going to get into a subject that is near and dear to my heart, which is around tech strategy, okay? And it's an auspicious time to be here because on Monday, there will be a session held right here with the Satarja Center on Emerging Technology Week. It's a brand new program out of the Satarja Center. And how many of you are here for that program? I understand from Vicky Howell, there's about 10 of you perhaps in the room right now that are here from the program. So welcome, okay? And so Silicon Valley has always been a mecca for people that wanted to understand technology strategy, right? People come from all around the world, make a pilgrimage here. Why? Because this place is a crystal ball. If you want to look into the future, this is the place to do it, okay? Like none other in the world. Now, technology strategy, first of all, it is insanely challenging, even for the best and the brightest. And the consequences are dramatic if you get it wrong. So imagine that you invest massively too early. Let's think about Meta with mixed reality, right? How many billions of dollars has Meta written off over the last few years because they just really went for it? But to be too slow also has significant consequences, okay? Which relegate companies to the dustbin of history. So there are certainly frameworks that we can look at that can be helpful. We can look at Amara's Law, a law I'm sure most of you know, and we'll certainly get into that a little bit. We can look at the 3 horizons of growth portfolio management strategy. We can look at scenario planning and future casting. And we can certainly look at hype cycles like the Gartner hype cycle, right? These are frameworks that are very helpful, but it requires a lot of judgment and experience and certainly a lot of luck. And fortunately, we have 3 amazing panelists, all from very different backgrounds, all with decades of experience managing technology strategy for their respective companies that are going to share their insights and their wisdom and their tips. And so with that, if you would be so kind, Vijay.
All right, this is Vijay Kotu. I run data analytics and AI for ServiceNow. Some people ask me, I don't know much about the company. It's a company that no one knows about, but pretty much all of you are using it at UC Berkeley, right? So our mission is to make the world of work better. And work, usually in an organization, is about processes and workflows, and we are passionate about improving the outcome of those, may it be a step function, or as Dan mentioned, 1%, 2%, right? So everything counts. So that's what I do at ServiceNow.
You've been there for 5 years.
I've been there for 5 years, yes. And before that, I was at Yahoo.
Yeah, okay. A long history in the Valley.
Yes,
Yeah.
2 decades here.
Great.
Hi, my name is Kunal Anand. I am the Chief Technology Officer and the Chief Information Security Officer at a company called Imperva. For those that don't know, Imperva is about a 20-year-old organization focusing on cybersecurity, specifically in the domains of application and data security. Prior to Imperva, I had started a company called Previty. We were the leaders in an area called runtime security. We were acquired by Imperva in 2018. Prior to that, I co-founded another company that was acquired, And prior to that, I was the director of technology at the BBC. A little bit unique probably among my peers here. My degree is actually in quantitative finance and economics. And my first job out of college was at NASA, the Jet Propulsion Laboratory, where I worked on the Mars rovers.
Very obvious connection.
Yeah, very, very, very obvious. I came up in an era where things like Google didn't quite exist. And my now wife, girlfriend at the time, would literally drive me to Barnes & Noble, and all I had was a pen and a pad. And I literally taught myself how to write C just by handwriting it. Going back to the lab and trying to like copy pasta, what I had handwritten, this chicken scratch, to get code to like execute and run. And so I have a lot of appreciation for being here. To me, it's an honor and a privilege to be in front of you all talking about innovation and technology. So thanks for having us.
Great. So my name's Lee Faust, Global Field CTO at GitLab. Been at GitLab for 2.5 years. My role at GitLab is both internal and externally facing. So I interact with our product and engineering teams internally as a leader, and then I focus externally as an influencer to our customers. So providing roadmaps, being able to tell them sort of what we're seeing with other customers, things like that. Before GitLab, I worked at a company that probably most of you use here in the computer science program. So I worked at GitHub. So I was at GitHub from 2014 until they got acquired by Microsoft. I tried to work at Microsoft. I made it about 6 months. I made it 6 months. Going to Redmond and realizing that, you know, I'm sure that most of you will end up in a job somewhere where you will learn that you go from meeting to meeting to meeting to meeting. Well, at Microsoft, you have to go from meeting and then you have to have a break because it takes you an hour to get from building to building. So you can't go from meeting to meeting to meeting. Before that, I actually started off my career very similarly, not in tech. I'm actually an educator. So my degree is in secondary education. I ended up with a minor in computer science by accident. And then I ended up being a teacher at the high school level and then an adjunct at NC State University.
Right. So lots of unique degrees on the panel, which is really a perfect starting point for this question. I wish more people in Silicon Valley would study history. And the reason I say that is because if you look at this extraordinary boom and bust cycle over the last 40 years, right? This amazing level of hype around just, you know, fill in the blank. Is it XR/AR? Is it Web 3.0? I can't tell you how many of my students, you know, started Web 3.0 startups, right? Many of them are probably not in those startups right now. And so we're hearing so much about generative AI, right? It is just beyond impossible to ignore. And although a lot of people say it's different, it's hard to imagine that any new technology is not going to go through the classic Gartner hype cycle and at some point lose a lot of its luster and, in the words of Gartner, go into the trough of disillusionment. But yet on some level it does feel different. It does feel like it's more accessible. The adoption rates are much, much quicker than anything I've ever seen. So with that, just, I know all, and one of the things I've really asked my panelists, I don't want three guys nodding their heads in agreement with one another, okay? That's boring for all of us. So I want them to take differing points of view. So Lee, I'm gonna start with you, and I wanna go back to the discussion we had as we prepared for the panel.
Sure. So when it comes to generative AI, again, being both internally and externally facing and being in a global role, when I go and I talk to companies in the US, everybody's, when's GitLab coming out with their generative AI features? Then I'll go talk to companies in Germany or in France or in Italy, and they're telling us, hold off, we're not ready yet. There's this thing called GDPR. There's data regulations that we have to adhere to. And then I'll go into APAC, and they look at generative AI as a potential leveling feature. So where they want to compete on a more global stage, they see generative AI as a way to be able to get them to be, like, if I'm a bank in Singapore, I could be seen as a Bank of America or a Wells Fargo. Then internally, when I have to feed that information back into our engineering teams, we really don't have specific requirements. When we talk to our customers, like, just make our developers more productive. So when we look at that, there are so many areas of productivity. Is there anybody in the audience that is working for a company right now that is writing code or writing code on a day-to-day basis? Okay, we've got some. So if you were, I'll put it a different way. So you're in your computer science class, and currently you're collaborating with your classmates on a project. And let's say somebody all of a sudden throws in an additional 6,000 lines of code into a PR. How long is that going to take for you to review? 6,000 lines of code? I mean, that's a lot of code to review. So when we start talking about productivity, it's really hard for us to figure out inside of generative AI, we can do things by being able to break that code up. We can do things by being able to push that off on an automation tool like continuous integration, pipelines. We can do some things on the security side. But right now, we just can't get customers to really put their finger on, is it just code generation? Is it going through the pipeline? Is it being able to provide when I've got something that I'm finding on the security side in production? And that's a challenge that we're having right now, is not only globally with where our customers are at their position in the hype cycle, but then being able to figure out on the product side, what things do we build for those people today that's going to make them achieve those goals?
So a little bit of skepticism, a little bit of hesitance, and yet, Kunal, you are, first of all, trigger warning, the man is a quote machine. So I do hope the New York Times is in the room.
Not at all.
But you are seeing something fundamentally different than Lee.
Yeah, so let's kind of go back. I've been doing this for a while now, and to the point that you brought up, there have been lots of ebbs and flows in technology. Remember, just look back 10 years ago, there was the dawn of, the cloud, and obviously that's not a trend, that's here. But then shortly after that, it was crypto. How many people remember crypto? Right? For 110 years, he'll remember that one, right? But if you kind of think about it, why didn't crypto really take? Use cases, right? There was a lot of money that went in, and there was a lot of speculation, but it didn't deliver on an outcome. The difference with AI is that it actually has already started to deliver on outcomes. That's a fundamental and a stark difference compared to what we saw in comparison to things like cryptocurrency. And I'm not dogging on crypto. Maybe there will be use cases and outcomes that it can develop or that I think it can deliver on years from now, but it's not there yet. But with AI, we're totally seeing it. And because I live in the world of security, there's an awful amount of asymmetry that I see. I have to stop attackers, and I have to stop them in milliseconds, and they can prepare their attacks for years. So just think about that asymmetry. How many people here, and I'm pretty sure everyone knows this term, how many people here know what a CAPTCHA is, right? You have to click those annoying bicycles, you're training Google's, I'm sorry if someone is here from Google, but you're training, Waymo or who knows what. But what's really profound is our own research team literally took those CAPTCHAs, took a screenshot of it, went to ChatGPT, not the paid version of GPT, but the free version of GPT, and we said, where are the bicycles in this 3x3 grid? It got it 100% of the time, over 100 times. That's incredible. And today, attackers are employing human farms in places like Southeast Asia, predominantly Vietnam, and they're spending thousands and thousands of dollars a month paying people to try and break CAPTCHAs. They don't need to do that anymore. Okay, so there's this asymmetry that's happening, and so what I'm hearing about now is customers that I talk to are saying, okay, we're really worried about these new types of threats that are emerging. We're worried about advanced ransomware. We're worried about bad bots trying to break into things. What are you as an organization going to do to stop that? And what's amazing is it's not actually the more progressive tech companies that are asking me that. It's places, I traveled to Singapore. I was in the Middle East not too long ago. I'm going to countries and I'm going to regions where I have people asking me, when are you going to stop or when are you going to assess if this is an AI-oriented attack or if this is an attack that was crafted with some form of AI. And so because of that, I am forced to, and we can talk more about it as we go from a strategic perspective, but we're investing heavily in AI, not because it's a fad or it's a trend, but because I can probably deliver amazing outcomes in terms of efficiency internally, but I can also improve my products to stop these bad actors and keep everyone here in the room and their businesses and their organizations safe.
What's amazing is, right, you talked about the government of Singapore that you were with, government of India, so many late adopter organizations, right? The Mayo Clinic is really pushing on this hard, right? So a lot of regulated industries, a lot of very slow moving laggards seem to be catalyzed to move much quicker than they ever have.
I'll give you this. And this is the most profound thing I've heard in the last 2 weeks. More compute will be deployed in 2024 than all the prior years combined. Think about that. More compute is going to be deployed next year than all of the years in computing.
There's a tip, buy some NVIDIA stock at the break.
All semis. No, but it just speaks to the point that this is not a fad, right? When you have that level of investment that's going in, clearly there are outcomes, and there are outcomes that can benefit lots of organizations.
Now, Vijay, I think you certainly work with large enterprises, right? And a lot of what you do is very much mission critical. And yet it appears to me, based on our discussion, that there's a high level of experimentation, a high level of curiosity to bring ChatGPT or Gen AI in general into these enterprises and at least experiment. So can you share your perspective?
Absolutely. So hype cycle. You talked about hype cycle. There's something fundamental about not just technology, but finance. It's going to be boom and bust. It's a kind of way of creative thing as well. So it's okay. It's always going to be hype cycles there. So the way we think about it is fundamentally we are running a business, and what is most important for our mission is to run work better for every organization. And is there any way that we can use all of the above in the hype cycle if that is going to be helpful to solve our fundamental problem? And yes, this new wave of AI, not just Gen AI, it's the fad, but AI, it is going to help our mission, our business mission. So we are bullish about that. So we created products for our customers so that they can run their processes more efficient, whether it is using Gen AI, it's traditional AI, or even simple math, it doesn't matter. Those are all the ways how it delivers to our mission. So when we talk to our customers, absolutely, they are interested on how they can optimize their operations process so they can deliver their business value to their customers. So this is changing. And everyone has a mandate as well from their company. They're seeing pressure on how they can optimize their business. So they're relying on those optimization techniques. And whether that is Gen AI, regular AI, it doesn't really matter, right? So we are actually very bullish. And even internally, we are running a business as well. We are optimizing our own processes. So we are applying various methods of Gen AI and AI.
Well, let me now talk. So again, as technology leaders within your respective companies, you have been charged with the very challenging job of managing technology strategy, okay? And we all know, as companies get bigger, they become more sclerotic, more bureaucratic, more political, and much more risk averse. And as a result of that, many of them are paralyzed around taking risks on new technologies, okay? And this is a course I've been teaching forever, and you know, I've studied this for a long time. The number of companies that consistently get this right are very small. Now, when we had a prep call, you share with me your approach, which is an insanely aggressive, thoughtful, and I would say textbook approach that I teach. And it was also catalyzed by a private equity firm, which is not typically where you would expect to get tech leadership from. So can you share a little bit about how everything changed for you and your portfolio, and all the portfolio companies under Thoma Bravo on a very auspicious day when you guys were all called together to refactor everything?
Yeah, totally. So I don't know if everyone in the room knows, but when you think about building and scaling and really growing companies, you can get capital from a lot of places. There's the venture world where you have an early stage idea. There is the public markets. You take a company public, you do an IPO, you raise money publicly from retail investors. And then you can also seek capital from private equity. And these firms usually have a thesis. They amass a large amount of capital. Imperva is owned at the moment by a firm called Thoma Bravo. And Thoma Bravo is, when you kind of peel it back, is one of the largest cybersecurity firms owning very, very big cybersecurity organizations. They reached out to all the CTOs in the portfolio, and this isn't just 5 companies, we're talking dozens of companies in the portfolio. And they reached out to us and they asked us, okay, leader, how are you guys thinking about AI? And how are you thinking about investing in this technology? And more importantly, what is your 90-day plan? And I thought that was amazing. I've started companies, I've worked at publicly traded companies, I've worked at venture-backed companies, I started a venture-backed company, and never have I seen that level of engagement before when one of these sea changes happen. Right? I was there before cloud happened, and then when cloud happened, it's not like a venture investor said, hey, you should take a look at this thing called the cloud. Meanwhile, I have someone at a private equity firm calling me up and saying, all right, this is game-changing for all of us. What are we doing here? And it could be maybe for efficiency purposes, it could be for building better products for customers, but they genuinely asked us that question. And we had to produce a document. I'll never forget having to write that document. It was a 10-page document of how we're thinking about leveraging this technology internally, whether it's for eking out more efficiency, becoming more productive, or how it's going to be something that could benefit our customers. What can we tangibly put into our products to make things better? Not just from a leadership perspective, but really practically, like, how are customers going to get valued, and how is this going to be accretive for everyone involved? And I love that forcing function, and I love the fact that they genuinely went out to organizations. And it's shocking because I talk to my peers, whether they're in publicly traded companies or whether they're in venture-backed companies, and they haven't had that phone call yet. Yeah. And it's really surprising that a lot of people are having to kind of think through it from first principles, but to your point, a lot of these big companies are sclerotic and they don't get there.
Yeah, Tom Davenport, a prolific writer on data science and AI, put out a paper a couple weeks ago saying, something to the effect, are boards of directors kidding themselves? That they give themselves this extraordinarily high level of, ranking, kind of like cardiologists. We're all in the top 1% of our field, right? They all said they were experts in generative AI, right? It's like, okay, that's good to know, right? And so, it's just amazing to me, right? So they just feel like maybe it's just simple, I don't know, right? And they'll figure it out on their own. Now, you are customer zero, right? So ServiceNow is customer zero, right? For your own innovations, and as you shared with me, right, you don't allow technology to head fake you. You're looking at, does it solve a problem or not? If it doesn't solve a problem, I don't care if it's been on the cover of People magazine, okay? I'm not gonna invest. So talk about this very complex organization and how you as a leader and your peers think about making technology strategy work.
Actually, to follow up your comment on the prior question, so pretty much the customers that we are dealing with, large organizations, they have board mandate right now. Right. They're getting the call, not from the C-suite, actually from the board. Like, what is your Gen AI strategy? Well, that's just a fad. Well, we'll talk about what is the overall AI strategy, right? So, which is a great place to be in. This is also one of the reasons why they're expecting AI to be implemented in many parts of the organization and how we can help as a business as well. Yeah. So we have thought about many different products and services that we can offer. But the first thing is we wanted to make sure that it works internally first. Yeah. So we call this as customer zero. So we will try out the products to make ServiceNow as a company work better. And if it works, then we can launch it internally, externally, right? So that is the strategy that we have taken. And there are some experiments, probably out of 100 experiments that we run, probably less than 30 actually works, which is, I think it's a great hit rate. And some things doesn't work, something is like mediocre, so we can figure out what works and really position for our customers there. Example would be Gen AI, we started experimenting. When someone is actually in a customer support call, you all have been there, right? What happens on the other side of a phone call would be that agent trying to resolve a case needs to document something on how the case went. And by the way, when 10 agents are doing the same thing, and perhaps it's a new issue for the business, and we can extrapolate what's going on with those 10 agents, and then we can create a knowledge-based article which is going to be used on your self-help, right? This entire value chain can be completely automated. And right now, we don't actually have enough people to create those knowledge articles. right? So now this is something, a great application of Gen AI. But the problem is, when we went with this internal use case there, the case summarization or something, that's not in the critical path of that agent's job. So it's not much value to be received in some business, but in some other business, for example, banking and financial industry, by regulations, they're supposed to actually summarize everything, document everything. That's a great use case that we're finding. So experimenting many things internally actually provides a better chance for us to see which one works, which one doesn't work. It's almost that portfolio approach that you talked about.
Okay, we're going to need, how many minutes we have left? Like 2 or 3? So we're going to lightning round, 2 minutes. Lee, starting with you. You had some very novel ways. So what I want to ask, right, Kevin Roos, I don't know if anybody knows Kevin Roos. He's the primary technology reporter for the New York Times. And he leads one of the podcasts I love, which is called Hartford, right? And he was quoted as saying a couple weeks ago, he gets paid to keep up with this and he can't keep up. And I would agree. I've never seen anything moving so quickly. So 1 minute each. How do you keep up? I know you had a very novel approach with your daughter. Please.
So I have 2 daughters. One just graduated from college. The other one just entered into college. And as I was trying to figure out where they get their information, they were sharing with me that they get all their latest updates on TikTok. So I sat there, me being Gen X, I'm like, no, I'm not going out there. And lo and behold, I started doing some searches on TikTok. And I've never been one that, like, I could listen to a podcast for like 5 minutes, and if I didn't agree with the opinions or things like that, I might continue listening, but I have a tendency to stop them short, and I don't listen to them all the way through. But man, you know what? I can go through and swipe through a whole bunch of opinions on TikTok, going across VCs, going across industry leaders, going across all kinds of different topics. If you build the right feed, and that's what I've learned to do, is being able to make sure that my For You page is now aligned to people that I follow that are all in the tech space and things that I'm interested in. I can't tell you, I can sit waiting at the airport and go through in 15, 20 minutes and just scroll right through them.
All right, so I got a guy who loves to speak the truth, and you don't, you specifically, deliberately do not read VC blog posts.
Not at all.
Why? We have VCs in the room, so...
Because they're always pumping their books.
Trigger warning for VCs in the room.
Because VCs are always pumping their books. I mean, ultimately, they're always pitching their own products, their own investments. I'm sorry, but I have no patience for that. I want to think from first principles. Like when GPT-4 came out earlier this year, the first thing I asked myself was, okay, this is just source code. Let's go read. And fortunately, I don't know, show of hands, how many people have heard of the name Andrej Karpathy? For those that don't know, Andrej Karpathy is incredible and effectively led AI at organizations like at Tesla. And he has this incredible series, and he ended up building things like Micro GPT. It's just a few hundred lines of code on GitHub. Go read it. And so for me, I rather just go to the sources, learn it, understand it, and if I don't, ask questions, and instead of reading blogs and other things. Because again, I don't want someone pitching their products.
Cool. DJ.
All right. Similar to what Kunal said, I'm not into jumping on every single hype cycle. And what I think what I've learned is being really understanding what the real business that we are solving, the real problems that we are solving, and is any of those technologies going to solve that problem? Usually I get it from teams, our customers, and our partners to see any of those new things that we are talking about is going to solve fundamental business for us, right? So less worried about what's happening every day.
So it's a Saturday, it's a beautiful Saturday. You guys have a lot going on in your lives. Vijay, Kunal, Lee, thank you so much for making the time. We're gonna now have a breakout session. I don't know, I'll let the DECODE volunteers direct everyone to the room, but we're looking forward to meeting with some of the students.
We have a Q&A.
Okay. Oh, we're gonna have Q&A, beautiful. Wow, I did not realize. Okay, so we got 10 minutes of Q&A. So let me leave that with you.
Hey, nobody prepped us for Q&A.
I know. Let me grab one of those. All right.
Do you need a chat GPT to answer it? Or?
Spicy hot takes.
You got some really smart guys up here, so who has the first question? Don't be shy. That's why we're here. Beautiful. Always need someone to break the ice, right?
Hi, my name is Jackson, and I was wondering, what is a lesson you wish you'd learned earlier on in your career?
The one thing that when I graduated from college, I thought I had all the answers. I thought I was prepped, everything. The one thing I would do is find a mentor. Find somebody that can help guide you through the hard paths. And then once you've passed the knowledge of that mentor, go find another mentor who can guide you.
Take it. Okay, so Vanessa over there, Reese? Yeah. Raise your hand.
So,
And by the way, why don't we get another perspective while we're transferring to
so
transition?
many problems that we face in real world doesn't need complex solutions. It might be very, very simple solution. The objective is not to implement solution X, Y, Z. The objective is to solve a problem, and that might be very, very simple.
For me, I wish someone had told me that most of the struggle is in here. When you build a company, and many of you, I've had some conversations already this morning, you're already entrepreneurs or you're on your way to be an entrepreneur. You're going to go and solve some hard problems. You're going to face adversity. And most of the time, what you're feeling is just a natural cycle of emotions and your brain thinking through things. Try not to overreact to that. I know it's hard to say that, but try to remain calm as you go through those things, because we're all going to go through that. Oftentimes that struggle's in here and it's not necessarily out there in the world. So always try to take a step back and kind of look at the forest for the trees.
And for me, don't just look at the prestigious brand name companies because they're prestigious brand name companies. Be self-aware about who you are and the culture that you're going to thrive in, and thrive in that culture. Okay? So many people go for the big McKinsey name or the Goldman name or whatever it is, and they just don't fit, and they're miserable. You don't want to come out of the gate with a bad experience. Okay? All right. So Reese.
How's it going, everybody? My name is Reese Gardner, and the question I have for the panel is, you guys touched on both generative and traditional AI, so I wanted you guys to kind of go in a little bit of depth about the similarities and the differences between the two, as well as the best applications of both, and how can we optimize kind of our process in that.
All right, that's a great question. So traditional AI, it's mostly just math, a complex way of math, and but there is a last mile problem in traditional AI. And as Dan said, last mile problem actually usually gets, if you solve that, usually gets all the attention, and that's what AI is doing. It's almost last mile problem. The way I look at Gen AI is it's a translation. It's translating something to simple English to math, back to simple English, or it's translating English to code, or English to circuits, English to workflow, or English to molecular thing, that biotech. So that translation is really changing the game right now, because it's making things more accessible. Anyone can do it, anyone can code. So just widening that overall opportunity there. So that's what Gen AI is actually different. At the end of the day, everything is AI. This is no different than, I don't know if you watched this movie 2001 Space Odyssey, HAL, right? It's pretty much the same thing what's happening in the movie, right? And it was done like 40 years ago. So, yeah.
So one of the things that I've learned very quickly is when it comes to AI has predictable outputs, where generative AI is non-deterministic. So anybody here who is building a prototype or doing anything on top of generative AI, and you go out and give a demo to a VC, to a customer, to anything, you can go run a prompt one day, and the next day you come in, you're gonna get a completely different answer. And it really depends on which model you're using, it depends on which version of the model you're using, depending on the context window. And because of that, there's still so many unknowns that it makes it really difficult to realize what those outputs are. When we look at doing AI just in general, like I can talk to a bank about quantitative analytics and things like that, and how you can use AI in some of those models. When you ask them how they would apply that to generative AI, they're like, we're not touching generative AI for typical math type problems, back to the math versus words and pictures.
We've gone from statistics to machine learning to deep learning to AI. Just a lot of words for fundamentally things that are pretty straightforward and what we've been doing for a long, long time. A lot of the theory that we're doing right now is well known and has been well known for decades. The thing that I would encourage everyone to go take a look at, it's a YouTube video called Sparks of AGI. I don't know if you've seen that, it's incredible. But the fundamental difference between now and back then is we're actually loading this technology that we've built, these algorithms, with just an imperial ton of data, right? We didn't have that data before. We were building these algorithms, and we're using things like generative AI in the past, or generative algorithms, but we weren't getting quite near the output that we're getting today. But what happens when you actually crawl the web and give that giant corpora or corpus to something like a GPT? What happens when you actually give these trained algorithms a lot of data? That's what's, I think, unique, and that's what's different now. And that's why you see people talking about the size of the model. That's why people are saying, oh, it's a 10 billion parameter model. Okay, I get it. It's because that has something to do with the quality of the output on the other side.
Are we doing on time? Do we have time for one more question? Oh, yeah, last question. Who wants to get the last question? Yeah, please.
So guys, my name is Danilo. I'm from Brazil. I just arrived here 2 months ago. But my goal here is living here right now because I was in Brazil working as a software engineer, and my career during there for 15 years, working inside the banks, all of the banks and this payment systems. I have a lot of experience in financial markets in there. And then when I was here last, okay, all right. So I built my app to help people manage their money, and then so I am doing nothing with AI generation so far. But everybody asks me about it. How you're doing with GI? I am using just to inside my develop process. How you say Copilot, every process inside my process builds I am doing with the GI. So I have to change my business proposal, maybe to think about the GI to offer some services about this, or I can just do in my business plan without the GI generation.
I think that would be best discussed in the breakout session, because I just don't think it's a question that's universally appealing to the whole group, and I just think we've run out of time. So let us kind of have a sidebar on that, okay? All right. So I think we're out of time. So first of all, thank you all again for joining us at DECODE Annual Conference, and thank you one last time to my great panelists. Great job, guys.
For everyone who signed up for a roundtable session with these speakers, now would be a great time to just proceed in that general area of the room. Roundtable session for this panel over there. Amazing. I'm gonna give folks like a couple of seconds as we shuffle around for the roundtable sessions. Okay, great. Let's get back to this. So I don't know about other non-technical folks in the room, but I'm a business and economics major, and that panel was hoped that there's still some scope for us non-technical folks in the field of technology. Now, we heard a lot about the benefits of generative AI. Could I ask everyone to settle down in this area? We'll be starting with the next panel really soon. Amazing. Okay. We heard a lot about the benefits of generative AI just now, but there is no doubt that the proliferation of ChatGPT has become the bane of many educators worldwide. And to speak about exactly that, and also to address challenges in the field of education as the future is very uncertain, we have a panel on generational shifts in education with Adil Khan, who's the founder of Magic School AI, Angela, who's the Director of Product Management at Salesforce, Jonathan, who's the Head of Product Growth at OpenAI itself, and moderated by Chian, who is a partner at Reach Capital.
We're gonna get order. Does this work? Yeah. Do you mind maybe? All right. Thank you all so much for being here. Just as to set the stage a little bit, we are going to be chatting a little bit about where everyone sees education going next and how generative AI and AI more generally can influence that. And I'm really thrilled to have three of you here with us today. And just to set the stage and give people a little bit of context about Reach, first of all, Reach, we are an early stage education technology focused venture fund. We invest seed to Series B, love working with Berkeley entrepreneurs. So if you're building something and looking for funding or even just feedback, feel free to reach out. And just jumping in, I think, why are we even talking about this topic? I think pretty much everyone in this room probably has touched on ChatGPT or some other element of generative AI and is wondering kind of what is the implication. Just to put some numbers behind it, a report from Common Sense Media in May said that about 50% of kids 12 to 18 reported using ChatGPT in school, while only 30% of parents actually even thought their kids were using it. And I bet that this is from May, and there's probably been a lot more adoption since then, since the start of the school year, and so that data is probably pretty stale. But it gives you a sense of just like how quickly this has shifted the education landscape. Before we dive into the deeper discussion, I'd love to actually turn it over to each of you to just quickly share a little bit about yourself, where you work, what brings you to this topic. And we'll come back to you in a little bit to hear a little bit about your journey as well, since many of these folks in the audience are thinking about their career and where they go next and would love to hear from your journey. So starting off with name, what you're doing, and why it relates to education.
My name is Adil Khan. I'm the founder and CEO of Magic School AI. It's generative AI for teachers. It's kind of like the co-pilot for educators, K-12, but we have a lot of higher education users as well. And I'm building a generative AI first product in the education space.
Hi everyone, my name is Angela Lee. I'm a director of product at Salesforce, and in about 2 weeks I'll be working full-time on our Salesforce Copilot product. And I'm here today because I also worked at Bay Area schools for many years and opened schools throughout the Bay Area. So as a first-generation college student, education very, very near and dear to my heart.
Hey, I'm Jonathan. I lead product for growth at OpenAI, and as many of you can imagine, education is a big growth sector for us, and it's actually one of our first areas that we're thinking about as a specific vertical. So that's why I'm here.
Awesome. So maybe just to set the stage, I think we can talk about Gen AI in like 3 different ways. We can talk about it in the ways in which it actually impacts our day-to-day, our work, like how has it changed your life? Then we can talk about kind of how it's shaping kind of your work and your organization. And I think it's very distinct for each of you, right? I think you saw this technology and you were like, this should be in the hands of teachers and I'm gonna build a product around it. Angela, I think Salesforce is like one of the biggest software companies in the world and is thinking about, and has been thinking about for quite some time, like how AI influences that. And of course, I think you're why we're having this conversation in the first place right now. ChatGPT took the world by storm. So just starting off, maybe let's start with a little bit about your day-to-day and how you see AI in your workflows.
So again, as like an AI first product, we certainly encourage the use of AI across like the organization, from the engineering team to the our product team. I would say that like in my day-to-day work, my story is only possible probably through the age of AI, quite frankly. I'm a lifelong teacher and principal. Prior to doing this, I have no software experience whatsoever. And we built a generative AI platform that launched in May and now has 500,000 users 5 months later. And a lot of that journey has been me being really resourceful, and AI being a work partner in that resourcefulness. So like all of the things that you guys probably know really, really well as engineers, or as product people, or as venture capitalists, like I had no idea about, but I had ChatGPT as a fantastic explainer and teacher to me as I was going. So, I have used ChatGPT along my journey from being a legal advisor. I know that on this panel there's someone saying don't hold me, to the T on that, but like as like a good legal counsel, It's been great for learning how to, retain users, getting strategies around that. To one of the most interesting use cases was sort of like, I know that other software products do these drip emails to like engage users after they sign up to make sure that they come back. And ChatGPT gave me a really great schedule of drip email suggestions for our product. So I started there, and I'd never done that before, but it's a really fantastic, I was able to get up to speed extraordinarily fast on things I have just about no idea about. So I think that all of that to illustrate the idea that the future is in the hands of the resourceful with generative AI. And I think that has been a huge part of our story, is that ChatGPT gives you this opportunity to be resourceful in a way that even Google might have been the corollary prior to the generative AI world, but still required more work. But you can be so specific about what you need with generative AI that you can build and you can ramp up really fast in a lot of different ways.
Yeah, so for me, kind of similar actually, because I'm in product management now, but I switched from strategy and operations, and so in my daily workflow, there's sometimes really technical product technical engineering things that concepts I want to understand, and I work on a platform product, so it's very back-end heavy infrastructure, and so there's numerous times where I want to know, okay, why is this auth token important, and explain it to me like I'm 5, or things like that. Why it just helps me ramp up so much faster, and I feel pretty confident in what I am looking to do, and able to have those conversations with engineering leaders across my organization as well. And then I think that was mostly a question, right? Yeah.
So you'd think being at OpenAI, I have a super advanced, something different that I use GPT for, but it's very similar. I only joined OpenAI in September of this year, and before that I was at Meta. And what GPT really has helped us do, at Meta, the growth team was 300 engineers, you had data scientists, growth marketers, content strategists, you had a person for every function. At OpenAI, the growth team is me and 1 engineer. And so our data scientist is me figuring out, inputting SQL errors into ChatGPT, and it spits out the right SQL query so I can figure out how many users we have in Indonesia. Or translating, samples from users to see, how are people actually using the product. So that serves as our UX researcher. Or, a lot of the UI that we have, we don't have any content strategists right now in the applied organization. So that's basically all written by ChatGPT and then just vetted by designers. And so it becomes all the things you're not good at, GPT is a very useful backstop and starting place for getting things done.
Love that. I'd love to shift a little bit more to how the latest advances in AI have shaped your worldview, and also what you're working on. I feel like I've heard a number of career shifts recently, so maybe you can start from this side and come over, but I think everyone has made a change in the last year.
Yeah, so I started the year as a skeptic. ChatGPT had come out. I was working at Meta. We were working on Llama at the time. It was considered, a year to a year and a half behind what OpenAI had developed. And I think for a lot of initial use cases, it's very difficult to discern, is this just another Markov chain generator or actually something meaningfully different? And I think a lot of you can probably relate, the first couple of queries you put into ChatGPT, you're like, why does this matter? And if I can write a Shakespearean poem about, why the sky is blue, does that mean anything different? And it wasn't until I was getting dinner with someone who was working on a startup that I invested in. They'd been working on it for the past 3 years. And they're like, Jonathan, my startup is dead. It's all going to be replaced by LLMs. And my new strategy is to either go work at OpenAI or anywhere working on an LLM, because that's all that matters in my field. And it just surprised me to see, and this was someone that I really respected and thought was really smart. And I'm like, okay, this is not just writing Shakespeare poems, but entire industries are being changed by this. And that's what sort of led me to start going down the rabbit hole. And then I didn't stop after that.
Yeah, at Salesforce, it's been just completely insane how quickly everyone has, and it's not just, I think sometimes in tech we're like, oh, it's the new shiny thing, but it's really feels generationally shifting to have something that's so conversational and also very approachable. So I think a lot of what my day-to-day is thinking about, it's like, how will our users and like how do we help businesses help their customers make this more approachable and help them capture more value from their time and almost, I don't like to say automate like the mundane, but it is a little bit of that, so you can spend that time on higher order thinking and like thinking about things that are more strategic or can have outsized impact. But a lot of what I think keeps me up at night, or what I really worry about is, is this whatever's being spit out, is it the right thing, and do we not have too much confidence in it? And because I think trust is such a big thing, and we say that at Salesforce all the time, like, trust is our #1 value, and it's become even more important because our customers and our users are really relying on us to make sure we're not having the model hallucinate and give wrong answers, because if you're not an expert in it, you will trust that it is the right thing and make the wrong decision. So that really, that's something that really scares me.
A lot of that resonates from both of you. I think that, again, like as a career shifter and a non-software person, that's obviously my whole life's changed in a really big way. I didn't think I'd be at Berkeley at an engineering conference 6 months ago. But beyond that, I think that the thing that is more interesting to me, and like I think this was said earlier on the panel, is that like how can software solve problems has been really fascinating to me, and like generative AI unlocks like a whole new set of problems that were once intractable that can now be potentially like solved for or like helped. So, education to me is such an obvious use case in the sense that like in the American education system and every education system in the country experiences this to some degree, is there's an enormous teacher shortage. And there's a crisis of teacher burnout and teachers leaving the profession because of all of the reasons that we know that educators are underappreciated and overworked. But education's one field, but there's also things that we know like that are just social issues, challenges, and they might not be the sexiest use cases of AI, but are to me really compelling. The example I use, and I'm waiting for one of you to build a startup around this, is like the Department of Veterans Affairs. Like there is this enormous queue of paperwork there that is preventing our veterans from getting the care that they need. And we've known this my entire lifetime, and there are veterans who are dying because they don't get the support that they need, and AI could be agents to do those kinds of things. And why it doesn't happen is primarily because of the lack of government spending and the need there. So like AI is much less costly than a human agent doing that. So how can we solve some of these like intractable problems that have been intractable? Like it feels like I've heard about that since I was a kid. And that can just be, I think, another way to think about it is like, what are the problems in the world, and how does generative AI maybe solve problems that we didn't think were solvable now that we have this new technology?
I love that. And for what it's worth, I feel like education has been one of those intractable challenges. I think a lot of bright spots and a lot of conversations around what should change, how should it change. And so I'd love to spend this next time really talking about kind of how you think education will change in this moment. So maybe just kicking things off, I'd love to hear from an educator perspective, what's been the biggest impact on teaching and instruction so far from your perspective?
So when I founded the school that I founded, which is kind of my dream manifest, the thing I told the teachers who came into my school was that the foundation of the school that we build will be the relationships that we keep with our students and our families. And all the rest is built on top of that foundation. So the way that we love our kids, the way that they know that we love them, the way that we take interest in them, the way that we support their dreams. And we're going to be really intentional about that. Our school is the top performing public high school in Denver. It's in the top 1% of schools in the country, and it serves primarily low-income kids. So it was, I think, pretty inarguably very, very successful. And my teachers had to take superhuman efforts to do that, right? Like not only were they holding really high standards in their curriculum, building a really amazing curriculum personalized to their students, they were also spending the time outside of class, going to their students' football games, baseball games, taking that student in the hallway to take a walk around the building after having a really tough class period. And the future vision of that is every school can be like that, because a lot of that stuff that was taking superhuman efforts can be lightened, that load can be lightened, and that human connection can take a greater hold in all schools. So that's where I see, like, as you're able to build a classroom resource, you're able to have a first draft of an individualized education plan for a student with special needs, then you're able to say, let me take that extra time to help that student with financial aid and that family that's first generation who doesn't understand anything about college. Let me make that call home to support them. Let me, for that student who's struggling and didn't say a word today in class, I can take them aside and check in with them to make sure that they're good. So I love the idea of AI as a social connection piece because it takes away a lot of the things that are preventing us from having those deep relationships.
Yeah, if you'd like to comment, please do, but also no pressure. I'd like to keep moving.
Yeah, so I think for me, what I think is most exciting is, there's some like the paperwork stuff, right? But then there's meeting kids where they are and that personalization piece. So one of the things I think could be really exciting, one of the products we have is called Trailhead, and it's a way for people who might not have a college degree to get certifications to work in the Salesforce ecosystem, become either a developer or admin or something like that. And in meeting with people where they are, if you have an AI that can really see those patterns, like pull up suggestions, like where are you missing, like where you need more help, or like searching content is always so cumbersome that if I just want an answer to this, and ChatGPT is so good at this, it's like, how do I build a component this way? And I don't understand why something is connecting or why it's not working. I think that's really powerful, and it's a way for people to ramp on difficult topics in a way that has not been available before. But from the elementary through high school perspective, I think I'm really excited for that. And the only thing I'm thinking really then, it's like, how do we teach our children to be, to build the right prompts and ask the right questions? Like, it's really then about critical thinking skills to get them to use that tool in a very meaningful way.
Yeah, echoing on what Angela said, the thing that I'm really excited about is the ability to use GPTs as a means of curriculum design. And so when I say that, I actually mean that in the broadest sense, that this might mean self-learning, of creating your own curriculum. What does it mean to actually break something down step by step? It might mean a teacher actually intentionally using GPTs to create a curriculum that actually matters for a student. And having this system that can take a lot of what used to have to be intellectual load on like the one teacher interfacing with multiple students, and actually offloading that into like a GPU cloud so that then, the teacher can take on higher order things. And one thing is, like, I would actually hope that GPTs are gonna be what makes filling out the FAFSA a lot easier. That was actually one of the use cases we were talking about yesterday for education.
I love that. And just, I know we've been talking about like hypothetically what could change, but I think it's also worth just noting it's already shifting. There was a study from the Walton Family Foundation released this summer that indicated 63% of teachers say they've used ChatGPT for their job, and 40% of them were using it at least once a week. And that was before this school year, where I think there's been a lot more on-ramp and a lot of new tools that really help teachers access ChatGPT. So it's really exciting just to see that it's already starting to happen. And it's just the early innings, but I think there's a lot more to come. I think, Angela, you touched on this question of like, in this new context, how does this shift education? Like, what do we need to learn? Like, what are the skills that are going to be valued? And what should we be teaching for future generations? I'd love to kind of start from the other end and hear folks' perspectives there.
Yeah, so for me, when I was at Meta, I started like new grad and, worked my way through managing a small team, managing teams of teams, then, sort of deeply mid-level management where I had like 5 layers below me, 5 layers above me, and it was like 400 people. And going through that process, you realize you have to start abstracting tasks away. And it's not, how can I write this essay myself? It's, how can I help someone else write a quality essay? And then it's like, how can I help someone else teach someone else to write a quality essay? And then it becomes, how can I help someone create a culture so that others can teach other people to write a quality essay? And so I think the thing that changes with GPTs is it echoes that sort of ladder that you go through from being an individual contributor to a manager. Now you don't have to worry about the emotional aspect of managing people, but all of a sudden you have like an infinite army of interns that can do all these intellectually demanding tasks, but you have a different set of problems. And now it's like, how do I help these interns do a good job writing these things and sort of higher level tasks that still need to be done?
Yeah, I think for me, I mentioned, yeah, just being able to think more critically. I think it also gets down to also like root causing what it is that you're trying to solve and being able to think in that way. So you actually know what problem is it that I'm trying to solve? Is it I'm trying to build an IDP, since you brought up the management example, like an individual development plan that's specific to that person. Can I put in those inputs in that way to describe them and what makes them excited and motivated to give me something that's really actionable. But yeah, I think it's teaching those higher order skills. I'm sure as a teacher you feel like it's not easy. It's not just like, oh, multiplication. It's really teaching students to think critically is probably one of the hardest things, and asking those questions and continuing to the 5 whys until you get to the root of it.
Yeah, and to go off that, I think you're right, is that so much of the time we spend is on the like the basic level skills until you can get to the higher level, and then you spend only so much time on that higher level thinking. So I think the idea is if everyone's floor is raised to the level of like a ChatGPT writing, then you can spend a lot more time on these higher level thinking skills. As a principal, I visited High Tech High in San Diego, which is like a very renowned project-based learning school. And my school's promise to our kids was we were going to get you a really good score on the SAT, and that means you're going to be really good at math, you're going to be really good at writing. And I can words that came out of my mouth when I was a principal was, you could have really amazing ideas, but if you can't communicate them through your writing, then no one's going to be able to know them. And 5 years later, I don't know that that's true anymore. Right? So like you might be able to communicate those really amazing ideas through generative AI without having really clear writing skills or really amazing an ability to do that. So what does that mean? To me, it means that like being really resourceful, being like having agency is probably the most important thing. And I referenced High Tech High because that is the primary thing that they teach is agency, is that you're doing a project-based learning assignment on a team, you are learning leadership skills, you're learning how to collaborate. So things that we've always talked about in education that we should be doing more of, but there's this thing in the way of like, we also need you to have these base level skills. We need you to be able to do well on your SAT so you can get into colleges like UC Berkeley. Those things are not, and like, with the pandemic taking away a lot of the test optional in places. So what do you write on your college, letter of intent? You write the things you've done. So I imagine that high school is a place where you do a lot more actual things. You have a portfolio of work that is really compelling. You directed a movie, a real full-length movie with generative AI tools, right? Like you could do that in high school. Like that is such a cool, inspiring future. I think 5 years from now we will see a Hollywood production level movie from a 14-year-old kid that we can watch in theaters, right? Like why not? They're the most creative people I've ever been around. My high school kids were the most creative kids I know. But the only thing that was the barrier was their ability to get the resources to build those things. So that's the future I'm super excited about, is what kids can build and how we unlock their creativity and give them a stage.
I love that. That's super exciting to think about. I'm going to switch to kind of maybe the darker side that people often want to talk about, which is just how do you think about proper and ethical usage of AI in education? Like, what are you most worried about as you think about kind of anytime there's something new and there's a lot of adoption, it's messy, like what are the things you're on the lookout for? How do you think about that in education?
I think it was said is that it is so good even in its current form that it can lull you into the sense that I should just use this, and it is correct. Even with the warnings that are abound that all of the generative AI tools say, I think it's commonly known, at least amongst power users, that there's hallucinations, there are things that are not quite correct. But I fear for that in education. I think that I just echo your sentiment that you need to check over it. These tools are powerful, and we need to be thoughtful and the human in the loop type things. And there's so many, a lot of generative AI products in education are talking about eliminating teachers, and I just think that is that is backwards. It is the opposite of what we're trying to do. Is that human in the loop, educators being at the center of a kid's universe and still being the experts, critical for this to not get out of hand.
I read this really great book. It's actually written by a Berkeley professor, Stuart Russell, about human compatible. I think is the name of the book, and it talks a lot about how the science fiction extreme version of what could go wrong is that humans forget how it works and how to go back in the loop and like have that expertise of, is this information correct or not? And so I think about that a lot, and I think that's what I worry about too, is really you forget there are no more experts in like objectively what is truth or false information. And so that's kind of worrying for me, but that's a very extreme science fiction example, but I love science fiction, so I can't stop thinking about that. But yeah, I think there's that piece, and then yeah, I think that's like a level of comfort of like, okay, well, one thing you were talking about student essays, and I don't have a strong opinion, I'm still forming it, about if you use ChatGPT to write your student essay, is that okay? And I don't know. It's probably something for everyone to decide, and I'm sure universities are also thinking a lot about that too.
Yeah, I would echo a lot of that sentiment. I think it's about making sure that we used to have very good shibboleths to determine whether something was high quality and whether it was well researched. And I think a lot of those former tools we have all of a sudden have gone out the window. And I think it's much more impactful than just bringing the invention of the calculator to math, because the calculator could only solve a certain set of things, whereas GPTs can put together answers that are at least bullshit level quality for almost any question. And so how do we evolve the way we're thinking to really start thinking on a higher level and interrogate and pick apart those assumptions and say, not treat it like a black box, but from an educational perspective, be able to validate that entire chain of reasoning. And I think that's both something that, at least within OpenAI, we're working on, but I also think is going to be a key part of education overall.
So I totally don't have a lot of time left. So quick lightning round. Would love to hear the most surprising use case for GPT that you've encountered so far. It could be in your own experience, it could be something you've observed in your users, whatever you want.
So this was in UX research. Someone was flirting back and forth with someone they had met the previous night, and they were using GPT to craft the perfect text response with the right emojis that they should respond to, someone that they had a very good night with last night. And it gave reasonably good answers.
Man, mine is gonna sound so lame after, because I was doing this training, and this professor who teaches product management at Kellogg, he basically built an entire pitch deck from a product perspective for a VC for, I think it was like smart locks or something, and he said it did in 2 hours. It was so detailed to the level, like it had total addressable market, how you would do marketing and everything else. It was so detailed, and I was completely, my mind was blown. And I was like, okay, I guess I won't have a job in a year or so.
One of the tools on our platform is a sports practice generator. So like we had a teacher come to us who's a middle school teacher. She's like, I've never coached soccer before. I'm just doing this for the good of our school to have a soccer team. And like I get to the end of the day, I'm exhausted and I have no idea how to run practice. And I was like, well, I wonder if we can build a prompt for you that helps you run a practice in school. And that's actually one of like our most used tools for teachers, is like this actually happens all over the place. Like your middle school soccer coach is probably not, their passion is probably teaching, and they're just doing that because they want to do it. So sometimes these like mundane things that you're doing, you can improve the way you're doing them very significantly. The second one is we have a school district we're deployed with in Colorado that they have an AI steering committee in their district, and there's a teacher who told me that they were sitting in the back of a classroom and struggling to come up with the next, an instructional coach sitting in the back of the classroom, struggling to come up with the next step for the teacher to improve their practice. She's like, I didn't just know how to word it. So I asked, ChatGPT, how can I word this in a way that's really clear to this teacher to help them improve their practice? And she was like, the next step was so much better than what I would have thought of myself. So super cool, like the assist is so powerful.
I love it. We have maybe a minute or two for questions. We'll maybe do one or two max. Oh, 10 minutes for questions. Oh, we have 10 minutes for questions. Why did I? My mistake. We've got plenty of time for questions. It sounds like there's a way to submit them directly or no.
There's questions from the live stream.
Okay. I see one so far, but I'm also happy to take questions from the audience. I see a couple hands popping up. Maybe we'll do those two. You want to start here in the front? The black shirt? Yeah.
So one of the questions I had is that one of the concerns that larger companies are facing when it comes to generative AI is that when it gives you, for example, a code snippet for like an engineering problem, we're not exactly sure where that code snippet comes from. So this creates like a legal implication with like who owns that piece of code and like do we have the intellectual property rights to use it? So I'm curious how you guys are dealing with those kind of issues with respect to
Unfortunately, if there were a lawyer to my left, I would hand it to them and be like, this is your department. I don't really know, is the answer.
Yeah, on my engineering teams, we haven't used too much of it, but then at the same time, when you're talking colloquially with engineers, they're like, well, we also use Stack Overflow a lot to like answer code questions. So like, who owns that, right? So I don't think, we don't have a policy or anything, but I just, yeah, kind of punt that to legal as well.
Maybe directly behind you.
Yeah, so my name is Logan. I'm working on Knive and all-in-one site management for schools for taking from. And so on the topic of hallucinations and whatnot, in terms of our educators, there's a fair bit of variability in terms of technical literacy, both in the Bay Area and outside of that. And so again, with regards to hallucinations and accuracy and whatnot, that's obviously incredibly important and relevant to curriculum and like standards. And so what's the proposed kind of go-to-market strategy for onboarding and training these teachers with potential risks of hallucinations in generative AI without causing fragmentation and total barriers to entry?
Yeah, I mean, it's a really good question. I think that one thing that we are really thoughtful about the way that we onboard teachers to the platform. Right when you join it, we give you like kind of a best practices on how to use AI before you can use the platform. You have to kind of agree to those things. We give you a tour of the product, how to use it properly before we like force the tour. You can't skip it. So we want to do this really responsibly, thoughtfully. And at the same time, we got to like remember that we've always existed in a world where, there are hundreds of thousands of teachers in the country, millions of teachers in the country. And there is a quality and expertise of teacher varies in a lot of different ways. And like I can tell you that as a principal, I can tell you that as a teacher who was a very low quality teacher in my first year and improved over time. And I think that sometimes my opinion of this, and like I always honor people's perspectives who are really skeptical, worried about it, is that I have this conversation with school districts often. It's like, well, what if the individualized education plan, the special education plan for students, what if it's a little bit off? Well, I'm like, well, I've seen teachers copy paste and have the wrong name in their special education plans, like that, and that's far way worse than what a ChatGPT is actually kind of raising the floor for all of these. So I think that there's inherent skepticism to new technology, and then we get to a place where we're like, okay, we understand how to work this, and I think the way that we do this is actually the way that we do just about everything that we initially ban, is we then eventually teach how to use it responsibly. And I think that's like the next phase here, and really important. You can think of anything in history, marijuana, whatever it is. Like, it's like if you ban it, it doesn't work, and then you have all this really irresponsible usage and unhealthy circumstances that go along with it. And then when you say that, okay, it's here, and let's like teach it responsibly, we see better outcomes for everyone. So.
So we can.
The thing I would add is that I think one layer down, we're trying to add tools that give people more of an ability to like check the work. So rather than just develop a curriculum, it's develop a curriculum, and by the way, if you want to check it against things that are available on the web, that's something you should be able to do. And finding low-cost ways that are like a second order to see if a task was done successfully and accurately, rather than just like asking the GPT over and over.
So we have a couple of questions on the live stream, but I'd encourage folks after this next question, if you have a question, feel free to raise your hand and I'll come to you next. So from the live stream, can Magic School AI tailor its AI curriculum specifically for vulnerable groups like unhoused youth who may have unique learning needs compared to other populations?
Super good question, and the answer is like we are planning for those things, and like the nature of LLMs being able to kind of like support all of these different variations of student needs is such a compelling use of it. So we have teachers who will like, develop a lesson plan on the platform, and then they'll say, can you give me a version of this that is supportive to students with dyslexia? And you'll get some really good suggestions on how to modify that lesson plan for students with dyslexia. It still places in the hands of the teacher the final decision, but you do get some really thoughtful, suggestions for that. So, we're working toward being able to do that, something that specific. And while I don't know that I've actually seen that specific use case, I think that I would be interested to see how it would turn out on the platform. We're launching a new version of it very soon that will give a very similar capability. You could type that exact thing in. So stay tuned.
Exciting. Okay, any last questions? I have one more if there isn't a burning question from the audience. Oh, I think I saw your hand first.
Yeah, do you think teachers will be replaced by AI in the future? No. Why?
Yeah, I would say absolutely not. From my perspective, like I said, the school that I founded, that my fundamental philosophy in education is that no great learning happens without a great relationship. So, maybe there's a dystopian world where you have a great relationship with a robot, and that relationship can help you learn really well. I think that in my experience as an educator, my experience of the greatest teachers that have ever worked for me and I've worked with, they are masters of relationship. They're masters of caring about their students and knowing who they are and reaching them where they are. And some of that stuff I think is going to be pretty hard for AI to replicate. And I just think that there's the human touch that is, the folks in the room can probably think about who's the teacher who had the biggest impact on my life. And it's almost always centered around a relationship.
I think there's a lot of nodding, but if anyone wants to add anything there.
I just think about it. It's like you can't replace human relationships. And it's like there was that psychology study when they replaced a mom with a wire and then like a blanket or something, and then all those monkeys became insane. So I just don't think you can replace something that's so fundamental as a teacher and that relationship that they have in person also with students with anything than an AI could ever do.
And I would just add that unless you're at a world of AGI or truly superhuman intelligence, which is kind of a different world than the one we're living in now, there's always a higher level thing that a teacher can be doing. So for example, I learned Arabic on my own, just using a dictionary. And a dictionary is a very dumb AI. And it turns out I had problems with my accent, my grammar, they were pretty bad. When I went to learn Chinese, I learned it with a teacher. And so that helped a lot. I had better accent, better grammar, etc. Now when I learn Chinese, I'm actually using ChatGPT rather than a tutor. But I still go to a real tutor to talk about the cultural implications of a given page, to talk about how I should use a certain Chengyu in context in a way that GPT still isn't able to help me to do that. And AI is only going to be able to get to those really high order things when it is truly AGI. And so teachers are always going to be there. They're just going to be moving up that chain of very simple tasks to more complex and more complex tasks. And that's what we want, I think.
I like that as an optimistic end to what we see in the future of education. So I just want to say thank you to all three of you. Thank you, Jonathan. Thank you, Angela. Thank you, Adil, for making the time today and sharing your perspectives on where education is headed.
Amazing. So hopefully all of you guys know the drill by now. For everyone who has signed up for a roundtable session with these amazing panelists, please make your way to that side of the room. And just in general, that's how the structure of today will work. We will have the panel discussion, and then afterwards, if you're signed up for a roundtable session with them, you can go join them over there. Amazing. Hopefully everyone has had a couple of seconds to move around. I'm gonna ask people to get seated again because we will be starting with our next panel really soon. Amazing. Can I ask everyone to take a seat for the next panel? If the volunteers could help out with just getting things back in place, that would be amazing. Great, let's get started. So firstly, thank you so much to the previous panelists for their amazing insights. Of course, artificial intelligence, generative AI, all of these things are top of mind for us right now. So while we're talking about these things, it's also really important to address how we can use all of these upcoming technologies for good of society and for the better. So to talk about exactly that, we have Eric, who is the CIO and Chief Security Officer at Flock Safety. I'm Kailesh, who is the managing partner at EY, with this panel being moderated by Gerald, who's the CEO at DECODE. Let's give them a warm welcome.
Right. So hi everyone, thanks for joining us for this session today. We are very honored to have Kailesh and Eric here today. And fun fact, it's actually Kailesh's birthday today. So super thankful for you to spend your time with us and have fun here with us. So looking forward to this panel.
It's great to be young.
Another fun fact, he's 25.
All right, so first to get started, like maybe Kailesh, why don't you just get us started with a little bit about yourself, your background. I know you are dealing with a lot of stuff on the side, so it's interesting for the audience to have a bit of color towards your life and also personal story around tech for good.
Well, first of all, good afternoon. Really nice to be here. Thank you for having me, Gerald. And congratulations on everything DECODE is doing. I love what you guys are doing there. And lastly, I hope with everything going on around the world, your families are all safe and well, and it's just like too many things happening. With that, my journey began in Uganda. I was born there and then left as a refugee during the Idi Amin timeframe. We were nomads for 2 years, going through East Africa to India, and then eventually ended up in England. During that time, my parents had got separated, so it took my father 2 years to find us. He was in England, and then eventually we came there. I didn't speak English, really didn't study or anything. I was a 6, 7-year-old. Anyway, eventually learned the language, went to school there, and I got an engineering degree. And then I went and did a master's and focused on expert systems, as we called them in those days, programming in Lisp and Prolog and all of those languages, which Eric and I were laughing about. And then I became an accountant. Did my CPA equivalent in the UK, chartered accountancy, and so I had this real nice blend of business and engineering and IT. And in 1995, I came over here to Silicon Valley. My firm, Ernst & Young, who I've been with 33 years. In fact, this is the only job I've ever done. I'm not sure I could pass an interview these days with the tests that go on there, but I came here in Silicon Valley. I've done a lot of wonderful things around technology, working with startups to global Fortune 100 type companies. So happy to share all my experiences around AI and tech and so on. I'm a student at heart. What do I do outside of work quickly? I actually am an angel investor. I have lots of hobbies around different types of industry sectors that I'm involved with, from consumer products to retail chains to technology. And then also, I'm one of the proud owners of Luton Town Football Club. So if any of you are soccer fans in the Premier League in England, there's 8 of us that own the club. We've been with it for many, many years and happy to talk about soccer all day long. Lastly, one of my passions that I have is around sustainability. And I'm a third of the way through my sustainability master's degree. So I'm learning a lot about how the convergence of technology is going to really help us for good here. So that's a little bit about me.
Awesome. Thanks for sharing your background. Eric, how about you? Like, share a little bit of yourself for the audience here in the room.
Hey Gerald, first of all, thanks for having me. Similar to Kailash, I'm an immigrant. So I got here in 2004. I grew up in Malaysia, went to school in Australia, and made my way to Boston, where we won the World Series this time 20 years ago. So that's my way, to the United States. I'm right now CIO at Flock Safety. We're a technology company that creates products to solve crime. Prior to that, I was the CIO at a company called Cooper Software. I was there for 7 years, and I guess I went from saving money to saving lives.
Awesome. So Kailash, I know you didn't mention it in the introduction, but you were the chair of the California Chamber of Commerce Board of Directors. What roles do you think government and regulation bodies have in fostering tech for good?
Thank you for mentioning that, Gerald. So I've been on the board of the California Chamber of Commerce for a number of years, and I had the privilege of being the chair last year. So we get to work with the governor of California and the legislature around business growth and policies and legislation that help or hinder that. What's really fascinating is, I'm sure you guys have been watching the news and the federal government's executive order that the government signed in August, and then our own California governor signed the 12-23 in September. And then the UK just last week had a safety in AI summit. So this is going on around the world in terms of trying to understand where is technology going and what role does government and policy play, particularly around ethics. Now, the challenge is innovation and entrepreneurship happens much, much faster, and people are developing businesses, solutions, services, products much quicker. Government is always catching up, and their responsibility around trust, safety, security is always lagging. And what tends to happen is the gap is growing. Right now we're innovating within weeks and months, not decades. Policies take quite a while to come to fruition. I think one of the biggest things, ahas for me, when I've been working with the chamber in Sacramento, is that many of our legislature really have not worked at a startup or in technology or where we're doing a lot of this innovation. And we're trying to, what we need to do as this group here is educate them more. We need to drive more awareness. I worry that we spend so much of our time in commercializing a lot of what we do in technology that we're not spending enough time with legislature educating them, making them be aware. So then what happens is policies come out and we all complain, and then we try and backtrack and fix things. So my advice to people, having been doing this for a few years, is you should build into your company's time to spend with legislature, being transparent, being open, and letting them know what you're developing, what does the technology do, and then I think we're going to come up with much better policies. We have a lot more work to do there.
Totally agree with that, and I think you definitely hit a nail, because I think, Eric, you are working really closely with governments solving crime, right? Like, how do you respond to that, and also how do you even approach the government? I think for the people, for students in the room, not many of them have built companies that sell to government. It's not common, I would say. So any advice on that?
Yeah, Gerald, I just want to add on to what Kailash said. In my view, we made a mistake with social media, where, like if you look at what's happened with, TikTok, you look at what happened with Cambridge Analytica, I think we failed as a society to work together, scientists, the public sector and the private sector, to come up with less regulation, but kind of the guardrails to keep all of us safe, right? I mean, think about something as simple as, the guidelines for, content on TikTok. it amazes me. I've got a 9-year-old that he can watch, pretty much anything on TikTok, yet on TV, you've got the ESRB who defines what's PG-13 or MA. Why couldn't we have applied something as simple as that to social media? So think about it in that context. Think about what's happening with AI today. I think we can learn from the past, and there's an opportunity for all of us to work closer, faster together to maybe pass, maybe not regulation, but maybe some sort of safeguards, and do it at a local level, right? I think we always wait for the government at the federal level to pass laws, and you've seen, right? We're not great at that, right? Take GDPR, for example, right? That got passed in 2018 in Europe, and it's still 5 years later, we still don't have it. So I'm hopeful we do something, something different this time around.
Got it. I think you brought up a very interesting point as well, because I think especially in like ESG these days, there's a lot of governments focusing on that, and the scenario is such that everyone creates their own standards, everyone creates their own policies, and then there's a difficulty of having like the source of truth, right? So how do you respond to that? Like, we want people to just approach the government, but at the same time, we need to have that balance between like everyone having their own standards in that sense.
So having spent the past 6 months with law enforcement, the FBI, the CIA, here's one thing I realized. We always think that they're this exclusive group who have access to everything. Guess what? They're actually human, right? They're people as well, no different from you and I, and they're looking for us to collaborate with them, right? Again, I just think about my conversation with Michigan PD last week. And again, at the end of the day, I think Sergeant Jonathan said it best. Our ultimate goal, right? We all have a common goal, which is to solve crime. It doesn't matter whether you're a private company, whether you're the FBI, or you're one of the 18,000 agencies across the United States. We all have a common goal. So let's go do it together.
I was just going to add one quick comment to that I think that over the last maybe 20 years or so, we've suddenly grown to this us v them mentality. It's like, oh, that's the government, that's legislation, that's policy, and this is us. I really feel with where AI is, the technology innovation that's happening, that we've got to break that barrier. We have to what you said, Eric, work together, because that's the only way this is going to work. The challenge we have is people are able to find uses of technology, and we'll talk about that, of AI and all the things that are going on around the world, but much faster than the government is able to get their arms around it and say, okay, how do we have trust, safety, security, and those kinds of policies? And so we really need to team together, and I think that's the mentality. So a lot of young people here, make sure you go out and vote and talk to your assembly member who's around here.
No, I was going to agree with Kailash, but I was also going to just get a show of hands. Who here has been, into a police department recently? One. Okay. I'm not going to ask why. but here's the thing. So part of my role is visiting my customers, which is law enforcement. And if you walk into any police department today, you'll find that the computers they have, or the technology they have, it's almost 20 years old. Right, so here you have a workforce who's trying to solve modern day crime with technology that's 20 years old. Right, you're talking about a monitor or a computer that is Windows 98. Right, that's scary. So think about it. They're looking for your help, our help, in terms of innovation, in terms of opportunities to make things more efficient. And again, Kailash, I agree with you, right? I think it's ripe for disruption in terms of not just law enforcement, but I think the federal space as well.
Awesome, thanks for the sharing. I'd like to change the mood a bit. I know, Kailash, you have one famous quote and your favorite quote, which is, people don't care what you know until they know you care. Could you share more about that, a little more context? It's not the first time I'm hearing it. In fact, I was visiting a friend yesterday, and he mentioned that same quote as well. So yeah, share more about it.
Thank you, Gerald. I have no idea who said that quote, but I've been using it for years and years. At the heart of what's going on in the world today, where information overload, the speed at which we run our lives, the pace at which things are going, it is hard to grab anybody's mind share. Whether you're in a one-on-one conversation or whether you're in a group, it doesn't matter what the content or topic is. And so I use this quote personally every single day, every interaction, because to me, when you have care, it means you have understanding and empathy. And when you have understanding and empathy, you can actually have a conversation. You can have a dialogue. You can have a little bit of a banter with each other. When you have that, there's a little bit of trust and intimacy that leads to middle ground negotiations, right? That can come to some happy conclusion. I just think that when we're all speeding around and running around, and many of us do this, we just text somebody versus calling them, or we're multitasking, or we kind of, instead of really listening to somebody, we just speed through it and keep moving. I just think that we've got to learn to slow down. And that quote, I keep with me all the time. Whenever I feel overwhelmed or it's like, oh, I'm going too fast, it's like, slow down, pay attention to what's right in front of me right now. You know, at the end of the day, just simplifying things, AI, what is AI and all this technology we're creating? It's just simulation, right, of human thinking and action. And so if this is our behavior in the way we treat each other and the way we work, our technology shouldn't be expected to be too much different from who we are, right, as a shadow of our thinking and actions. And so I'm just a big believer that I think we have to pay attention to ourselves, and then I think the technology piece is a good dialogue that we can have around it.
Awesome, thanks for the sharing. Eric, any particular quote that gives you certain insights or anything that really struck you?
It's going to be hard to follow. Well, I guess in the context of this audience, right, a lot of entrepreneurs are here. Aim small, miss small, right? It was a quote by Mel Gibson in the movie Patriot. You know, it was the American Revolution in the year 1776, and he was coaching his kids to you know, aim small and take out the British, right? And the reason I shared that is I think about, you know, what I did at Coupa, the 8 years I spent there, and how we took the company public, eventually sold it. I mean, it's great to dream big, but if you can't execute and with a level of precision, you're not going to be successful. So again, aim small, miss small is kind of the philosophy that has helped me through my career.
Awesome, awesome. So we hear about the term double bottom line very commonly these days, especially with the whole ESG growing and stuff like that. How do both of your organizations think about double bottom line? And I guess especially for the founders in the room, especially when we are very, very early stage, how would you suggest them to think about allocating their resources, right? Because the bigger your company is, the more resources you have to allocate into these double bottom line kind of initiatives. So love to bring up to the floor either of you any comments, any thoughts, feel free to share.
I'll kick off with a few thoughts here. When in today's world, the amount of capital, whether it's resources, money, whatever, that you need to really get going is not that much. You know, with open source and AI and cloud and the technologies on your fingertips, I mean, you all know that your phone that you're holding is more powerful than when we sent the men to the moon in 1969 or whenever it was. But so it's readily available, right? What that means is we're innovating faster. And what that means is we're impacting society faster. And so the changes in society that we're seeing, I feel, are happening weeks and months and what have you versus what it used to take decades. So what does that mean? It means that as businesses and organizations, we can't sit on the sidelines. We are moving too fast that you have to get involved. You know, double line, by the way, is financial responsibility as well as social responsibility, right? And I feel that every organization now has to play a part in that. I mentioned I'm doing my master's in sustainability, and when you look at the sustainability development goals, all 17 of them, they absolutely lean on the fact that public-private partnerships, innovators, entrepreneurs are going to be at the center of helping us solve a lot of these things. So I just think that our employees are demanding it. You know, your workforce, I'm sure, is asking for us to have a point of view and to get in, and to engage. And so this is one of those where you have to study, and you have to make a stance, and you have to be engaged as an organization versus being on the sidelines?
When I think about double bottom line, I think it's a concept that's not new, right? I think it was first coined in the mid 90s, right? And it's taken us 25 years to get it right. Here's what I would say. I think that's there's a huge opportunity for everyone here in the room to do something meaningful, purposeful, and make profit along the way, right? If I think about Flock's story, Garrett, my CEO, he started with a very simple problem statement. He lives in Atlanta, and he was just simply trying to solve crime. Crime was going up in his neighborhood in Atlanta, and to what Kailash said, he said, "Hey, how can I help law enforcement solve crime?" He sat down with the local PD, and he said, "Hey, how can I help?" And they said, "Do you know that 70% of all crime that happens in the United States happens with a vehicle, and we have trouble tracking down a vehicle?" And he says, "Fine. Why is that?" "Well, you have cameras and all that, right? Surveillance cameras. Why is it so hard to track down vehicles?" And they say, "Well, half of them. First of all, half of them don't work because it needs to be maintained and it's old." The second problem statement that he had was, each one of those cameras costs $25,000. It's not cheap. So Garrett, being a Georgia Tech alum, said, "Okay, let me go figure out how to solve that problem." He took his iPhone, and today we provide cameras, license plate readers for $2,500. So if you think about it, right? Find a problem that's that you're passionate about, interested in solving. Go do it. And again, if Flock is a testament on the double bottom line, there's a social good, but we're also growing really, really well. We are cash flow positive, and we're making a difference.
Well, one example I'd love to share, Gerald, is at my organization, we have this program called EY Ripples. It's been going for a number of years, and our goal was to impact 1 billion lives in some way, shape, or form for good. And in fact, our people get to volunteer for 12 weeks at a time to go there and support them to solve a community problem. In fact, I'm starting my project this year, sometime in December, going to the slums of Mumbai in India, because we want to use technology to see how do we get the kids there and the community there much more access to a lot of this technology to better their lives. So I think to your point, Eric, I don't think we have to solve world hunger, although I think we can. I just think that you need to find something that of passion, and there are lots of opportunities to be able to go and make a difference, especially with all the technology we have available today.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. I think it starts from somewhere, right? Start small pieces, and then everyone contributes, and then it will just grow and expedite the movement in that sense. Curious to know, we want to save some time for audience questions. I know a number of you would have burning questions to ask our guests here. But last question I have, what predictions do you have in the next decade for this area of tech for good?
Let me kick it off by saying that the world's really sad right now. Okay, let me just kick off with that, right? If you look at the problems we have around us, like in the past 5 years, we had the global pandemic. You have Russia's invasion of Ukraine. You have probably one of the hottest summers, and then more recently, the deadly war in the Middle East. My prediction is, despite all of the doom and gloom, that the next generation will do it better than me and Kailash, right? Like people in this room. And I think that technology, whether it's AI, whether it's AR, VR, whatever it is, will play a big part in it, right? So if I fast forward 10 years from now, I see a world where a lot of people in this room would help, solve, all those problems that we see today, and technology will be a huge part of it, right? And doing it together.
I'll leave you with 3 things from me, I think, that may be helpful, a little optimistic. One, if you were to fast forward in the next decade and say, are we going to be living the Terminator environment or the Star Trek environment? I'm very much in the Star Trek environment. I think the technology is there for good, and I think we will use good, and good will prevail. I truly believe in that. There are a number of kinks we have to iron out today. So a lot of this simulated human thinking and action is based on data. And a lot of our historical data has bias in there, whether you're hiring or using it for certain things, and does it really cover underserved communities and so on. So we'll fix that. But once that's done, I really do believe that there's a lot of goodness that will come from there. The second is I'm actually excited, and I'm planning to be living in space in my lifetime. I don't know about you young people, but I just think that we have so much more that's going to happen, and I'm jealous that what you're going to see in the next 10 years will outweigh what I've seen in my 60 years or so. And the third is I tell dad jokes to my kids every day as a way to connect with them. So I'm going to leave you my technology dad joke to kind of give you my optimism. I don't know if you heard today, but the Oreo introduced their first artificially intelligent Oreo. I hear it's going to be one smart cookie.
You know, Kailash, I was actually thinking about asking you to end off with that joke because I saw a lot of your interviews online and you always end off with that. So you kind of read my mind. And also, on top of that, you mentioned about space travel. And I think for those people that know me really well, I traveled a lot when I was in college. And one of my goals is actually to travel to the moon. So that totally resonated with me. Awesome.
Jojo, I will just say one quick comment since we're talking about AI for good and technology for good. I'm a big believer that all of these things that we call technology are just tools. They really are. It's humans that are at the center of all of this. And I feel like we should talk about humans for good or mankind for good. Because if we get our mentality right, I think it's going to work just fine, the technology. Our kind of challenges I think we're going to face as a human race, and we haven't spent enough time thinking about this, is things like wellness, mental stress challenges. We're so addicted. Like I'm watching a number of you guys with your computers and phones and all those things while we're chatting, and I just think that, okay, how do we find ways to keep our social skills, our human kindness, that doesn't go away with the digital screen? I think that's my biggest worry that I think in the next few years we've got to look at.
Awesome. We'll have some time for questions. Anyone from the audience? Oh, wow, that's a lot.
I think we're done. We're out of time.
No, we do have some time. Do we have mics for the audience? Here.
Thank you. My name is Linda. I'm a graduate student at Berkeley, and thank you for your talk. And also your background is inspirational. My parents are also refugees from Cambodia, so just hearing where you guys came from is inspirational. So my question is, you guys mentioned the importance of interagency collaborations with government, and especially with AI and the opportunities of AI, and working with them. But some of the issues that I found is, especially dealing with infrastructure, specifically in transportation, working with agencies like the police department and the EMS, how do we get our, essentially them to work with us in acquiring the data? Because some of the concerns that they have is, well, there's security issues. We don't want to be able to give that data out because it's sensitive information. However, we need that data to be able to do generative AI that can help serve the public. So how do we get past that hurdle?
Yeah, I'll take that. Well, nice to meet you, Linda. Here's what I would say. Trust and transparency, right, is what I've found really works. Where you can be really open with what you're doing and the problem you're trying to solve. In general, at least with my interactions with law enforcement and also the three-letter agencies, they're willing to work with you. I mean, you think about it, and I've seen a lot of their capabilities. They're really, really old. And imagine this, going up to, and I'm making this up, right, but the CIA and saying, hey, you know what, I can bring your productivity down, up by 30%, just managing cases, right, inbound cases for you. I mean, that would be huge, right? For an agency of 35,000 people, that would be huge. So just imagine if you frame the problem statement, well enough, and you're fully transparent with what you're doing and how you're doing it, I think you'll be surprised that they'll be really open to it. I've seen a lot of startups. So I was at IACP, which is the International Chief of Police conference in San Diego just a month ago. And I mean, I just saw a lot of startups and innovation, and I was blown away, right? So I would say don't give up. If that's the aspiration, that's the goal, go for it.
Thank you. I like that answer. Is your mic? Thank you.
So, hi, my name is Armand. I'm currently a student here at UC Berkeley. We're here talking about tech for good, and there's a lot of ways that increased access to technology is beneficial to people. But at both like a micro and macro level, how could an increased access to technology like inhibit our growth?
Inhibit our growth. I don't know that it will inhibit, but let me give you a couple of examples. I think, Gerald, you had asked me at the beginning, one of my favorite technology examples. There's an organization that's working in Africa, and basically what they decided to do was, what is the most low maintenance, low impact way to teach kids in villages that have no electricity, no capability of transportation or anything. And they created this tablet, using open source, AI, all of that. And literally what they did was they drove to the villages, they left the tablets there on the floor by the village where they are, and they set up a solar panel that would charge it overnight. And that's all they did. They didn't even tell them like how to turn it on or anything. Within 3 years, they've got 300,000 children that are at the proficient level of math and some of the studying in villages that are so remote. And so when I look at examples like that, I think technology is there for good, it is being used for good. Now, use that same example of learning and education, and you look at how people become polarized, radicalized, how they become biased because of misinformation. And I think, was it yesterday, there was a school that had all sorts of pictures posted on there that were not real, and the students, and it creates all sorts of challenges. So I just think that no matter what industry, you could go down the list, healthcare, transportation, automation, robotics. For every good, yes, there's a chance that it will be used for something not so good and will hinder our human societal growth. But I just think that we need to accelerate all the good stuff. We need to have it on the front page. But one of my challenges is every day I wake up and I try and read a little bit of the global news. And and for years now, I've been doing this, and I would say 90% of it is all about the bad stuff. I have to work very hard to find the good stuff in there. Like, oh, this person helped somebody else, this person did. I just think we have to change as a society in that way to elevate the good stuff that is happening, and I think it will be just fine. I don't know if I answered your question.
No, that was great commentary, thank you.
Hi, I'm Felix from Cancun. Yeah. I have a question about if it's possible, or do you think we will have access to any tool to detect or identify AI scams in the future?
Sorry,
AI scams. Scams. Yeah.
AI is a scam. Okay, absolutely, yeah. So like, sorry, your question is if whether AI would be used for scams in the future?
If it's possible, identify that scams.
Yeah, no, I mean, and let me just maybe zoom out of that a little bit, right? And think about it in the context of, say, cybersecurity, right? And the use of AI today, just something as basic as phishing attacks, right? So we're seeing a lot of that happen, and I think we're going to continue to see that happen. But I want to go back to, Kailash's point, where I think despite that, there's still going to be more good for AI than negative, right? So you think about it, well, the bad guys have access to AI to, compromise the system. The good guys also have capabilities, and if you think about it, well, like at least at Flock or even at Ernst & Young, who knows your system better than you, right? And if you've got that capability, that AI, to help, prevent or protect the castle walls, I think, my guess is we'll stand a better chance than the bad guys.
I'll give you a quick example. A few weeks ago, I had the chance to spend 3-4 days with some futurist professors talking about where the future of the world is going. And in there, they gave us an exercise. They split us up into groups and gave us 30 minutes. So just 30 minutes. And they said, you have to come up with a product, you have to come up with a pitch deck, a video, photographs, and funding document that you're going to take to build this company out. 25 minutes. In 25 minutes, we created all of that using technology that's available today at your fingertips. And it was amazing. It's original content. It's not even, copy and paste. Yeah. So all of that is readily available. I just think the one thing we have to do to your question of scams and fraud and safety and security is, I think we as human beings mustn't lose the skill of curiosity, questioning. If you see something, I hope you're not like my mom. I love her to death, Mom. You're great. But she'll forward everything she gets on her phone. And I'm thinking, why are you forwarding things? You don't know where this is coming from. So my point is, question, be curious, ask questions, go deeper, understand, and validate things before you take something that you see, no matter where it is. And then I think we're going to be able to reduce the risk of a lot of that stuff. But we need to take responsibility in these scams and these challenges and not just say, oh, somebody should take care of it for us. It's not something we can outsource.
I think we have only time for one last question.
Hello, my name is Daria. My question is, whose responsibility do you think it is to make sure that this technology is developed and applied in a way that protects everyone involved?
Great question. I think it's all of us, right?
More specifically.
I mean, so I'll give you an example, right? If you think about President Biden's executive order, right, around AI, trustworthy AI and AI safety that came out last week, I think there's this broad mandate. If you look at what is happening in the EU around AI safety, they're trying to pass a bill in terms of what that should look like. I don't think that's going to work without all of us here in the room. I think it's going to be a collaboration between scientists, right? I think it's going to be a collaboration between the private sector. And I go back to this, right? I mean, the government is, honestly, despite good intentions, easily 3, 4, maybe even 5 years behind us, and they need our help, right? I'm pretty sure President Biden's using ChatGPT, but I don't think he gets, AI to its full context, right? So I think it's in all of us, and I think that the more we work together and we help the government and leverage whatever capabilities they have, I think the better we'll be.
Think back to the agricultural revolution, the industrial revolution, and all of those monumental changes that changed our human society, and ask that same question: who's responsible to make sure this is for good? And it takes a while. I feel like we're living in the era of just growing pains. I think we're a few years away from being able to really understand that question better. But I totally agree with Eric that this is you, me, all of us, because there is no central organization or body that's going to say, okay, I'm going to keep you safe and well and what have you. So we have a role to play in that.
Yeah, and just one more thought, before we wrap up, Gerald. I think, again, like, the way I think about it is we have this beautiful opportunity, right, to go solve anything and take your pick, whatever you're passionate about, whether it's, poverty, if you think about social justice. Well, why can't we use something like Mid-Journey to go solve something like that, right? I'm sure everyone here has played with Mid-Journey, but have we thought about how you can use that capability, right, to solve something meaningful in this world? So I think, again, I go back to, I think this is a gift that's been given to us very recently. I hope we use it for good.
Awesome. It's such a pity that we have run out of time. I'm sure the members of the audience would catch you around somewhere, maybe at the round tables. But yep, thank you so much, Eric and Kailash, for your time, and especially Kailash for being here on your birthday. And let's give a round of applause for our honored guest.
Amazing. I think all of those lessons, they're a great segue into what we'll be talking about next. Just thinking about being curious and always asking questions. Our next panel is on non-obvious lessons for fundraising. But as usual, if you are signed up for this panel, for this roundtable, then please make your way to the right of the room. We will be starting it shortly. And if I could just ask everyone else to stay seated. I will now invite Eddie, who is the co-founder and CEO at GOAT, to come and speak to us about this topic, and as well as Sam, who is a partner at Fenwick Invest and will be moderating this panel. Wherever you would like to sit, honestly. How about
Hello, hello.
Thanks for having us here. The topic of today's chat is going to be on fundraising and some of the pitfalls and lessons that entrepreneurs can learn. Next to me, a man who needs no introduction, Eddie Liu, who's the CEO and co-founder of GOAT. And I'll let Eddie explain a little bit about what GOAT's all about for those of you who don't know. My name's Sam Angus. I'm a partner in the corporate group at Fenwick and West. I've been practicing for over 25 years. I work with startups and venture-backed companies, investors, et cetera. And I happen to work with GOAT for many, many years, much to my pleasure. Eddie, why don't you maybe provide a little background on yourself?
Yeah, for sure. First of all, great to be here. I haven't been back to Cal in 12, 13 years, so it was great to walk around right before the session. But yeah, my name's Eddie Liu, co-founder and CEO at GOAT. We are a sneaker marketplace. We started in 2015 based on trust and safety. Now we're 1,500 employees, many billions in GMV. What else? We have four brands.
Is that billions with a B?
Billions with a B. 4 brands now. I mean, GOAT, we're actually called GOAT Group now because we have GOAT, Flight Club, Alias, and Grailed, 50 million members. So it's been a fun journey these past 8 years.
Excellent. When you say a fun journey, it's been quite the journey. I understand that when the company that is now GOAT started, it was not originally a sneaker marketplace. Why don't you tell people a little bit about the early days and the background, how you got started?
Yeah, I mean, we met Sam back in the early days because we were building a different kind of marketplace. It was called Grub With Us. It was a group dining platform where we brought people together in different cities around the world to go eat with other people at restaurants, like, I don't know, like a Berkeley restaurant. And you would just, let's say it was a startup meal, you would go buy a ticket to eat with other people, right? It was a great idea in theory. I actually met Sam because when we were starting that startup, it's like similar vibes to Airbnb. I emailed Brian Chesky at Airbnb and I was like, who should we use as a marketplace lawyer? And I still remember Brian was like, I trust no one but Sam. So here we are today. But yeah, it's been wild. I mean, in theory, I think for a marketplace to be super successful, you have to reduce all friction points in the marketplace. So when we started that group dining marketplace, the problem was that there were so many points of friction to joining a meal. Imagine if the restaurant's too far, the meal's too expensive, the people that joined already you don't like, it's all guys, it's all girls, I'm gluten-free, I'm vegan, I'm scared of meeting other people, whatever it is. Like, it was a great idea in theory. We actually raised $7 million for this idea. It's just there was so much friction to that kind of marketplace that we were just like, we threw everything we had at it, and it didn't work, so we decided to pivot. And we pivoted a few times. It wasn't just like once or twice. We pivoted a few times until, I would say, so we started that company in 2011. We did Y Combinator. In 2014, we decided to pivot. Like I said, we pivoted a few times. That was, so my co-founder, Daishin, he's been a lifelong sneaker enthusiast. He got his first pair of Jordans, nice shoes, Sam, by the way. He got his first pair of Jordans when he was 10 years old. He loved playing basketball. He got good grades, so his dad bought him his first pair, the Jordan 5 grape colorway. And for those of you who are into sneakers, you might know that Nike re-releases, or they retro sneakers over time. And 23 years later, after that first release, they retroed that shoe that he got, his first pair of Jordans from his dad. So he went on the largest sneaker marketplace at the time, which is eBay, to go buy this pair of sneakers. And he got them, and they turned out to be fake. And he was so bummed. He came to the office, he was like talking to me about this whole story, and we were just like, how come this day and age we're spending hundreds of dollars online and we still have to worry if something's real or fake? So then we were just like, hey, we're pivoting anyway, we still have a little bit of money left, why don't we create a sneaker marketplace and authenticate everything? That was just the basis of it. And we were like, okay, let's just try it. What do we have to lose?
It's a remarkable story, because I work with a lot of companies, and pivoting into an adjacent business is not uncommon. In fact, it's one of the hallmarks of successful companies, is they're able to navigate their market and their product to respond to the customer's needs. But this was at a whole new level, right? I mean, you're moving from a marketplace of dining and social networking to a sneaker marketplace, which is remarkable. Tell us about the conversations with your investors. Did you ever think about giving the money back when you realized that Grub With Us was not getting traction? What was that like?
So like I mentioned, we raised $7 million for this previous idea, and we had iterated a few times on different ideas, and we raised money from the whole cast of like brand name blue chip investors, right? We're talking about First Round Capital, Andreessen Horowitz, SV Angel, Upfront Ventures, the list goes on. And it wasn't fun, obviously, telling them constantly that we're pivoting. And so here's one fallacy, I think, unfortunately, some of us in the room will have to pivot your companies if you're founders at a given time. When we pivoted Grub With Us, the first thing that we thought of was, hey, we have all this IP around restaurant data, around people preferences. Let's build something adjacent to Grub With Us, because we had this data. None of us were passionate about building this anymore, because we were so burnt out from what we were doing, but we were just like, to save face, to like kind of do what we're doing, let's create another project around this. And we did it, and we launched, it lasted like 3 months, and we're like, let's just shut it down. And it was a huge waste of time, because none of us wanted to do it. If you told me, hey, you could start all over again, what would you build? It wouldn't have been that. It was like a Yelp competitor. It wouldn't have been that product. So that was the first thing we did. And then as we pivoted, we kind of did semi-tangential things until this sneaker pivot happened. And so we had probably $1 million left of the 7 million. And I asked all our kind of major investors if they wanted their money back, right? Just like, hey, we're pivoting from a food thing to a sneaker thing. Like, if you want your money back, let us know now, otherwise this is where we're going. And I still have some of the emails to this day, but for example, First Round Capital, they were just like, hey, we're gonna get pennies on the dollar back if you give us our money back anyway. Like, the money's worth way more to you than it is to us. Just keep the money, good luck. Right, and I know this for a fact, because I talked to like Upfront, which was our major investor. They like wrote us off to a 0, because they were just like, okay, these guys, they're done, right? They're gonna keep going, but they're done. And good for them that they all kept their money, and not one single person took their money back. And I think we're all happy for it.
Oh yeah, I think they're very happy for it. You mentioned that you started in Y Combinator, and there's a lot of startups that get started in accelerators and incubators, and it's actually a pretty robust market for those types of platforms. Was that helpful for you? If you were starting a new company, would you do that? What was your advice for companies that are thinking about going into an accelerator?
I mean, I think YC is great. Like, it was a much different program when we did it. There was 40 companies in the batch. I think there's like hundreds now. But as first-time founders, I would do it. I wouldn't do it over again, but as a first-time founder, I definitely would, because I went to Berkeley, I majored in computer science. I was a above average developer, right? Like I wasn't like, the CS61s were easy to me, but once I got to the higher levels, I knew I couldn't compete against some of these guys like in AI or algorithms or whatever. And when I got to YC, like all these people were like tech geniuses. One was the co-creator of Python. There was like others that contributed meaningfully to open source codes. I was just like, what are we doing? But you go to YC because you surround yourself with these brilliant people, and you just, my co-founder and I, we knew we weren't the smartest guys in the room, but we knew we could work the hardest. And the forcing function of YC is that it's only 3 months, and you gotta work your ass off for those 3 months, because every Tuesday there's a dinner when everyone comes together, talks about what happened, what they did, and it was a huge forcing function. We would, YC is based in Mountain View, and we there was one Safeway that was open 24 hours a day. We would just go to Safeway at the Starbucks cafe there and just code all night long, because we were just like, let's really use this 3 months as a forcing function. I've probably never worked harder in my life except for that 3 months, and I think that's the benefit of YC, because it just like pushes you, because you're up against all these other people that are trying just as hard to make their startup work. So.
And it's also sort of a vector point for introducing you to investors. When you're young, you probably don't have a lot of contacts among investors. They conjugate around these successful incubators and accelerators. In your first fundraise, so you mentioned you raised $7 million. I don't know if you raised that all, and I don't recall whether you raised that all in your first
We didn't.
go.
It was our seed and then our A.
Okay.
Yeah.
In your seed round, okay, you got this idea. How far along was the product? How far along was the pitch? What was the pitch to investors at that time? And this was Grub with Us, right?
Yeah.
And what was the reaction you got from investors?
So another thing about YC, which good point, because we started Grub with Us in Chicago. We had moved there, and we didn't know anyone there. And it's so hard to make friends after college. Like, please make all your friends now. Some of my lifelong friends are still from Berkeley, so it's hard, right? And so we started this thing to just like meet new people, make new friends in Chicago, and we tried talking to all the VCs we could when we were still in Chicago. The product was live already, and we couldn't get any traction, zero traction, right? The minute we did YC and we did demo day and all that stuff, like it was like the floodgates opened and everyone wanted to invest. People were begging us to invest. Don't ever do this, but like when you raise a seed round, you had a valuation cap. We were so hot as a company that we raised our valuation cap 4 different times during that seed. Do you remember there's like a series A1, A2, A3, whatever it was.
I totally remember that. Yeah.
And the last round, because an investor wanted to get in so badly, he was like, I'll give you a term sheet uncapped, just I want to give you money, right? It was like that crazy after YC. So again, it was a forcing function, plus you just got your brand out there.
Yeah, and yes, that was the environment back then. It was the environment a few years ago. So it will come back. I know we're in a tougher fundraising environment now, but as the conventional wisdom goes, it's a great time to start a company and be an early stage company. What are some? So you at Go, you raised your seed, your A, B, C. How much in total have you raised to date from Go?
On the primary side, about $500 million.
$500 million, and that's from seed investors, venture investors, growth investors, strategic investors,
institutional investors.
Institutional investors. Tell us a little bit about how you view each of those different types, and not each of them, but how they are different in a way, and how you approach them differently.
I think, every round is so different. The early stage, it's a lot about you, right? I remember my check from SV Angel, for example. I was telling him my story, just my background, all that stuff. And so after school, after a couple of years, I worked in investment banking at Lehman Brothers. It doesn't exist anymore, but it was an investment bank. Huge, quick side note. So I was a computer science major, right? I took probably one EE class all of Berkeley, and back then they were like, "Oh, you're a tech guy. Okay, why don't you cover semiconductors?" And I had no clue about semiconductors, but I was in tech, so they put me in semiconductors. That's probably why they don't exist anymore. But anyway, so I was working at Lehman Brothers. My parents, immigrated to the U.S. They couldn't get traditional jobs. They worked small businesses, whatever. And so I was at Lehman Brothers. I just wasn't passionate about working for someone else. I just couldn't do anything but think about working on something on the side. So my co-founder and I, we quit cold turkey from our well-paying corporate jobs and decided to create our own business. And I was talking to the investor at SV Angel, and I was telling him the story, and he was like, how upset were your parents when you quit? And I was like, oh, my dad was so pissed, because obviously he worked really hard to get me to where we are, right? And all that stuff. And I was just like, he was pissed. He couldn't understand why I would leave a great job to go create a business like he was trying to do, right? And right after I said that, he said, okay, I'll invest, right? Because it's in the early stage, it's all about your heart and your character and your passion and why you're doing this, right? If you're doing a startup for just the money, that's not a good reason, because it's so tough, right? So that's why they invest in the early stage. I would say the Series A at GOAT was one of the hardest rounds we ever did, because I mentioned how we pivoted and lost a bunch of investor money. No one believed we could create GOAT to be what it was, even though we already started having some traction back in 2016 when I was raising money. Everyone passed on us, every single person. I went up and down the valley.
Was it a little bit like you were pitching to these 30 and 40-year-old venture capitalists, and they were thinking, what do you mean, sneakers? Is that a really venture-sized business that I can invest in?
Yeah, even the Series C, the first thing an investor did when we hopped on the Zoom was, is this a thing? Do people really buy sneakers over retail price? And I'm just like, dude, we've been pretty successful so far, and you're still asking me these questions, right? So instantly you don't raise money from those guys, right? But the Series A, yes, it was a much smaller TAM than it is now, but I think the most successful companies are the ones who expand TAM, right? It's not hey, there's a big TAM, I'm gonna go after it. It's where is TAM going? So for us, it was so hard to pitch because of that, but also because we had failed so many times over, and people didn't believe in us. Andreessen Horowitz, for example, they invested in our seed round. They passed on us multiple rounds after that, because they were just kind of in our company for the past 10 years or whatever. So that was really hard, even though we had some traction. The person who invested was Josh Hanna, who's a Cal alum, so go Bears, but Matrix Partners. But he invested in our Series A. We kept growing. It was bananas during our growth during 2016. And our Series B was the easiest round I've ever done in my life. This is not expected, but for the Series B, wasn't even trying to raise yet, half raising, right? I live in LA, so I flew up to the Valley, went to one firm, and I never met them before, but they were already preparing a term sheet. And then I went to Excel, who passed on us in the Series A. And the minute I got there, Ryan's a big sneaker guy, right? And so I got there to the office, and he literally, I kid you not, blank piece of paper, he was like, I'm sorry I messed up on the Series A. How much do you want to raise? What valuation do you want? And just promise me if I say yes to it that you'll sign with me today. So I literally wrote down $25 million, $100 million valuation. And he was like, this is good? I'm like, yeah, it's good. And we're like, all right, let's do it. And it was the easiest fundraise I've ever done in my life. So, yeah, obviously we were growing like crazy. As your company gets more mature, it's all about the numbers at that point. They don't care who I am, who anyone is. It's about how are your CACs, how are your year-over-year growth metrics. Let me look at cohort data, user data. It's just a full colonoscopy, because it's literally these are institutional investors. They do this for a living, right? They value companies and stocks all the time. And so when you're at these pre-IPO rounds, it's just about the numbers. And now I barely even participate in the fundraisers. Our CFO does, because again, like I said, they don't really, I just go in for the soft, I don't know, just the qualitative stuff. And then the next 5 meetings are with the CFO because like it's just about the numbers.
Yeah, and it's an interesting observation how that continuum of vision, momentum, who the founders are, dominates sort of the earlier rounds, which makes sense. And then as you develop more traction and there's more evidence for investors to make a investment, to execute on their investment thesis, it gets more objective. And the types of investors you begin to interface with are focused more on those numbers. You also took an investment from Foot Locker, which was an interesting partner. It's a strategic investor, as probably a lot of you know. Strategics, corporates are investing. What was that like? Was that a unique situation where there's some things that you needed to look out for in that round in interfacing with them?
Yeah, I mean, Foot Locker, less people shop there now, but I mean, they have 3,000 stores in 27 countries, and they were and are the kind of the biggest footwear retailer in the world. So when they are looking to invest, there are just so many partnership opportunities, right? That can exist. So you have to listen. I would say in terms of being an investor in our company, since they don't do this for a living, it's actually a lot more painful to like get to the right place with them because they have commercial interests as well as financial interests when they invest in a company. So it's not like a VC where they, again, do this for a living. They have a playbook. As a corporate investor, there's kind of like a lot of different rules. We didn't negotiate just valuation, but there's like data sharing and partnership agreements and like kind of what the scope of work we're gonna do in the partnership. And like, talk to me if you ever want to take money from a strategic, but like that commercial agreement, like 95% of it, we negotiated that so hard, but 95% of it doesn't get done, right? So it's just like such a useless point of time or use of time. But yeah, I mean, because I think strategics have a day job, they're not just financiers. They're pretty low lift. I think for the most part, it's fine. It's money plus potentially a partnership.
Yeah, and they're usually following a financial investor to set valuation. But you make a very good point, Eddie, in that their interests are generally different than financial investors. And sometimes you may not understand what their long-term strategic goals are. Foot Locker obviously is sort of a legacy business, right? And you guys are the future. It's clear from our standpoint that they wanted to associate with you because you were the new, you represented the future. And in negotiating a lot of the commercial aspects of the financing, we had to be very, very careful about not limiting GOAT's opportunities going forward.
For sure.
So this is the classic question. I want to also encourage people, if they have any questions, I'm going to okay, yes?
What advice would you give to companies whose like values and vision are more geared towards like the younger generation, like GOAT, who like to VCs that are made of like a bunch of old people, they might not be convinced. Like what investment advice would you give to these folks?
I think every VC has their specialty. The good thing about old VCs is they have kids that are young enough now, and I think a lot of our board members even and VCs, they'll talk to their kids about what's going on because they don't know, right? I'm even aging out of what you guys like these days, but
are you an old guy?
I know, but it's find the right VC. They'll do their homework. They need to understand the new generation. A lot of VCs are actually not that old. I found out because it's getting to be a young person's game, and so I do see a lot of VCs kind of understanding things more, but you have to fight in the right one.
Yeah, and it's totally agree, and also it's less about the fund and more about the individual partner, which is key. And I think you should talk about this. Is that partner invests in your company. It's like a marriage. They're going to be on your board, and you're going to need to get along with them. And hopefully they respect the fact that it's your company. They're there to provide advice and support you to be successful. If you God forbid, you get somebody who doesn't resonate, that can be very disrupting.
Sam knows, but I've had my share of good and bad investors. Let's say that. So it's so important to get the right partner, someone who is going to have your back during the good and the bad and respect your vision, because he knows I've had VCs that don't share those, and it's really, really hard to get rid of VCs on your board. It can be done. We've done it. But so again, talk to me if you ever are in that situation. But I hope that none of you have that. Before you take money from a VC, make sure you talk to the people they've given money to, because hopefully they'll tell you kind of the real dirt on if they're a good or a bad board member.
Yeah, and go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah, very interested in this industry. We do like 3D printing with like 70,000 printers around the world, and I keep getting requests like 3D printing shoes. No supply chains, on demand. Is that something that's really something that's happening now, or do you see in the future? Just what's your opinion from coming from your industry?
Nice New Balances, by the way. But technology is always going to infuse in products. I think to the extent they can make 3D printed shoes comfortable, and they have a good designer on. Nike's done a bunch. A couple other companies have started to do it. So, why not?
In the back.
Hi, my name's Kush. I think I talked to Sam a couple weeks ago, but I own a small company, and it's in a niche market, and actually I sell ants and ant farms online, and I'm currently struggling to scale the business past the six-figure mark. So I was just wondering, how do you grow in a market when your TAM is smaller? Do you move to adjacent markets, or do you move to do you force your market TAM to grow in a sense by trying to do other things?
Are you the leader in the ant farm market today?
I would say yes.
Can you differentiate at all?
By differentiate, what do you mean?
Well, so real quickly, when I started GOAT, we did 3 things differently than the traditional marketplaces that still hold today, that are still very important to the company. One, of course, we authenticated everything that we sold, so it's not just a peer-to-peer network, it goes to us first for us to authenticate. Number 2, we built a brand around the marketplace, so it's not just a transactional marketplace that you see online. You can see that with GOAT. We really have put a brand around it, and that's allowed us to get so many partnerships. We partnered, like Balenciaga sells regularly on us, Versace, Alexander McQueen, all those companies. And so, we did a couple things. And number 3, we SKUified the database. If you look on eBay, for example, it's a very unstructured database, but we SKUified the database. So if you're looking for a New Balance 550 gray, all the sellers compete against each other on one SKU, so that you're not looking at hundreds of listings, right? So we did those 3 things differently than the traditional marketplace. So I'm not sure if that exists in your industry, but can you differentiate yourselves so that you can become the leader in the ant farm business? Is there some way of reducing friction, or some delivery method that's better, or whatever, that you can create? So, yeah.
Yes. So let me repeat. Yeah, I'll repeat the question. The question on, in the early days when you pivoted and were having trouble getting funding for your new idea, which was the GOAT, which would eventually become GOAT Group, how did you manage that?
And you were saying why was it a good idea to pursue, right? So for me, I think, one, you never know for sure, right? There's an element of luck and timing in all companies. But what we saw was that, one, the world was getting more casual. I mean, if you went to a conference like this 10 years ago, we would be wearing black and brown shoes on stage. Guaranteed.
I'd have a blazer on.
Yes, guaranteed, right?
Very nice tie.
But now, when you go out to a club, you go to a date, whatever, you can rock sneakers, right? And so we started to see that the world was becoming more casual. And number two, we started to see that the younger generation was becoming more fashion forward. You know, like when I was going to high school, like I could wear the same pair of shoes every day of the week and no one would care, right? But now, like the younger generation, I mean, you guys are all, you know, like it's mixing and matching stuff, right? So it's not even like, again, like when I was younger, you would go to Nordstrom and just buy this season's clothes to wear for the next year, right? But like now, people like to mix and match. They like to mix and match high and low, new and used, luxury, affordable, all in one outfit, vintage, whatever, right? And so that's what I think Goat Group provides, where we like to say our mission is curating the best products from the past, present, and future, because that's how the generation shops these days. But that was our thesis. Like kids were getting more fashionable and the world is getting more casual. And yeah.
Well, it's great that you recognize that trend. That's very, very similar to what Airbnb did in their market. And they recognized sort of this larger trend to room sharing and home sharing, and they leveraged that. Riding that wave, in addition to executing great as you've done, provides a huge boost for your company. The fact that you're riding a sort of bigger societal wave. Yes.
Okay, I think we're almost out of time, but in terms of brand building, that's the question, like why did we decide to brand build? And it's one, like, again, I have a co-founder, one co-founder. I'm like I was the computer science guy, right? The business computer science guy. Like I'm all the back end stuff. My co-founder, he's like the designer. He's the reason why the site looks the way it is, why it's so cool. So I give him all the credit for wanting to build a brand, not myself. Obviously, you know Daijin. Yeah. So, and you know, he just really had a point of view that marketplaces are just so stodgy and transactional and lacking soul. Whereas, again, this generation cares about where they shop and like how they want to shop at a place that makes them look and feel their greatest, right? So he was just like, let's build a brand so that we're not just a marketplace, but we can become a retailer as well. And we've seen that come to fruition, right? Because now we have a bunch of sellers on our platform, but also the brands sell on us as well. So we have the best of both worlds. We have the first party product and the third party product only because we built a branded creative experience. We'll take Balenciaga, for example. They would never sell products directly on eBay, right? It would be dilutive to their brand. Everyone would be like, why is Balenciaga selling on eBay? But they want to partner with us because we elevate their brand. We educate like the new generation about what it is, what luxury is, and they see GOAT as a gateway for the younger audience to transition as they become older to luxury products. And so we see a lot of the luxury fashion houses want to partner with us.
Great, thank you. I think, do we have any more time?
One more.
Oh,
okay.
I'm sorry. Yes, one more.
Ooh, yeah. So, I don't know if you know our story, but my co-founder and I, we started our kind of startup journey when the iPhone just came out. Coming from banking, I was a huge BlackBerry user because it was a physical keyboard. And he had to really convince me that the iPhone was like the next thing. And we would have typing contests at home because I was not convinced that he could type faster than me on a virtual keyboard. But here we are today. So we created apps and games. We actually busted out one a week, and we made a very meager living on it. But we learned how to build apps quickly, efficiently, better and better. So I would say kudos to you for getting to 500,000 users. I think it's a start, and wherever it takes you, it's a building block, in my opinion. Like, yeah, like the problem with games are they're hit-based, right? So there's no guarantee of success for the next one. Same with our apps. Like, we built some really good ones, some ones that flopped. But I think just keep grinding. If this is your passion, like, I don't know if we talked about this, but like, I just was never a good employee. Like, I just couldn't like care. I couldn't care less about working for someone or doing something else. Or so for me, it was like building a company was like the only path for me, because I just didn't want to work for someone. So it was creating a company, but then just constantly iterating the business, and then that's why we chanced upon Grub with us, because we were just constantly trying to find new ideas. So I would just say, if that's your passion, just keep grinding, keep working, and then I think you'll stumble upon something as long as you're resilient.
Yeah, and is there ways to, low effort, low cost ways to continue to validate this? I mean, for instance, if you've got 500,000 downloads, are you monetizing this at all? Is there a way to monetize? Is it subscription? Can you do a series of games? So I would try and turn over as many cards as you can for as cheap as you can. And once you sort of develop those data points, I think you've got a fundable company there. Yeah. Yeah.
I think it's gonna be hard to get funding in this market with past success, to be honest. Like I said, just find what you're passionate about, and whether it's building the next game or not, but like, just, you gotta grind. It's, yeah.
Thank you, guys. Yes.
So first of all, thank you for coming today. I find myself in sort of a similar position. I currently run a retail SaaS company. I want to ask you, how did you find sort of the courage to pivot after you received all that funding, post like seed around it, and like, how did your employees react to that decision?
Well, I would say we threw everything we had at Grow With Us. We tried everything, and yeah, people always ask like, how do you know when it's time to pivot? Like, we tried everything. Like, I talked about all those friction points. And so we're just like, okay, like, people don't know when it's time to go to a meal, or if there's vegan options for them. So we created like something called Grub Tonight, which was an app which was prefix, same day dinners, whatever, and people still didn't show up, right? So we were just like, it's time to quit. Plus, we didn't even want to go to our own meals anymore. We were just like, God, it's such a chore to go to these meals. And so for us, it was just like, we knew it was time. Like, there was no ounce of us that wanted to continue, and so it's like, let's just pivot. So I think, I mean, I don't know, like, once you're not passionate about a project, like, life is so short, just like, it's time to change.
Thank you. I've been told that that's our last question. I want to thank DECODE and certainly Eddie for his time and wisdom, and thanks for having us.
Thanks, everyone. Go Bears.
Amazing. Thank you both. Oh, that's loud. Thank you both so much. We heard a little bit about how Eddie managed to take his idea and really understand a need in the market, iterate on a product, and build. So segueing from that, actually, anyone can conceive an idea. And it is through our unique lived experiences and the ability to connect with others that we discover challenges in our lives and think of ways to make it better. So speaking on exactly that, we have our next panel called Dare to Dream Big, From Idea to Reality, featuring Sarah, who is the founder and CEO at Be Humane, Jay, who is the co-founder and CEO at FlowGPT, Ethan, who is the CRO and co-founder at Texla, moderated by Will, who is a senior at UC Berkeley.
Maybe I'll keep Hello. Thank you all so much for being here. I'm thrilled to be moderating this and have three distinct and diverse founders. So without further ado, this is Sarah. She is the founder of Be Humane. Jay, he is the co-founder of FlowGPT, and Ethan, co-founder of Tesla. I want to start out with Sarah because, like this conference's theme of unlocking our human potential, Be Humane's mission is to create a world where every student can reach their full potential. Can you please share a little bit about your personal journey into entrepreneurship and what it is that Be Humane does?
Yeah. Thank you. Hi, everyone. So I'm originally from Croatia, and I'm a school social worker. So it was on my second year of college when I was working on a family abuse case and problems with youth mental health that I decided that I want to spend my life's career on preventing this problem to happen in the first place. So having had some personal challenges with eating disorder, it wasn't until I started to work on myself through emotional intelligence that I managed to overcome those challenges. So I saw emotional intelligence as a superpower and something that can really help the students thrive. And I was really lucky to get a job at a Gen Z social startup. And while I was studying social work, I had some experience in a startup, and that led me to write a thesis about emotional intelligent usage of technology. And with Yale Center for Emotional Intelligence, we built a new framework, tested that, and it had incredible improvements for students' technology habits. And after that, I was like, okay, I'm ready to move to United States. And I flew to New York. I went through incubation program, and that was last year in July. So Be Humane is gamifying social development of the digital generation. And we are using game-based learning approach to help students to develop, practice, while educators assess and measure their progress.
That's amazing. And Jay and Ethan, can you also share a little bit about your entrepreneurial journey and what it is that your programs do?
Yeah, sure. My name is Jay, and I was a second-year CS major at Berkeley, and I dropped out this January to start FlowGPT on full-time. So at FlowGPT, we're really trying to enable everyone to create and connect with different AIs without knowing how to code. And what we believe that's what LLM enables everyone to do, basically build AI native apps without the knowledge about how to program. And before FlowGPT, I was doing another startup in my freshman year. So it's another AI B2B SaaS product. And I went through Skydeck, but it failed. So yeah, this is basically my journey.
Yeah, I'm Ethan. Also dropout, hard act to follow from Sarah over there. But I, non-technical founder, I got started in sales very early, dropped out of school and started door-to-door sales because it just didn't feel like it was lining up with what I wanted to do. And I scaled a couple companies from 0 to 10 and ended up raising some money when I was younger to open up some gyms because I was very passionate in the fitness industry, got into tech through that route. And being someone who, I can't code to save anyone's life, I went into a consulting role, and I was lucky enough, actually, one of my clients ended up being my co-founder here with Tesla. So I've always been passionate about helping entrepreneurs, small businesses, business owners, and he brought a problem to me that he saw when he was at Twilio, which is how I was working with him as his coach, and really big cost disparity and entrepreneurs and people that don't have engineering teams or the ability to engineer on their own, getting kind of taken advantage of in the market. So Tesla is a communications platform for small businesses. We do SMS, WhatsApp, Facebook Messenger, things like that at enterprise wholesale rates. So instead of upcharging folks like Twilio and Vonage to the market, we give them the same access to what the big folks get. So that's what we do.
That's awesome. And so, Sarah, you started from a research program. Ethan started from a full-time enterprise sales role, and Jay, you started right off the bat from undergrad. Like you mentioned, you were both in accelerator programs. So I'd love to learn a little bit more about those experiences and also how your different stories around getting to your current position of a full-time founder have shaped the opportunities and influenced your entrepreneurial perspective.
Yeah, sure. So I think that being in academia really helped to get that groundbreaking research part, which really helped us to like we talked to policymakers, youth workers, educators, and then also teenagers from 6 different countries. And just getting the insights from what are the most occurring challenges that they're facing and how they're tackling it was really helpful. You know, we did a qualitative study and just talking already got a lot of ideas about the product. So after having published the research and doing the paper testing in Croatia, we actually involved students in our product development. So we asked them questions like, what are the best mediums for you to learn? What do you think about the game approach? And it kind of landed on the thing of like meeting students where they already are, finding those virtual spaces where they spend a lot of their time. Like there are 200 million users on a monthly basis on Roblox. So the games approach seemed to be very relevant for us, and especially having that kind of experiential component to it. So I think that it really gave me a great perspective in terms of like how to approach building a startup and having more of that scientific framework of like assumptions and a hypothesis. And yeah, we just had a demo day on Thursday. We finished Techstars, and they really helped to get more of that business experience, because beside being a social worker and having worked in a startup before, I had to self-educate a lot on the entrepreneurship. So the combination on all of that was really helpful for us to have a clear path, and now launching our first paid pilot sites in January that we are very excited about.
That's incredible. Congrats.
Yeah, I feel like I'm very lucky to be a Berkeley undergrad. Go Bears. But basically, I really appreciate the ecosystem Berkeley built, because it really provided me with some of the best access to great people. You can really easily find and work with young, talented, and smart and hungry people to find your potential partners. So I personally found all my founding members, my co-founders, my mentors, advisors, and even angel investors all from the Berkeley ecosystem. So I really appreciate the ecosystem here, basically. But for me, myself, I actually was really into trying to build something myself. And actually last year, I tried and tested a lot of different ideas. I built a lot of MEPs to validate the idea if they went health. So through those other experience, I really got a lot of opportunities to work with different people. And that's how I found the first group of founding team member when I found this idea really took off. Yeah, so I would say like Berkeley ecosystem really gave me a bootstrap, a jump start into the entrepreneurship.
For me, I always knew I wanted to, have a business. I tried the fitness route because it was something that I was very passionate about. I was an athlete in high school. It's a very tough business, and it's not very profitable for anyone considering it. And then things like COVID are a real problem. But I wanted to get into software. That's what I knew. I came from a small town in Louisiana, did not come from money, and had to figure out how we could, fund and source, and I needed a technical co-founder, and there's a lot of things that I felt like I didn't have, but I knew what direction I wanted to go in, so I started sales roles in the software world. I was founding AE at many different companies, VP of sales, VP revenue, and then I actually left to start consulting with companies. I've got to work with folks like HubSpot, Zoom, Gong, a lot of your leading startups today, and that put me where I'm at. That put me around the right people. I think it's about your team and being around the right people in the right rooms at the right time, and if you consistently strive in that direction, it will work. Like, that's the secret of the universe, and that's how I think I got here.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. Team effort. And actually, Ethan, you can keep the mic. So, like you said, you went through a variety of roles and were mainly focused enterprise sales, but now you are CRO. The CRO title is a little less common, yet it holds one of the most important responsibilities in an organization. So, can you share what you do in the role of a CRO and how that role is, in fact, pivotal in the success of a major organization?
Yeah, I've worked with a few different structures, so I don't know that there's like one right way. We're a 5-man team startup, so everyone wears the hat where they bring the most value. So I think like capitalizing on what you're good at instead of what something should look like or what it's supposed to on paper is the better way to go about it. And you do things that don't scale early, and that's okay. So for me, sales is obviously most of my background expertise, marketing as well. So as CRO, I oversee all of our sales motions from like the PLG motion and how do we acquire leads and get people through the funnel and sell them with the product, and then strategic sales and targets and how are we going to expand, wedge into new markets, release, we're going to release our product. How am I going to position that to our existing customers in the new market to upsell, expand, and that sort of thing. And then also in Tesla, I oversee customer service. That's something that I did for a really long time, and as like a small business owner, and we are servicing small businesses, and one of the like big challenges there is they expect like a really high level of service, and they're also like not huge 6-figure SaaS deals that you can afford to have dedicated account managers and things like that. So you have to figure out how we can build a customer service program that delivers what they need and delivers the experience to maintain the customer relationship and help the ones that maybe aren't as technical, they have more challenges. So that's what I do in Tesla: sales, marketing, customer service. That's what I do.
Yeah, that's amazing. Yeah, I myself have history in sales and understand that aspect you're describing about the experience, and have some items that, looking ahead, it's thinking about the financials and all this and that's about it. So I know you also recently raised a round, and for a lot of entrepreneurs, raising money may in fact be that highlighting moment or the dream that they want to next achieve as a benchmark. Can you share a little bit about that? And then Jay, I also know you recently as well raised a round, so if you want to talk on that as well.
I've closed some really large deals as like a rep at companies, some 8-figure deals, things that I got to experience a whole lot. So when Luke, my co-founder, pitched me on this idea and we wanted to go raise money, I thought, this is gonna be a walk in the park. This is what I do. It's probably one of the single hardest things I've ever done in my life. And first 2 months of that was just getting kicked in the teeth all day long. So it was a big adjustment from, you're trying to explain the vision of your company, what problem you're solving, how you're going to go to market, how you're going to help people, why is this better than the competition, why hasn't someone else done this, why doesn't Twilio build this, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. All in like 3 30-minute conversations, decide if they want to fund your company or not, whereas I'm used to being able to work through this over 6 months if this were an enterprise SaaS deal, and multiple stakeholders, champions, coaches, who your like buying committee is, et cetera, and figuring those things out. And you just don't get any time to it. It's right down to it. And I think it's what I learned the most is how to concisely storytell very quickly to make things like in industries and verticals that people don't understand, understandable and relatable, and like doing homework on them and what their background is, and like making comparisons to what they know. And we ended up raising almost $3 million. We just closed out last month, and we're off to the races. So
major congrats. Yeah. Major market. That's right.
Yeah, so we actually raised 2 rounds already, in a total of about $12 million. So the first round was in March, and the second round is just recently. I think what I really like about building a consumer startup is data and growth is everything. We got a lot of inbound calls from different investors because we're actually doing a lot of analysis based on the web traffic, and they analyze the growth rate of different products on the market. So I totally agree that your ability to express the story of the vision behind the company is really important. And I think in the end, it's really what data and the growth tell the story, because all of our current investors actually did a huge due diligence on the data side, and they actually asked for access for your database to prove your growth. So yeah.
Yeah, totally. If you want to add
Yeah, I'm just happy to provide a different perspective. We've been bootstrapped, and I moved to New York with $800, and it was really, really tough surviving. But we're lucky enough that at the end of that trip, we got our first angel investment, and he's been supporting us ever since. And then going through an accelerator program definitely provides a lot of perspective, and we're now officially going to start with our pre-seed. So I'll be more wise on this topic in 6 months.
Well, let's see you soon. So Jay, really quick, you mentioned vision, and I know a huge component of your platform is about AI native apps for those of us, myself included. Can you explain what that means and why that's important?
Yeah, of course. So we think LLM or foundational models are really a new type of computing platform, just like computers or mobile phones. And on this platform, you will be able to build a lot of different applications to solve different use cases. And I think what's unique about foundational models is in order to build app or like AI native apps on it, you don't need to know how to code, because the communication language in order to communicate with the platform and use its ability to build applications is actually purely based on natural language, which is called prompts. So when everyone is using ChatGPT, you're actually already using prompts to call the foundational ability of the platform to solve for some problems. And that's why we think we are really excited, because that really dropped the barrier to build softwares significantly. So I think before foundation model happens, all of the software solutions was built for solve really huge problems that are either a lot of people have these problems or the business value of the problem is really high. That's because the cost to build software is really high. You need a group of professionals working for a month, and the talents was really centralized. That's why the cost and the time to build is really high. But when like foundation model came out, we found individual people without like knowledge about how to code can create applications to solve problems for themselves and their local communities by themselves. That's why we think the cost to build software really lower down. That actually opens up a huge software market for a lot of different long-tail problems. So our vision is really to build a platform to let everyone to build, find, and connect with those different apps.
That's amazing. And I know we only have so much time remaining, but my last question for you guys is, in a prior conversation, in fact with Sarah, she said something that really resonated with me. She said imposter syndrome needs to be redefined as imposter moments. I would love to know from all of you, what was a pivotal moment or turning point in your journey that you felt uncertain about, and how did you overcome that fear?
Every single step, every step of the way, you've never done it before. Every single thing you're ever gonna do that's worth anything, you'll have never done it before. And if you believe you can, then you can. And if you believe you can't, then you can't. And if you work hard in the right direction, over and over and over again, you're gonna have the continued moments of feeling like an imposter. I have, every time I've started a new company and I go to sell, Northwestern Mutual on a MarTech platform, I'm speaking about financial management and managing hundreds of millions in advertising dollars that I have never done and don't really know anything about, except for what I got taught and what I choose to educate myself on in that role. So once you try, you're gonna fail, and if you keep trying and moving in the right direction, you can overcome that. And so I think it's like never gonna stop, and I think that's how you know you're learning and moving forward and growing. Like that's how you grow, is you do hard things.
Yeah, totally can resonate. But for me, how I really overcome it is, I think it's still one of the prestige to build a consumer platform is you have a huge group of users who actually love your product. And every day I feel like I'm being pushed by our users to fix the product, to improve the product. Actually, I got frequent calls from our users at 3 a.m. just to fix the bugs on the product. So I think the things to overcome it for me is personally really love your users and want to solve the problem for them. And you know the right thing to build because your users already told you. Yeah.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. And I think that what really helps me with my imposter moments is knowing my passion and the direction, and there's nothing else that I would rather be doing with my life than doing this. And it's super hard. And I remember when I moved to New York, it was like a Web3 incubation program, and majority of people were technical, and I'm a social worker. And I was like, what am I doing here? I can't even, do these conversations. I don't even know what to say on these technical questions, but just seeing what we accomplished so far, and sometimes looking back really helps, so that you can have those multiple data points across your life where you demonstrate yourself, okay, there was a challenge in my life and I overcome it. So having that continuous flow and momentum of seeing yourself that once when you choose to focus on something and really give it all of your energy, you are capable of doing it and you can learn anything that comes your way. So I think it really comes down to having a great support system and just remembering why you've chosen this path and that you really can do it. There's always people that are going to be around you that will be there to help and reflect back to your progress.
I love that. And to continue the momentum, we're going to open it up to Q&A. If anybody from the audience has any questions for these three incredible founders, we have a mic floating around here, too.
Ethan, what's been the difference for you between selling someone else's stuff to selling your own product?
Yeah, surprisingly, I think it's harder because I know I'm in every conversation with our whole team around every problem that we have, problems that our customers are experiencing, things that we want to fix. You're constantly in roadmap meetings and thinking about vision and the next thing, and then I got to walk out of that and get on a sales call with the product that is today. So I think for me, I have to remind myself hey, I can sell that story as you coming on board and supporting the startup at this stage. This is the value that I know we can deliver for you. This is what other people are doing, remembering the basics of sales, right? As outcomes and problems we're solving for you. And then also letting them in on that journey, making them feel close to you. This is the secret of SaaS sales in the startup world, is people get invested in the team, in the vision, they're on board with that. So obviously, if it was a bad product, then that's a problem. But assuming you have the things you can solve for them, the outcomes you can deliver today, you can sell them on the bigger outcomes, and they get to grow with you and deliver feedback and actually kind of have a hand in how the shape of what gets prioritized and what the product looks like these have all said, and listen to your customers. So this just becomes part of the sales process. But I found it to be harder because I know what all the problems are. I know where all the holes are.
That's too funny. I think we still got a few minutes left if anyone else from the audience has.
Partnerships are a big way of building your business. Can any of you speak about the partnerships you're using to grow your company?
I can start. So we're really using the partnership to build brands. We are actually a creator community or a developer community where a lot of creators figure out how to write great prompts to solve problems. And we have a lot of partnership with different foundational models and other AI products. For example, we have partnership with Google. They have their own foundational models called Palm. They want to raise awareness in our community. So, and we also have partnership with Cloud, Anthropic, and also Hugging Face, because all of the people are really trying to build an ecosystem where the core creators or developers can use your products. So I think it's a really great way to build branding, because when people think of your brand name, they can connect with other great brands, so they trust you.
I can also speak from the perspective of tapping into someone else's resources. For example, I just had recently a meeting with Harvard's Skills Lab, and they're really working a lot on the assessment tools in our area. So being able to have those kind of collaborations with someone who has the resources that are focused on a specific part of your company, and seeing how you have that collaborative, iterative process with them can be super helpful. And then also on the other side is about the brain awareness, partnering with companies that can invite you to deliver speeches and share about what it is that the company is doing can be incredibly helpful. Like I was invited to deliver a keynote speech at Arizona State University, which is where I've met my now 2 new employees. So it was an incredible opportunity to go talk about what it is that we are doing and the research behind it, and then also being exposed to the new talent. So I think there's like multiple ways how you can go about it.
I like to categorize partnerships. So you have like distribution, sales, channel partners in that way, and then you have also like PR, like Sarah was mentioning, and like getting you in the right place, the right people, being associated with certain brands. Like we have partnerships with Twilio and Vonage. Those are very big channel partners that which like revenue is directly generated. And there's a lot of opportunity though, because those are both very large publicly traded companies. They host a lot of events. They cater to a lot of vendors, which then there's some vendors of those are like vertical SaaS models that would be good partners that I get to have dinner with that I would have never met without that partnership. So I think there's like categories, like channel, PR, and then like if there is support and resources. So having partnerships with folks like providing IT services or marketing services or anything like this that can boost your business down the road. Because sometimes, even if you're not actually paying them, but you have a relationship, you have a resource you can pick up the phone and call and get some feedback, and you're going to get a little bit better treatment in the sales process if you have to use those services. So I think there's like a lot of different times, a lot of different types of partners, and it's important to categorize them.
If we have time for one more question, if anyone from the audience.
Yeah, to Jay, like just find out like what did the first iteration of FlowGPT look like, and how many iterations has it been to reach where you are now?
Yeah, it's a little bit embarrassing, but the first version is an exact copy of Product Hunts for prompts. So I built the first MP in 2 days. With my co-founders right now, and we copied the entire UI, UX, a little bit about the name, and also the features from Product Hunts, but for a different type of content, which is prompts. And we actually launched on Product Hunts to co-start and get the initial group of users, and that really that's how we co-start our product. I think the iteration right now is, I can't really count it, but basically we have a version update per week, and each week we have like about 10 to 20 fixes. Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you so much, you three. And to continue the conversations, we're going this way towards the round table. Let's give it up for Ethan, Jay, and Sarah.
Amazing. So as Will mentioned, if you're signed up for a roundtable with these panelists, please make sure to make your way to the right side of the room. But for everyone else, we were just hearing about how treating your users as community is something which is really powerful. So using that as a segue, we will actually be talking to a bunch of really cool content creators now. Our next panel is on building a growth career with high growth creative products. And for this panel, I want to invite Sandy, who is the Director of Growth at Descript, Junyan, who is the Head of SMB Growth at TikTok, and this panel will be moderated by Gorik, who is the well-known author and actually Wall Street Journal best-selling author of The Unspoken Rules.
Hello, everyone. Thanks so much for taking the time to be here today and for sticking around for this action-packed panel with JY, Junyan, and Sandy. We're gonna, as you all know by now, we have folks on the live stream as well as folks here. For those who are on live stream, I'm gonna be keeping one eye on the Google Doc where we'll be sourcing questions. And then for all of you, you all get the equivalent of TSA pre-check in asking questions to our panelists. So if you have a question, go ahead, raise your hand, and I'll look around and keep my eyes peeled for whoever has a question. And that will also be my cue to stop asking my questions. So again, we want to prioritize your questions. Please raise your hand if you have any. But without further ado, want to first introduce JY, Head of SMB Growth from TikTok, and Sandy Diao, who leads growth at Descript. First question for starting with Sandy and then to JY. Sandy, you work on growth at Descript. Could you explain to me, as if I were maybe a 12-year-old, what is Descript and what is this growth thing that you do?
Ooh, that's hard. I've only had to explain things as a 12-year-old in interviews. So firstly, I'll start with what is Descript. Descript is an audio and video editing tool made as easy as a Word document. So the idea is you upload audio or video footage and it transcribes so that you can edit audio and video like the way you would edit text. So in a nutshell, that's what the product is. Growth, in simple terms, is figuring out how to grow things. And at companies, it's figuring out how to grow users and revenue. So that's what I do on a day-to-day basis.
Hello, everyone. So what we do, I think, if I think about the growth for TikTok, we are really just a funnel. So the top of funnel, we have more than 1 billion users. And the next step for that, for business side, is how many people we have as active business without spend. Whether you are, I think people may heard about it, you are a shop, which is our very fast growing segments, or like you are just like actively account posting business content on TikTok. So that's the second step. Then advertising or starting to advertising and retain advertiser. So that's really the funnel we see. And my job at Growth is really making that funnel stronger and more people passing through each steps and retaining there.
Very cool. And we just met a few minutes ago, and during our conversation, it turns out that the two of you go way back. So when it comes to the word career, you have some career advice perhaps for all of us on how to build relationships, nurture relationships, and end up in a panel like this together. What's the origin story of how the two of you met?
I'd be happy to kick that one off. So actually, JY was across the interview room with me when I was working at Meta several years ago, and she was on the interview panel and apparently gave me the yes so that I could join the Meta team on the SMB growth side.
Yeah, I know about this great conference through Sandy, and thank you for introducing me here. And as Sandy talked about, right, like we met at Meta, had the pleasure to interview Sandy. We all are very impressed with her and actually needed to do several rounds of selling to get her on board.
I had a chance also, in addition to meeting the two of you and chatting with you, go on your LinkedIn profiles. And boy, it's extensive and lots of impressive logos, from Discover to Facebook to now at TikTok. Sandy, for you, Meta for sure, Indiegogo, both of you have worked there, I believe, or actually you've worked there and now you're at Descript. Now you're both leading growth at your respective companies. You both started off studying business in undergrad. How did you get from business undergrad to where you are today? What were those career moves that you made you so successful?
That's a good question. I take a minute. I think maybe I will talk a little bit about my journey until TikTok. I started as Discover, and I was an advertiser, like buying Google ads. And it's very clear at the end of it, like Facebook come by, represented this opportunity, and they're like, we are open up our inventory, and that's probably more than Google's inventory combined. So like at that point, I was like, okay, that's going to be a next big thing, or like a next big change. And I tried to make my way to Meta, where you kind of from advertiser side to the kind of platform side and figure out how ad systems work. So that, and at Meta, I was actually in the same department for 7 years. What I enjoyed there was it's a high-growing company at that stage, joined at 2013. So even you're not seeking opportunities, there are opportunities thrown at you. So every 1 or 2 years, they will ask you to take an entirely different direction. And that's what I really enjoyed. And then I kind of missed that at the end of Meta, where things are significantly slowing down, lots of more, I would say, hierarchies, which makes things much harder to move. And then like moving to TikTok, where is kind of seeking for that dynamic environment, things moving super fast, and they are looking for people to taking on different challenges. That's why I joined TikTok. And TikTok, what kind of excites me is I moved from like the marketing growth side to the product side. The idea is I wanted to see like get closer to the most critical part, and for ads, that's really the product side. And what I enjoy that experience is things moving so much faster. Like you got opportunity working on how AI changes as the industry, how automation changes the industry. So if I just summarize that, I think I've always trying to find a company and a segment that's growing, because I know there you are just going to get opportunity to grow and try different things. And two, I tried to move from an advertiser to the platform, and to like where the core of the business is. And for ads, that's more of the product side that provides scales to millions of SMBs.
I think in my explorations of my career early on, firstly, I mentioned earlier that growth in my jobs have been figuring out how to grow things. And I think since my time in college, I've always tried to figure out how to grow myself. So when I was a student here at UC Berkeley, I had anywhere between 5 to 6 part-time jobs going at one time. And that was just this endless pursuit to chase new knowledge, new skills, new challenges, and grow myself ultimately. And I think when I looked at jobs after school, that's really the core value that I continued to chase. And I ended up joining Pinterest at the time, which was an early startup, when they were 30 individuals in that company. So being an early employee there meant that I could stretch myself, wear many hats, do a number of things. And ultimately the skill set I developed was becoming somewhat of a Swiss Army knife, basically a jack of all trades, but a master of none in some ways. But I really loved that because it continued to help me understand the boundaries of things I didn't know, and that gave me more conviction that I could help stitch together for companies all of these different areas and functions, whether it was sales, whether it was marketing, whether it was product, etc., and figure out a cohesive growth strategy and set of tactics. So for me, that's how I ended up chasing this career of growth and growth marketing.
Very cool. And I'm wondering, which of you are hiring, or your respective companies? Are they hiring or are they not hiring? Can I get a raise of hands? They're both hiring. Okay, let's look around the room now. Who's looking for a job? Raise your hands. Okay, quite a few of us. Good to know. What are you looking for when you're hiring someone onto your team? What makes a candidate stand out?
I can kick off here. So I work at Descript, and Descript is a 150-person Series B startup. So we're a little bit smaller than TikTok, I would say. We're a lot smaller. For us right now, or me building out the growth team in particular, we're looking for someone that is that generalist, the general athlete who we can throw problems at and meaningfully come up with solutions. So if that's something that excites you, I think that would be a really great fit for us.
The 3 things we are looking for is, I think everyone looking for that, but the number 1 will be the willingness to try, the willingness to expose to different culture, solve hard problem. The second part would be capability. The fundamental of it is ability to think deeply and to collaborate. And the third thing is potential to grow, and we are a growing company. We're constantly looking for people who wanted to move up to leadership roles. And I will say we are hiring pretty aggressively, but in very different ways. If you ask me 3 years ago, our headcount in a given year, 3x, like from 20 people to 60 people, right? And every month you want to hire more than 10 folks. That's the growth we are having. This year, we have a different mindset, right? We're still hiring pretty quickly, maybe 20% of headcount on top of what we have right now, but extremely hiring right is way more important than anything else. We'd rather not fulfill the headcount, but one of the two candidates were able to show strong willingness, capability, as well as potentials.
Thank you. And I see a number of hands up, so I'm going to accelerate. I have maybe 2 more questions, and we'll get to the questions from all of you. One question I have is, both of you work in the creator economy. And when I think of the creator economy, I think of, well, people who've upended all the things that we know and that we've assumed to be true. Things like stay in school, put your head down, get a good job, climb up the corporate ladder, and pay your dues, whether it's educationally or professionally. Meanwhile, we're looking out there into the creator economy, and we're seeing people a fraction of our age sticking a microphone in front of someone on the street and going viral and making tens of thousands, maybe millions of dollars on this content. So when I think about the career decisions that all of us are now making, bring us back to, if you could return to Northwestern or to Berkeley, and you're a college student right now, how would you spend your time knowing where the world is going now? Or if you're just starting your careers now, what are the things that you would focus on to keep yourself relevant in this new economy?
Sure, I think, first of all, what you said is so true. I talk to businesses a lot, like creator economy or businesses who get to TikTok, figured out the secret sauce, and are able to sell millions or tens of millions of merchants. I think there are lots of opportunities out there. So I think if I were able to choose, then I feel like right now, I think things are a little bit shifting, right? Like with the emerge of live content platform like TikTok, where honestly, if you are professional creative makers or you spend $50,000 on a video and put it on TikTok, they may not have the same effect as you self-shooting 10 seconds of videos. So I will just tell you a story that we heard from one business. This lady literally was put her phone up and literally just shoot the package of a cosmetic product. Didn't even open it, and the setting is they're inventory hub, right? Or shelf of product. Didn't show the product, didn't show her face. I think that's where is her starting point. I think that particular video somehow got 10 millions of views and kicked off his kind of business and journey at TikTok. So I think that's one thing that's really kind of shifting what is good content made, how products are being sold today. And the second is definitely the power of AI, how that adds into the creative client services, sales, ads. So probably I felt like those are the 2 areas, if I can go back, would really think deeply on how that can change the different ways of business and see what opportunity can be found there.
At Descript, one of our company missions and one of our visions about the future that we're building for is that everyone is and can become a creator. So if I were to actually embrace that vision and think of how I would change what I do and be in your shoes today, one thing I would relentlessly try is to experiment and build things, even if it's not my formal title or role to do so. And the reason I say that is because if you think about it, what is content creation at its core? It's creating new writing, new text, new videos, new images. And you can be a creator if you're writing emails, if you're recording videos of yourself, if you're filming documentation, or if you're doing more of the traditionally known storytelling through channels like TikTok, Snapchat, Instagram, etc. So there's a lot of ways to define what creation is, and I think it's easier really now than ever to get started on creation with almost $0 in cost. And there's so many tools at our disposal. You can get a branded content channel up and running for what I would wager to be no money spent except for your time, your dedication, and your focus. And I think these experiments are worth running because content is meaningful only if it has a purpose, and that content can be used to promote yourself as a brand, to build a business, to sell some other types of products or services, but it's really easy to experiment, and I would do more of that, and that's something that we want to inspire at Descript too, which is we're building an audio and video editing tool so that you can make content easier and faster.
It's a good seg over to my last question, which is, here I am asking about what would you have done if you were in college now or just starting your careers now? We have folks from all around California, the country, some traveling in from around the world to be with us here today, and folks from all different paths with respect to their careers, some maybe a little bit further along in their careers than others. As you look out into the world today, in the creator economy or elsewhere, what do you feel like is the biggest missed opportunity, or an opportunity that you feel like more of us should be taking advantage of, but for some reason, folks haven't been raising their hands yet to do it?
I can start. I don't know if anyone haven't noticed it, but I will just say the equivalent of TikTok in China market operates very different than how it's today. So if you think about it, the TikTok's power is the traffic. They have 1 billion users and lots of impressions served to the users. So in the other markets, even like some of our Asian market, we believe it's important to understand how well you can monetize your videos. And typically, like photo is least telling, meaning like low production, but it's just a photo. And video should be way more effective at converting those traffic or monetize those traffic. And the live should be even way more effective at monetize. So that's the trend, right? Like live first, video second, and photo third in terms of efficiencies. I think that's how it is for like a lot of other markets, but not in US. In US, I think most of the time it's photo, and the people find it way harder or way less willingness to do the latter. And I think there is a space there. I think even we went to some of Southeast Asian market, the market catch up so much quickly, right? Like people like operate around that hypothesis, right? Like how can I provide large quantity of creatives, either live or video, at a very cheap price. And somehow the industry at US, I think they at least didn't catch up the same speed as we see in other markets. And I feel like there is opportunity there to be found.
I think maybe building on my previous answer here, which is I think everyone should do more experimentation with content creation. One thing that I think is surprising is that there are a lot of really cool, exciting new tools at our fingertips. Many of them free to try, many of them lower cost to try, but you can basically create a video that's really polished, well scripted, has video, has audio, completely without ever standing in front of a camera. And these are these synthetic generative AI tools that allow you to clone your own voice, use a stock voice, completely generate a video on the basis of a script that you don't even have to write. It could be totally GPT generated. So I think there's just a lot to try there. And I've been surprised that probably, out of 10 people I talked to, maybe 2 or 3 have tried this or even understand the power of these tools and technologies, and everyone else is watching what others are doing or wondering what's possible or wondering whether or not their jobs are at risk in the future. And I think once you see the power of these tools, you most likely, and this is my perspective and I feel strongly about this, you'd feel like these are tools at your disposal and that you'll do your jobs 10x better as a result of having access to these. So I think kind of figuring out how these types of AI tools can augment your work and help you is something that is undervalued, and I wish more people would try.
Very cool. So you heard it here, folks. Use these tools and go live. You heard it here. I noticed there was a question from the audience from over here. Does anyone else have questions? We're going to now move in to, we'll go this way. Here you go. If you could please share your name and then your question.
Sure. Hi, my name is Vincent. Thank you guys so much for taking the time to speak with us today. This is sort of a hypothetical, so feel free to skip this question if it's a little off topic. But Sandy, seeing as you are a self-described jack of all trades, JY, you're at TikTok right now, I have a question for you guys. How would you guys grow Be Real? I'm sure you guys have heard of it. I think they had a great launch, and I think what they suffer from right now is like they don't have enough growth and they don't have enough monetization. So as experts kind of in this field, how would you guys help them? Be Real, sorry. If you guys are.
Are you on Be Real by chance?
I'm not on Be Real.
You haven't gotten a notification to take a picture of the person sitting next to you?
No, I used to be on it, but now it's not that engaging. So I'm curious what you guys would say about growing something like that.
So you just gave away the answer there, and I'll start by saying I was on Be Real for 2 hot seconds, which was I tried it because I heard other people were on it, and it was fascinating, and it piqued my curiosity, and I never went back. And my observation on it as a person in growth is that retention is the core of growth. If your business is not solving for retention as its core problem and mission at the very, very onset, then you're going to really struggle. So I think oftentimes when new products emerge, it's great and really important that you can find that sliver of how you can attract people's attention and get people excited. Of course, we all want to go viral. But if the growth machine itself is not focusing on retention at the end of the day, your business is basically going to be a faucet that's leaking into, you know, a very, very large pipe of water out of the system. So I think for Be Real, I suspect, and the thing I would double down on is figuring out what are their features that are focused on retention and why aren't users continuing to use the product.
Did we have a question somewhere around here? Or everyone's interested in Be Real? Everyone has the same question? Thank you. Your name and your question, please.
Hi, my name is Nikith. Thank you guys so much for taking the time to speak here today. Sandy, this question is more for you. I'm sure working in growth at a company of Meta's size is very different from working in growth at a company of Descript's size. So just wondering, what are some of the similarities and differences that you've noticed there?
Thank you.
Yeah, there's a lot of differences and perhaps similarities as well. But one thing I'll probably touch upon that Junyan actually alluded a bit to in her earlier presentation was the fact that probably with larger companies, they're more mature with their systems of growth. So there's a lot more opportunity to systematically talk about things like the funnel, right? She gave a very clear articulation of, I know precisely what I want the user to do step after this, and then we can have a very precise measurement on it, and we'll know exactly the aspects of the funnel to target on, whether it's an activation problem or a monetization problem. You still have that at smaller companies, but you can have far more outliers that change the directory and give you step function increases in the graph so that maybe next week you look at the funnel and it's like, whoa, it's completely different. My assumptions on it have changed. I also think that at earlier stage companies, the set of channels that you use to get traction in new markets are really different than the set of channels that you rely on in larger companies. So for example, when I was working with Junyan at Meta, a lot of the channels that I oversaw were email-based, messaging existing users. At Descript, they're totally different. We have to focus on driving more upper funnel growth and net new users. Additionally, some of the tactics like going to offline conferences and recruiting customers there work well when your base of customers is small, but at Meta, Junyan, I imagine, is not sending her team to every conference out there and acquiring customers that way. So I think it's a matter of the scope of the problem and then how consistent and reliable that data is so that the growth ends up being more systematic.
We had a couple of questions on this side. Your name and then your question, please.
Thank you for the speech. My name is Leonid, and I have a question about Web3 social medias, and what is your fundamental opinion of utilizing blockchain in social media, kind of like motivating creators using blockchain, posting more, and do you feel competition from them? Thank you.
Who'd like to take that question?
Yeah, it's interesting. I have my own personal opinions, but maybe I'll have my logic brain on for this one. From the growth perspective, it's really hard to target and grow users within that space because a lot of the scaled channels that we rely on identification of who those users are and where they might live. So a lot of the growth tactics that we utilize in, say, paid marketing for retargeting, just being able to understand that that user visited a certain page or who they are and the actions that they took within the product allows for us to retarget them on channels like TikTok and Meta and Snapchat. And you can't quite do that when all of your users are bound to the blockchain and you don't quite know how to identify them. So it becomes challenging to run marketing at scale in that way. So a lot of how I've seen, Web3 or blockchain native products grow is a lot of top of funnel work that drives awareness at the very top, and then that eventually trickles down into usage, right? And then the company grows and is able to grow because of that. So I think that piece of it is challenging. The other thing that's challenging is figuring out where the market actually lies from a utility perspective. I think that a lot of Web3 products or even blockchain-powered products can have varying types of utility. And at least with a lot of the early adopters that we saw, they were really drawn to the aspect of
the market need. What I can bring to the table, and really hone on that and make that, how to say, make that like you are like one of the best person who are good at it.
So I think that's actually the third part of journey I trying to take home.
We only have about 10 seconds left here. Both of you have interesting projects that you're currently working on. I'd love to hear, what are you currently working on and how can folks stay in touch with you?
Quickly on my end, I'm teaching a growth marketing course through Stanford Online, and would love to meet folks who are interested in developing their skills there. So shoot me a note or get in touch. Would love to tell you more about the curriculum I'm developing and get way more feedback on that.
What are you working on? Any last words of wisdom?
My biggest problem is like job is already busy, so hiring, take care of my kids, and learn more about the future technology. I think we think automation and AI will a big thing for changing advertiser industry even further. So that would be a kind of interesting part for to understand more and understand how that foresee how that can change the advertising and make earlier investment there.
Great. Well, thank you so much for your sharp questions, everyone, and thank you for your thoughtful answers. Thanks.
Okay, I think all of us know the drill at this point. If you're signed up for a roundtable session with them, please make your way to that side of the room. But since we will be launching into our next panel really soon, I will ask everyone to stay seated, all the people who are not part of the roundtable session. I'll give folks a couple of seconds. Amazing. So I think the previous panel was really cool in talking about content creation and how you can utilize your leverage in the market to really build on your existing capabilities. The next panel is something which I'm personally really excited about. I know all of you are as well. It's actually a behind-the-scenes fireside chat where you will get to hear from Ben Smith, who was the former technical advisor to the CEO, Sundar Pichai, at Google, moderated by Shuo Chen, who is a DECODE board member and also the general partner at IOVC. In this panel, you can expect to hear about lessons from the early days of Google. Ben was one of the first few employees at this huge tech giant that we see today, so definitely get your questions ready for the end of the panel. But without further ado, going to welcome Shuo and Ben to the stage.
Thanks a bunch, Seibel. Super excited to have Ben here. Please grab any seat. Super excited to have Ben here with us today because it's a real treat given you're very private online. As we were just chatting, can't find much information about you online. So definitely start thinking about questions that you all might have for Ben and ask him for all sorts of good stories. So hi, everyone. My name is Shuo. Wonderful to see a lot of familiar faces. I run a venture fund called IOVC. We invest in pre-seed software companies, but what's also really cool is that I'm on the faculty at UC Berkeley and I get to work with a ton of the organizers as part of DECODE. So really exciting to see their annual conference come together. And also thank you all for being here. I know we are pretty much the last session right before the board AMA, so thank you for sticking to the very end. Promise it'll be good. So without further ado, I want to launch into Ben's story. So Ben, obviously you were one of the earliest employees at Google. Can you start even a little bit further back about your background, your story, how you even ended up at Google in the first place, and then tell us a little bit more about that story?
Yeah, that's a great question. I was a PhD student at UC Santa Barbara, and the summer of '99 I was looking for an internship. And one of my professors, let's say, or a Google employee, probably 5, had been a professor at UCSB and had just started at Google, and my advisor said you should go talk to him. And I was doing distributed systems research at the time, which was what I was really excited about. I'm like, I don't do information retrieval. That's just not my thing. He says, no, you really ought to talk to those guys. They do a lot of distributed systems. Turns out that's almost everything that Google does. I ended up there for the summer, and I stayed there for 21 years. I think a part of what really got me to stick there was I got really excited about the product. I think search as a product is a super compelling product. I think it is a very useful product. I think it solves a lot of problems for a lot of people, and that got me really excited. From a technical engineering perspective, they're really cool problems, right? The scale at which Google operates, the distributed system scale, the user scale was just kind of blew my mind, even back in summer of '99, and it kind of only got bigger.
Before I ask you further questions, I want to ask you for more details about how your role evolved over the 20-some years as well, because we literally in one sentence blurred over 2 decades. So tell us a little bit more about how that role evolved and what are some of the coolest projects you got to work on.
Okay. I started as an engineer. I was hired as an engineer. I think there were about a dozen of us doing engineering. It was a very flat structure. Google stayed very flat for probably way longer than it ought to have. And I was working on search as an engineer because everybody was working on search. I did engineering as an engineer probably 5 or 6 years, and then I started doing management. And over the years, my scope grew. I ran a large chunk of engineering, mostly on the product infrastructure side of the house. I did a lot of search infrastructure. I started Borg, which was the cluster management system that Google uses still today. And I did a lot of work on the identity team. I actually did a lot of work on privacy too. By the end, I was a fellow, which is a technical title. I was a VP, and then my last 2 or 3 years there, I was a tech advisor for Sundar.
I think for a lot of folks sitting in the audience, we have a good kind of portion of the audience who are students, and then of course a lot of other folks who are experienced. For maybe the students who are in the audience, can you tell us a little bit more about how you thought about your career in terms of how you even figured out to join Google in the early days?
That's a crazy question. I'm not sure I have a great answer for that. I think a lot of it for me was I think I was really lucky in that I got to work on problems I was interested in, and that for a large fraction of what drove me was this is a really interesting problem. This is an important problem, and part of being lucky at Google was there were a ton of those. I think there were paths I ended up heading down when I was at Google, and it was important work, but it was not stuff I loved doing. And I wasn't my best employee then, and I would shift to go do something different because this is not the kind of work that I want to be doing. Google's ended up being a huge place, and it had the advantage of a lot of opportunities in that context. But for me, a lot of it was I got excited about interesting and hard problems, and I felt like even in the context of being at Google for 21 years, because that's a long time to be in a single place, and what it is. But the company kept changing, and the kinds of problems kept changing. The company that I started at in '99 was very, very different than the company that I left in 2020. And you have probably at least a dozen different companies in the midst of all of that. And so it felt very different kind of throughout the whole time.
Yeah, I actually want to dig into that a little bit more because we were chatting before about how now in retrospect, it seems like Google's business model is so obvious, but in those early days when you were there, it was not so obvious. So tell us a little bit more about how those early days looked and some of the lessons learned, and even around how the core engineering product and the business model even came together.
That's a lot. There's a lot of question there. So to set the context, it was '99. Most people had never heard of the internet. Most people thought the internet was maybe AOL. I'm not kidding. Most people got on the internet by dial-up, right? And so there was not the Wi-Fi, there was not the phones, and so even the concept of internet was not something that was really in the public consciousness at the time. And there was the craze of Netscape. I think that was '95 or '96. And it was starting to be a thing. This was, maybe you might see a domain name on a Super Bowl ad, which was kind of really shockingly spectacular. But at the time, In retrospect, Google looks inevitable. At the time, there had been 3 or 4 years of search engines, and they were kind of known to be not viable businesses. There was a Lycos, there was an Alta Vista, actually here out of Berkeley, Inktomy, Eric Brewer's startup, also a distributed systems problem that found search. It was kind of interesting for Google to go into this space. And I remember having lots of conversations with people that how is Google going to make money? And Google's model initially was search as a service. They would sell search to all of those internet companies that were really exciting in the late 90s, early 2000s, because you wanted to do your own site search sort of thing, and we were really good at that. Same business that Inktomy was. That market kind of collapsed when all of our customers went out of business, right? If you're selling search as a service to a company and the company's out of business, it's really hard to continue to draw revenue from them. And so that forced a big shift. And I think part of the reason it collapsed was, the business model of the internet in the late 90s was banner ads. Banner ads, pop-up, pop-unders, all of that sort of stuff. And a big part of the dot-com collapse was advertisers realized that those ads were worthless. They didn't drive customers, they didn't drive sales, and so they stopped spending money, and all of these businesses that had been dependent on that revenue stream died, which forced Google to find a completely different kind of revenue stream, Google didn't want to do banner ads, but search as a service was just not viable because there weren't any customers left, for some approximation of none. And so that is kind of how Google ended up down the path of the ads business that they had in search today, which is really they did the search as a service, they did a CPM, which is cost per impression sort of business. That didn't work very well because incentives weren't well aligned. They ended up on the cost per click CPC business, which then aligns a whole lot of incentives. And there was a lot of discipline about how Google did that because if advertisers don't make ads that users like, the users don't click. If Google shows ads that the users don't like, Google's wasted real estate. And so that ends up aligning a whole lot of incentives. And that was really the beginning of the rocket ship there. I think the last piece of it that really transformed the business was, it's hard to imagine these days, but if you wanted to buy ads back in 99, 2000, your salespeople would call their salespeople, and you would work together and get some creatives, and then they'd send the marketing collateral and blah, blah, blah. It was really the show up with a credit card, go to a forum, type in your information, and 30 minutes later your ad is on the site. And that was, I think, the kind of the final piece of the unlock around the business model. A long-winded answer, sorry.
No, I think in addition to just doing brief internet history for folks to remember those days, I think an important detail to pick up there is what we were starting to talk about earlier around how oftentimes when capital is tight or markets are difficult, it tends to be when it enables some of the best companies to be built. And Google was started a year before the dot-com bust. So it wasn't successful because of the dot-com boom, but it was successful partly because it learned how to do more with less during those harder days. And I think for a lot of the students and entrepreneurs in the audience today, they're building in an environment where it's not the same capital abundant environment that we were in just a couple years ago. So maybe you could tell us a little bit more, because it's directly relevant for them all. What were some of the benefits that Google was able to derive during those days because things were harder?
Yeah, there were I can think of at least 3, so hold me to that. First, Google was really lucky from a talent perspective. All those startups that had gobbled up all the talent, they went out of business. There was a glut of brilliant people on the market, and Google was the only company hiring, right? So Google was able to cherry pick a whole bunch of really, really smart employees and retain them. So that was a huge advantage. I think there was one of the other things that Google did, partially because the capital markets dried up, but partly because of the inclination of the company, is there was a lot of, engineering discipline about how we built, not just what we built. And I think one of the most interesting technical and product things about search as an engineering problem is it's an engineering problem where the more compute you throw at the problem, the better the results, right? But it's also an engineering problem where there's obviously more than one way of doing things. Like what most naive version of search, for folks that don't understand search, when you go type a query into the box, Google doesn't go download the whole internet right there on the fly and do a whole bunch of work. Like there's not enough compute in the universe to solve that problem. Google's done a whole bunch of work in advance. And as you think about how you build your system, there's a whole lot of ways of doing the same problem but smarter or more efficiently. And that, if you have that kind of discipline as you're building, those don't change, they don't change the user experience, right? When you search, you still get great results. They don't change necessarily even the quality of the results, which is part of the user experience, but it changes how much money it costs. And so if you're thinking about a business, if you spend, if it costs you, if you make a dollar per million or 100,000 or whatever, dollar per thousand searches, say, but it costs you $2, you have a crappy business, right? But if you spend less than $1 to do 1,000 searches, and you can make that dollar be 80 cents and then 70 cents and 60 cents and 50 cents, suddenly your margins get really, really nice. And so Google, partially because of the timing of the dot-com crash, partly because of the talent, was able to spend a lot of time and energy on that long-term engineering that changed how search worked, but not necessarily what the product was. And when you change how it works, then you have more money, and then you can spend some of that money on making your index bigger, or your results faster, or spend more time looking at more results, which then gets you better quality. And so you have that leverage to start trading off because of the discipline on how you build.
I think there's a couple of takeaways here from what you've shared. One is for aspiring founders or folks who are building now, this is a great time to be thinking about talent, because that's probably one of the most scarce resources here. And then to your second point, it's also a great time to be thinking about how to do engineering better for the long term. So not just building a good product now, but continuing to iterate on that. And speaking of the how, this is a conversation we've had before that I think is really interesting to share with the group here. We've talked about the difference between of how we think about search versus how we think about generative AI, given that has been all the buzz in the news. So I thought it could be interesting for you to share with everyone a little bit more, because you've described the how of engineering search better. How does that ecosystem look relative to all these LLMs that are emerging?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think you're sitting here and you're saying, well, I'm not building a search engine. How is this relevant? Actually, some of you might actually be building a search engine. You actually just don't know it. That's probably half of the companies that I interact with and advise. They're like, we're doing X, Y, and Z. I'm like, you realize that's a search problem? I'm like, no. And then you walk through and you're like, here's kind of what search is and at some level, I'm of the belief that search is one of those fundamental product primitives. In the same way that identity is. When you think about your product, many products at their core are a search problem. Like you're trying to find the right thing in a bucket of stuff. But I think as you're thinking about from a generative AI perspective, you have, if you step back, there's a bunch of principles where you're thinking about changing the how of your engineering. And some of the companies I work with, they will say, hey, we do this extraction across content, and it's a very expensive problem, and we need to refresh it on a periodic basis, and it's costing us a ton of money. And if you think about something like Google search, if you're crawling a bunch of web pages, you don't crawl all the web pages at the same frequency. You pick the most important ones and you crawl them more often, or the ones that are more likely to change and crawl them more often. If you think about that from a generative AI perspective, if you're doing extraction across a large blob of data, you might choose which blobs of data you care about more. Like it might make more sense to extract information from videos that users use a lot, or you make a lot of revenue a lot, and you might even want a higher quality model to apply to that content than you would for stuff that matters less. And you don't say, I don't do the stuff that doesn't matter. It just has a lower priority. It's refreshed less often with lower fidelity. And so thinking about changing how you build, it works there too, where it's like not all content is equal. Not all users are equal. Maybe your paying customers get a better quality experience, faster latency. Maybe you think about even caching results so that you don't do the same work multiple times. There's a lot of the same sort of kind of how you build principles that seem to be universal to engineering.
Speaking of search being kind of a fundamental core problem, we've talked about some specific examples. Can you share with us some examples? I think we talked about email, for example, being kind of a form of a search problem. We've talked about photos even being a type of a search problem. If you can share that a little bit more with the folks in the audience.
Sure. How many people use Gmail? Okay. You know what your inbox is. It's just a search. It's a search across the database of your email with the query term is in inbox. Right? And Google kind of betrays that as you can kind of do the custom searches. You can say is : in inbox. It's just a search. And like if you click on your sent tab, it's just another search. And you can take those search terms and add, Ben Smith, is in sent to Ben Smith. That's just a search, but even your inbox itself is just a search. And if you think about search kind of as a core problem, there's a problem of retrieval, which is finding results that matter, and there's a problem of ranking. And Gmail says retrieval is all the emails that match your query words, and the ranking is sort by time. It's just a search. And it's actually implemented underneath as a search.
One cool thing that you pointed by mine too, that I always noticed before, but I didn't know why, was when I get different search results when I just type in the keywords versus when I actually enter the keywords. I just thought that was a cool detail. Can you share that with the audience?
They actually run on two different systems. What we call suggest, what Google would call suggest, where doesn't sort by time.
Actually, can I ask how many people notice? Has anyone else noticed that in Gmail, when you just type in the keywords and it suggests a few emails?
Before you hit enter.
Before you hit enter is actually very different than when you hit enter. Has anyone else noticed that? Yeah, I noticed that so many times, and then it was only until after I talked to Ben that I figured out why.
Yeah. So in search, like I said, the search as an execution is typically done in two stages. You retrieve the results that are possibly relevant, and then you organize them by importance. Right? And one is retrieval, one is ranking. Ranking, there are all sorts of different kinds of ranking algorithms you could apply. Like if you think about something like your Facebook feed, it's actually a search too, right? And it ranks by whatever their decision about what should be up at the top of your feed. And the suggest box on Gmail actually does relevance-based ranking, where once you've hit enter, it just does time-based ranking.
Yeah, so for a lot of you who are building startups, it could be that you think it's a complex problem, but it's formed by a few kind of foundational problems that are rooted in search. So absolutely a conversation to continue here. I was looking at all the questions that we had collected, we had talked about in advance, and that I collected from just audience members throughout the day. I don't think we'll have time to get to all of the clusters of them, but I'll ask maybe one last question from my side, and then open it up to folks who want to raise their hand so you can start thinking about your questions here. Since we're running out of time here, the last question I want to throw you, Ben, is when you're thinking about now kind of your career in retrospect, what were some of the most unexpected lessons that you had picked up during this time that you think would be highly beneficial for folks here, whether they're joining a large tech company or they're founding a company of their own?
Oh my goodness, I was afraid you were going to ask that question. It's a really good question. I think one of the fundamental differences, especially when you start a company, versus coming out of academia. You come out of school, and if you learn the material in the course and you master it, you'll get an A, right? The rest of life doesn't work that way. As a startup, if you listen to what your advisors say, or you listen to what I say, or your board says, and you do it, it doesn't mean you're going to win. It doesn't mean you succeed. And at some level, what you need to do is you need to take it in as data. Right? You shouldn't ignore what people say, but ultimately the path you take, the decision you make as a founder or as an employee is your own, and you end up being responsible for the outcome. And I think especially when you're thinking about starting a company, right? If you only rely on conventional wisdom, you will only be treading a path that other people have already gone down. Your only hope is to out-execute people, which is not a great path to be on. I think conversely, if you start a company, you say, I'm going to do everything different. I'm going to build my own data centers. I'm going to build my own HR system. I'm going to reinvent the internet before I get started on my problem. You will almost also certainly fail. And so as you're thinking about it, you need to be very intentional about the set of established principles that you break, where you think you have a key advantage, and then go along with the rest of it, because you can't boil the ocean.
It's really helpful advice to end on before we open up to questions. Oh yeah, I'd love to open up to questions. Mike.
So I want to go back to search. And all of big tech has all had this incredible ambition to build a real business around healthcare. And they've all failed. And now with electronic medical records being much more ubiquitous in massive amounts of clinical data and medical records, there's another opportunity to invent search to really help around so many use cases in the medical community. Google just announced this Vertex AI, if I'm not mistaken, right? And the message was they're going to use all of that great search knowledge to be able to bring together all of the medical information to allow for a lot better diagnosis. So I'd love to get your perspective on whether that's a realistic vision at this point. This is going to be the difference maker for them.
Yeah, that's a tough question. I am no longer at Google, and I don't speak for Google. I think it has a lot. I don't know the specifics of this product that you're talking about. I think it has a ton of potential. I think one of the reasons I think search is in many ways a core primitive when you're talking about product is anytime you have more data than you know what to do with, and you want to find the right bit, search is really good. I think even this is where AI is incredibly useful, because it is tremendous at finding hidden patterns in massive data sets. And so I think the combination of those two done very well, I think my intuition, I'm also not a doctor, my intuition is that that if you have a good, clean data set around a lot of health outcomes, a lot of treatment, a lot of patient diagnostics, there's a whole lot of really interesting, useful things, patterns that you can find in that space that human beings just don't see.
Part of our job as board members is to ask tough questions, so that's great. Any other questions? Don't be scared. We don't bite. Yes.
Hi. I've seen in the past a couple text-based, search-based applications come out, like AccuFlow. I don't know if you are familiar with it. I was wondering, this is a very useful way to go about finding and retrieving information, documents, anything really. And I was wondering what, according to you, is the reason it hasn't taken on in as far as UI goes for like the mass adoption?
I'm not familiar with the product. Can you explain?
It's like a text. It's like a search query. Are you familiar with Spotlight on Mac? Yeah. Essentially, it's Spotlight on steroids, and you can do everything with it. And it's very powerful. And I was wondering why, because even for example, when I'm looking for something on my iPhone, like a contact, I want to call someone, instead of going into my phone in my contact list, I'll just pull down and then search for that contact. And yeah, I was wondering.
So it's effectively multi-corpus search.
Sorry?
It's multi-corpus search. You're searching a lot of different data sets at once.
Exactly, yeah. With just a search bar.
Yeah. No, it is a brilliant idea, and it's a super useful concept. It gets hard for like 3 or 4 or 5 different reasons. One is you need to make sure you have access to all the data, and that in and of itself can be very, very hard to do. If you look at the different kind of corpuses, whether it's your contacts, whether it's your email, whether it's your calendar, even from a retrieval perspective, it gets really, really hard, because your calendar is really sparse from a word perspective. And if you and I are having a meeting, and we had it on our calendar here for DECODE, and we said, Berkeley, word Berkeley is not in the calendar tree. It's not going to retrieve that meeting, right? And so there's a retrieval problem around various different kinds of corpuses, and Google has that problem when you talk about images versus news versus shopping versus search already today. but on top of the retrieval problem, because you have to kind of do custom retrieval for each kind of corpus, you have a ranking problem because it's really hard to know which result to show first, because there's such different kinds that maybe the contact should go first, or the calendar, or the email, or the document, but they end up being it's like trying to compare a hamburger and a car, right? Which is better? Well, depends on what you want to do, right? And so they're non-comparable types, and it's a little hard to figure out what to show first. It's an incredibly important problem, and it's incredibly useful when it works. I think the reason it's not easily been solved at scale is what you end up seeing for most of them is, here's one kind of results, here's another kind of results, here's another kind of results, here's another kind of, there's no real attempt to blend them together.
All right, last question. I know we have the roundtable afterwards as well for anyone who's signed up, but we'll take one last question.
Very quick question. Can OpenAI put Google out of business?
Can OpenAI, that's a great question. Maybe. I think any, my opinion again, any business, if you look back 20, 25 years, there were a number of businesses that seemed on top of the world, and they're not here today. I think almost any business is at risk. And so I think it's kind of hard to tell, what business will be here in 20 years or 10 years or 15 years. I don't know. I think there are, kind of fundamentals around economics that make it hard for an OpenAI, for example, to replace what Google search does. I think that's hard in the short term, because if you look at the cost per query, if you're doing a search versus the cost per a generative AI answer, they're not exactly comparable. And so you need to be able, we were talking earlier, you need to be able to make enough money off of something that OpenAI does to cover your costs if you want to have a viable business. So I think there's a ton of risk kind of on all ends of the spectrum. I don't know. I don't have a crystal ball. If you do, I would love to look at it.
If I could actually add one more thing, Ben, I actually learned this from you, because cost per query in terms of just the unit economics of how much this query costs is one thing, but you had also shared this other thing with me, which is whether or not you're contributing to a positive ecosystem. So in Google search, if I'm New York Times and I'm offering you my content, I get traffic back in return, so I get that positive feedback loop. Whereas if I'm OpenAI, well, I use all this data, I train, but I don't send anything back to where I got original training data from. And I thought you made a really good point on, that's another key point to think about, whether or not you're building a larger ecosystem overall, because one, you're incentivizing partners to join in on a broader ecosystem, and the other, kind of doing this alone.
You end up demonetizing the traffic that you need for your business, right? Because you don't send the traffic back, they can't serve ads against it, they can't have users. And so, this is part of why the newspapers are suing all of the big companies, as I understand it, is you take our content and you steal our traffic, and we have no business left. And if they lose, then they stop creating the content that you need to run your models. And if they win, the cost of your models go up. It's a tricky economics problem, and I do not have a crystal ball to know how it shakes out.
I'm looking forward to continuing the conversation with all of you. We talked a lot from search as a primal problem all the way to kind of career advice. We can definitely continue the conversation in the roundtable, but we'll also be here after the roundtable at the end of the conference if anyone wants to stick around and ask questions. So thank you so much, Ben, for such an insightful panel, and thank you all for your questions.
Great, so this is our last roundtable for the day, unfortunately. We are quickly nearing the end, but don't get excited to leave just yet, because in my opinion, the most exciting session is coming up, but I could be a little biased. This one is an AMA session. Gonna give a moment, hopefully everything's okay. All good. Okay. So this one's an AMA session, which is short for Ask Me Anything with the DECODE board. Great. So this is a great opportunity for all of you to ask any questions that might have come up throughout the course of the day to DECODE's amazing board. I'm gonna give everyone a couple of seconds to settle down before I continue. Amazing. Hopefully everyone is all settled down after the last panel. I know that was a really cool panel. Okay, let me start again. Super exciting panel coming up where this is actually an AMA session with DECODE's board. I know whenever I go to conferences like these, there are a lot of questions that end up coming up. So this is a great opportunity if you are currently in the process of building or want to be an entrepreneur to ask William, Esther, Cho, as well as Mike questions related to your entrepreneurial journey. So without further ado, I'm going to invite our board up here. Wherever is comfortable for you. So I'm thinking these 4 chairs can be taken out by you. And then I can take over one of them. No, because we are shorter chairs, I can take this. I will be here. You're sitting there. Amazing. Sure, there's a mic right next to you. Thank you so much. There's a mic right next to you. Here. Also give this mic to you. That's okay. Amazing. So excited to kick this off. The way that this is going to work is I will quickly ask the board members to introduce themselves so all of you have a little bit more context, even though hopefully you have been paying attention when they've been here talking all day long. And then we're going to open up the floor to questions from the audience. So it's a great opportunity while they're introducing themselves to prepare any questions that you might want to ask. Starting off with Sho.
Well, hi everyone. You hopefully met me just now in the last session. My name is Shuo. Yep. Fortunately had the honor of working with these amazing volunteers at DECODE as well as amazing board members. So I run a venture fund full time, investing in super early stage startups. And I've been on the faculty here at UC Berkeley. This is surprisingly my 14th year. So it's been a lot of fun teaching entrepreneurship here. So really excited to see students, former students, people I've worked with throughout my years here at Cal here. Awesome to see you guys. So yeah, really excited to take questions from you guys. And for anyone who's standing, please come sit down. I promise we don't bite. Like, these are really nice seats and we get to see you. Come sit.
Amazing. As someone who's taken a class with Sho before, I'm not surprised at all that she's been teaching for 14 years. It's an amazing experience. But moving on to Esther, it would be great if you could introduce yourself.
So my name is Esther Wojcicki. I'm very honored and happy to be here. I graduated from Berkeley. I have 3 degrees from Berkeley because I never wanted to leave. Yes, go Bears is right. And then I'm sorry to tell you, after that, I went to the place across the bay that you don't really like too much, called Stanford. And I didn't do it on my own. My husband decided that, well, he got a position at Stanford as chair of physics, so that we're there. And I'm still there, by the way. But I do come here, so I'm very happy to be here. And so I think probably the main thing that I'm known for are my 3 daughters. You all know who my 3 daughters are? Anybody know? No one knows?
I think someone in the back there knows.
Okay, so I have this title, Godmother of Silicon Valley. So I don't know, do I look like a godmother? I'm not sure, you know, I should be wearing my Cal sweatshirt. Anyway, my 3 daughters are super famous. My oldest daughter, Susan, is the former CEO of YouTube, and she's the one that bought YouTube for Google. And the other famous part of it is that Google started in her garage. So that's kind of famous, right? And my second daughter is Janet, and she's a professor of pediatrics at the University of California, San Francisco Center. She focuses on the obesity epidemic, which is worldwide, and it's actually in poor countries as well. It's a very sad situation for all of us. And so she's trying to help. And my third daughter is Anne, and Anne is the co-founder, or the founder, I should say, of 23andMe, the personal genetics company. So the big question I always get from everybody is, what did you feed them for breakfast? So yes, and I don't know why they all think that breakfast or that food is the reason that they're all so successful. But anyway, that's a very funny question. And I'm also the founder of what is called the Palo Alto High School Media Arts Program, which is today the largest media program in the nation. It's got 800 students taking journalism, 800 teenagers, all those people that you like, everybody is like, oh my God, what am I gonna do with them? They're all there, and I love them. They're very innovative, creative, and I try to encourage their creativity and not squish it. Oh yeah, so they're really pretty exciting. And so let's see, I think those are the main things. So we probably, before I take up all the time, I will switch it over here.
Esther, you are always a hard act to follow, okay? And the one thing Esther is very humble, but she was also California Teacher of the Year. And it's important to understand that for a very long part of her career, being radical enough to believe that you should respect your students and allow them to thrive creatively, she was not necessarily appreciated for that. And it took her a long time to convince people. Now she goes all around the world telling people how to do that. So anyway, I'm the Boston-based guy on this board, and it has been just a joy. This is now my third DECODE event. I can't tell you how much I love working with each of my board members. All of them have lectured in my classes back east. And so I come here with a couple of different perspectives. I've done 8 VC-backed enterprise tech startups, took a couple public on the NASDAQ, 7 of 8 were acquired. And I was lucky enough to be tapped on the shoulder to start teaching at MIT about 22 years ago. It was not a bucket list item, and of course I couldn't say no, and I fell in love with teaching. And so 22 years later, I teach at Harvard, I teach at Brown, I teach at Rutgers. I'm fortunate enough to teach just in the engineering leadership professional program here at Berkeley. And I just love the Berkeley vibe. I wish I could be out here more often. For those of you who are at Berkeley, you have nothing to apologize for at the school across the bay or the Ivies. You are an amazing community of students. The hustle culture here is like nothing I've ever seen, and every time I come here, I get an adrenaline rush, and I thank Berkeley for that.
Thank you, Mike. I got the loud mic. And I think it is also classic that Mike spent most of the time talking about someone else when he was introducing himself. So Mike is great.
Oh yeah, of course. We can do it. Yes. Okay.
That one sounded like I was in a UFO. I'm Bill Allison. I'm Berkeley's Chief Technology Officer. Been at Berkeley a long time because I got an adrenaline rush when I came here, and it's never gone away. Most of it's good, but you get all kinds of adrenaline here. And part of the reason that I've stayed so long is earlier in my career, I worked on e-commerce. I had startups doing credit card processing and community, where we built some of the first e-commerce into community-oriented web stuff. And but moving from those early days, it was really great to come to a place like Berkeley where there was this blend of entrepreneurialism, deep technical knowledge, and you get to really you're really making a difference. And so Shuo was like, hey, do you want to be a part of DECODE? And what DECODE is doing is really unpacking and decoding and making Silicon Valley and the tech industry understandable. Like, how do you get into it? What does it mean? And pulling these amazing speakers in. So I said, sign me up. I really want to help with this. And so that's enough for me.
So hopefully now all of you have a little bit more context to our amazing board. I have a lot of questions prepared because I'm always dying to ask these folks questions, but I want to open it up to the audience first and give you guys the chance to ask any questions. Feel free to raise your hands and I'll bring the mic over to you. Amazing.
Yeah. Hi, my name is Kush, and I actually own a small little company here, and we sell ants online. I'm sure I talked to Ms. Show online on LinkedIn, but yeah, ants. So I actually wanted to ask, right now I'm at a point where it's stagnating, and I'm trying to figure out how to grow a commerce business online, or how to take an adjacent route and maybe enter a new market, like maybe education or retail or some other platforms. So in a sense from you guys, what do you think is the best way to grow in a niche market?
I have a customer for you. Yes, please see me afterward. I'm not kidding. One of my grandchildren's at Stanford, and she dissects ants. Oh, wow. And she needs a lot of them. And Stanford University, this laboratory is using ants for all their research. Do you know about them? Oh, well, that's going to be a big market.
So the answer to your question is ask a question at a conference like this.
Okay.
So I guess to follow up on that, how would you recommend entering an educational market, like talking to schools about getting ants into their programs? Do you guys have any insights on that?
Well, getting into, first of all, schools are kind of mercurial. They're difficult to work with. I would go to the National Association of Science Teachers and talk to them about it. I mean, ants are pretty easy to deal with. They're not like some of the other things they have to dissect or whatever. And I would make sure that they knew what they could do with the ant population. And I think it's an easy, simple thing to do to help students get more involved in actual scientific research. So that's one thing I would do. And I can't think of...
So Esther's recommending the top-down approach, but you're a very personable guy. You broke the ice with the question, right? Go out and meet science teachers, right? We all have examples of teachers that have had a profound impact on our lives. So go out and find those really enthusiastic science teachers that really care about making a difference and start helping them to understand how to bring it into their classrooms and create some success stories. And then use social media and other ways to get that success story out.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
One thing I was going to give you credit for, he has already been making revenue. So it's pretty impressive for an entrepreneur in the very early days to already start scaling. So of course, anyone in the audience, if you're interested, definitely go strike up a conversation and introduce yourselves. But I think this is what we're here for as a community, right? To help entrepreneurs help each other. Thanks for raising the question.
Yeah, thanks for breaking that.
This is what I love about events like these. I would have never imagined that an ant selling business would get a potential customer from someone on the board. But this is really cool. Okay, what are the odds exactly? But okay, great question, Kushal. Thanks a lot for being the first question. I'm going to open it up again to the audience. If someone has questions, now's the time to speak up. Yeah, Ricardo.
Hello, I'm Ricardo Cebada, CEO and co-founder at SkillsTech. We are building hyper-personalized learning through chatbots. It's a two-side chatbot. The professor could make the character, the course, and the student could put their inputs about how they learn and have a personalized experience. My question is, what's the biggest barrier or problem to implement this kind of AI educational tools in schools and also maybe in enterprise?
And we're talking high school, elementary, high school, right? Yep. Okay.
I think number one barrier to changing education or to offering any kind of technology in education are the teachers. The teachers do not want to change. So what you need to do is you need to show the teachers how your product makes their life better. As soon as the teacher thinks that they're more effective, or that the kids are going to like them better, or that the parents are going to tell them how great they are, then they'll use your product. But, you know, they're a tough bunch, as you know. So that's the main thing.
And just COVID changed a lot, right? So, you know, I spend a lot of time with a lot of people sort of in the school systems, technologists, and what they'll tell you is, right, we all know exactly as Esther said, right? These are very unwilling to change people. But COVID forced teachers to have to deal with technology in a way they never did before. So I think there is a little bit of a mindset shift that is happening, which allows your timing maybe to be a little bit more, you know, in line with what you want to do. Yeah, yeah. But we'll take whatever we can.
I think show them don't talk about it as technology. So it's do what they said, but also get them excited about it, because a lot of teachers have had the enthusiasm beaten out of them by the difficulties of being in their job. And so if you can rekindle that while making their life easier, they will get excited about it, and despite themselves.
I agree with everything folks have shared so far. Maybe one thing I will add is that teachers don't necessarily have the biggest budget to work with, depending on what schools you're talking about. Are we talking about private schools, public schools? Oftentimes teachers don't have budget out of pocket to purchase a new shiny object, for example. So is it school districts that you need to talk to? Is it someone specifically within that particular school that would benefit the most? So there is the top down, there's the bottoms up, but rarely is it the individual teacher that has the biggest disposable budget for you to tap into.
That's a really good point. The teachers may be the users. So I would look at a freemium model. Get the teachers excited because you need the champions in the school, and then you have a sales job on the enterprise side and a sales job on the individual side.
A follow-up question is, who is the decision maker on this type of technology purchase?
Every district has a curriculum person, and they're usually called, you know, associate superintendent of curriculum or something like that, and they're the ones that you need to talk to. But one thing you might want to do is have a pilot of teachers that are working with you, so that when you go to this associate superintendent, you can say, well, we already found, and this is what they all really like it, and they want to do it, and so it'll open the door for you.
And not to call Aryan out of all places, but he's also working with teachers. So you guys should talk. You guys are not in the exact same space, but you're selling to similar groups of audience. And we talk all the time about how it's the superintendent, it's not necessarily the teachers. Is there a way to pass on the cost to teachers and students because they derive the final benefit? Really depends on where you end up going with the final product. We've also talked about the idea of publishers, for example, being a massive organization that has disposable budget where they can provide additional funding that you might need to do something, but depends on where in the education curriculum you're integrated into. So you guys should chat.
One thing that I would derive from that great question is, of course, it's focused on the edtech industry, but it's applicable to all the startups in this room, because each startup needs to find out who their stakeholders are, who their influencers, saboteurs, all of that stuff. So of course, in this case, that's teachers, the board, but that's applicable to every industry to a large extent. Amazing. Other questions? Yeah, Leonid.
Hello. My name is Leonid, and this is going to be more like philosophical questions and start a practical one. Based on the audience of like 20, 25 years old, I expect, what would be one piece of advice from everyone you would give us who are pursuing their own venture? What would it be?
I think the trickiest thing is, and someone, I think a panelist mentioned this earlier, is you have to do your own homework, and you have to make your own decisions, and you have to own them, because everyone wants to give you advice. 80% of it's probably not right, you can't depend on the media because they're writing the current story. Everyone's great at predicting the present. So if you want to make a really successful business, you have to go very deep and narrow in a certain area and make sure you have a really good idea about what you can sell right away, but also a hypothesis about where we'll go. And you have to own it yourself, and it's really challenging because you also have to listen and ask tons of questions, but take it as data. Like I think it was Ben that said that.
So I just want to make sure I understand the question. So you want advice on how anybody should think about potentially starting a new venture?
Based on your life and what you learned, what would you advise?
Okay, so I want to go upstream of where Bill is, and you have to understand, right? There's a lot of mythology and sensationalism about startup life, right? Hollywood portrays it as something very glamorous, and let's be very clear, that is completely wrong, okay? But that doesn't mean that it's not amazing. And so it is an insane amount of work. There's a lot of personal sacrifices that you need to make. And you ride an emotional roller coaster every single day. And the only way you can sustain yourself on that emotional roller coaster is that you are so passionate about what you are doing, you can't imagine not doing it, right? Because when you hit those inevitable lows, and let me tell you, there are some very low lows, it's not a pep talk from someone from externally trying to get you up off your back. It's coming from inside you that I have to do this, right? And if you don't have that level of fire, then I would think really hard about whether this is the right thing to do, okay? I hope that was philosophical enough for you. Okay.
So I agree with both of what you both said. I think, so I've seen a few startups. I saw Google at the very beginning. It wasn't easy. And they just were so convinced they were right that no matter what stood in their way, they pursued. And I think you have to be committed and believe in yourself that you can do it. And I also know Elon, and I met him in 2000. So, and I can tell you, it was no picnic getting Tesla off the ground. If you read his biography, or it's not a, yeah, it is a biography. Well, I saw it in action, and I can tell you, he got so many people who told him it would never work. Electric cars, it was a joke. No one's ever gonna do it. And the whole automobile industry in Detroit was 100% against it. It was a tough sell. So the companies that are gonna change the world in the future are gonna be headed by people that believe in themselves and believe in their ideas and are able to convince a small team, doesn't have to be a big team, that they're right. So that's what you need to do.
That's so tough to follow. So I will try to take it a level down. So after hearing Esther's advice, your question then might be, well, how do you build up that conviction? So that's a piece that I'll address. I think some of the best founders I've worked with don't start out 100% confident. If you start out that confident, it's really easy to end up like an SBF or an Elizabeth Holmes, where you're telling this story that is much bigger than what you actually have at the moment. So I think some of the best founders I've worked with tend to have started out as fractional founders in some capacity. So students who have taken my class will hear me talking about this, where a lot of the founders that I invested in the early days, or I worked with the early days, they're either full-time students or they're full-time working in a job where they're struggling personally from this problem that's really irking them every day. So it's not an arbitrary problem that you have no connection with, that you just kind of stumble into. It's something that you have some sort of personal connection to. That's where that personal passion piece that Mike talked about come from. And then you kind of start to not just solve the problem, but you start to explore the problem. Because some people think that you see a problem and you have a solution right away, but typically it takes you many years to even explore the problem. So I think some of the best founders I've seen will explore the problem and then, based on what Esther said, build up conviction to eventually believe what that final solution should look like. So when you're looking at something, the best founders I've seen will say, I have 3 assumptions that lead to this conclusion. These are the most time efficient, capital efficient, resource efficient experiments I'll design to test these assumptions. And if I can test them out to be correct, then over time I build up that conviction to really believe that. And then to what Bill initially said around designing that or tailoring that advice to yourself, I think you have to think about all this advice and taking whatever we share with a grain of salt, being biased by our experiences, what we've seen. So tailoring it to your specific circumstances. So one thing I'll mention is that a lot of the founders I work with tend to see that kind of overnight success. So for example, I know Bloomberg covered one of our portfolio companies. She was the first female founder of an AI unicorn called Imbue, how they had crossed the $1 billion valuation mark and became a unicorn, and the news was suddenly all over the place. But when you actually look at her story, it's her 7th year in the founding that she was able to raise her Series B that made her a unicorn. So in the grander scheme of things, like Series B taking 7 years to raise, that's a very long time, right? And to become a unicorn doesn't mean you're anywhere close to success. You're not necessarily doing an IPO, you're not getting acquired. And I mean, even Elon Musk, when he was building Tesla, when he was ramping up for the Model 3, he was a month away from bankruptcy. So this definition of success is very far and personal to what it means to you. So at least in terms of the tech startups that I work with, I always tell them it's a very long journey, and it's only worth your time and effort if you really care. So the stat that I always share with my students is that the average amount of time it takes from a startup, from the moment when they start to when maybe they're building fractionally to when they start to really look at some sort of exit defined by IPO or acquisition, that average time is 10 years. Which is longer than the average American marriage. So it takes a very, very long time. It takes you knowing who you're gonna work with and working out this co-founder relationship to really get there, right? So I guess the advice that I would share is, if you know you wanna do something, don't be intimidated. Work on it in a fractional capacity somewhere, like even if you're a full-time student or you have a full-time job, whatever's irking you, try to tinker around with it part-time and see where that goes and see if you can build more traction. And as you prove these assumptions right and you gain more conviction, then start to lean into it more.
That is, last question. I had a couple of questions for the board, but okay, I think I will keep them to myself. I will open it back up to the audience, but one thing that I wanted to highlight that Cho brought up, Will brought up, Esther, Mike, is that success means different things to different people. So I would love to, in some point in your answers, hear about what success means to you and how you would recommend all the student entrepreneurs here to define their own version of success. But before we jump into that, I will open back up to the audience. Yeah, go ahead. I saw your hand up first.
I have a question for William and also Mike. By the way, I'm a Rutgers graduate, so thanks for that. And I guess question for higher education tech systems. How do people innovate in that space? I used to work in New Jersey's consortium, education consortium, a long time ago. And I felt like it's just a very hard space to crack, even if people are innovating. How do people get into that front gate?
And are you thinking about commercializing IP from the university or just starting up companies in general?
Entrepreneurs who are trying to innovate in educational space, but they need to integrate with university systems, let's say. And it's a very strong barrier that's what I have noticed before. So any advice for that?
All right, I'll start with the least amount of nuance. Yeah. And as Berkeley CTO, this makes my hair fall out all the time because I love innovation. Part of my role is to drive innovation, and it's incredibly hard to do it. And one of the reasons, honestly, is because, say, at a place like Berkeley, where we're in the very top public research university, we're not worried about the demographic cliff, honestly, that's going to happen, that's going to hurt a lot of higher education because we're in the top tier. And that ironically makes us less urgent around investing in innovation. So my advice to startups is don't try to integrate with all of our systems. Don't quote me here. But
no one's filming anything, so you're good.
But what I would recommend is find real problems that that you're aware of from being a student or from hearing other instructors and stuff talk about. And universities are very decentralized. So I'm talking about research universities like Berkeley. We're very decentralized and no one tells the faculty what to do. So if somebody wants to use your product, start with one graduate student who's an instructor. The professors listen to the graduate students. You're never going to get airtime with a professor, even I don't. So talk to the graduate students, they know what's going on, get them excited about it, get them to use it in their section. Iterate a few times, they'll tell their professor, then all the sections will be using it, then the professor tells another professor, and pretty soon you've got 100 professors using it. And what did I say about professors? They run this place. So when they say, hey, we need this thing, then when they come to me, I can do something about it. If you meet with me, then what am I gonna do, go ask for money? The professor will say, don't give them any more money in the administration, they're just gonna waste it. So the idea has to come from the professors.
Yeah, that's pretty straightforward.
Start with the graduates, yeah. Because they're very close to the problem. They were a student recently. They're probably having to teach as part of their role. They're going to get it. And if they get it, professors will get it.
And so I will take the perspective more of a non-tenured professor. And what I would say is, within the multiple research universities that I teach in, it's more than likely it's going to be the professors of practice that have been working in industry that are going to be open-minded to bringing in solutions that are going to drive change, right? So I love working with EdTech accelerators and funds to figure out how I might bring in new capabilities to make my class more engaging, to make my class more exciting, right? So to me, whether you're working with grad students or others who are incentivized to change, but unfortunately, tenured faculty are completely in a different world, right? They're just not incentivized to change, and it's not worth even trying, right? Yeah.
I know we're running out of time, but I saw your hand since a few questions ago. Do you want to ask your last question? Yeah.
Thank you guys for your knowledge. Thank you guys for your knowledge and wisdom. As we know, the startup journey is long and not everyone will have a successful exit. For those startups and those individuals that have challenges, what can they do with the intellectual property they have created when there's not necessarily a direct market for someone to secure that intellectual property? Any suggestions or pathways for them? Thank you.
So Wesley, give me a bit of an idea. I'm not sure 100%. Can you turn down the volume a little bit? Like you're saying, like a startup isn't getting the traction it needs, but you have invented something that you want to monetize. Is that the?
Speaking particularly for Black and brown entrepreneurs as well as women entrepreneurs, getting access to capital can be a barrier at times. So people may be doing all the right things, but not being able to get that next injection to get them over the hump. However, for them, they'll take it as a failure that they have to close up their business, but they may have this intellectual property in terms of this platform or this particular process, but they may not know what avenues they can take to be able to transfer it or to sell it or whatever the case is. So what avenues can they take to be able to, or anyone in general, what avenues can they take when they're in that position to say, oh, I'm just gonna have it sitting there doing nothing? Or is there a business development person to talk to in a corporation? I'm not sure if this is one.
Yeah, so this is a great question, and there's a lot of layers of it. And I think that you hit on the thing about there's systemic inequities in how funding is appropriated and in how entrepreneurs are treated based on their background, based on the access that they've had their whole lives to various kinds of capital. And that's very hard. That's a very hard problem to overcome, but Wesley is actually one of the people who is overcoming that and has created an accelerator in Richmond, California. So you should all talk to Wesley I'm on the board. You really got to talk to him. And I think the answer to the question is that the networks need to increase, and the access and flow of information and getting champions and allies to support you to break down some of those barriers. And if I had more answers than that, I would be saying them, but that's currently a problem that I'm really zeroed into working on, and so I'm glad to have met Wesley.
And Wesley, I've spent a lot of the panels I moderated here the last few years have been on DEI and entrepreneurship, right? And unfortunately, we've regressed back to the mean. So after the George Floyd tragedy, more and more capital formation went into black-led and women-led funds. And 3 years later, we're kind of back to where we were again, right? We've kind of just gone back down the other side of the hill. And so this is a structural challenge, right? It's not as if there's an answer for any one founder. This is something that requires just structural change at a national level. But remember, value is in the eye of the beholder, okay? And it's one thing to walk out of a lab at Berkeley with some, deeply researched and patented technology. It's another thing to walk out with a software platform that any good coder could potentially replicate in a very, very short amount of time, right? So it's the challenge of, you put a lot of time and energy in, and you just don't get the return on that investment. But you know what you get in return, though? You get a lot of learning. That's what you get in return.
Very briefly, I do think even thinking who our funders are make a big difference as well, right, in terms of enabling more equity in the ecosystem. And that includes not just VCs and investors, but also what kind of people are empowered to be angel investors. A lot of people are too scared to do angel investing because it just seems so distant and far away. So I know within DECODE, we've run fellowships for people who have 5 to 10 to 15 years of work experience, but have no exposure to venture capital whatsoever and want to learn what it's like to be an angel. So if we can empower more people to be investors and to be funders in this space, then we can perhaps support more diverse entrepreneurs as well. So that's one piece of it. And the other piece around monetizing, I think ultimately IP, at least in the context of startups, is very difficult, mainly because you can file for IP. So we invested in a startup that uses AI to file for IP and patents for companies. But the most expensive part tends not to be filing, but tends to be the enforcement piece. So you could have IP, but if it costs 10 times more money to enforce that IP, most people just give up and forget that even exists. So I think for most entrepreneurs, a key to think about here is really, how can I drive the fundamental unit economics of my business? So regardless of what I'm doing, even if I have no IP, no patent protection whatsoever, how do I think about demonstrating that I'm making more money for every unit that is sold, whether it's a product or a service, than what it costs to manufacture? And that tends to be something I encourage, so then you don't even have to be reliant on external funders. So some of the best entrepreneurs I've worked with have never raised external funding or have ever only run one round of funding ever. So actually, Ben can probably tell you this, Google only ever raised Series A. They only raised $12 million from VCs, and that was it. And then they became profitable themselves and kind of did the rest of the growth. There's other startups that I know that have done really well by just bootstrapping the whole thing. So having strong unit economics is a great way of not even having to go to investors.
Yeah. It's amazing. We have unfortunately run out of time. This panel, at least for me, has gone by so fast. I want to just thank everyone on the DECODE board, but also all of you for taking the time, for asking all these amazing questions. I know the collective wisdom on this panel is really, really high, so I'm sure there are more questions, but you can find them after this panel. And yeah, continue asking them these questions. Yeah, of course.
Yeah, can we ask the volunteers to stand up and be recognized? The volunteers are amazing.
Yeah, I was just about to say, we should really recognize everyone who's part of the organizing team this year. I know Team Fong's right there in the middle. He's been basically doing photography and live streaming and managing the team and literally everything all in one person. We have our Chief Operating Officer who is distracted talking to David in the corner over there. Gerald, if you could turn around. And then, of course, Sejal, our MC for all day today, and everything else behind the conference. I know a lot of our team members are missing. I know Will has also been working on putting, oh, there we go, who's moderated one of our panels. And then we also have plenty of volunteers from former years, Alex and Ethan. I see Lisa in the back. I'm trying to get everyone who's part of the organizing team to stand up. Can you guys actually all come up? Because we want to give you a proper round of applause and thank you for all the things that you guys have done this year. I think, Aryan, that means you too. Come join. So I just want to thank all of our volunteers and the organizing team this year for making this all possible. So thank you guys so much for making this possible. I know some of you, I haven't even had a chance to meet one-on-one yet, but thank you all so much for making this possible.
Great job, guys. Thank you. Thank you all.
Of course, none of this could have happened without the amazing board, and I also want to take a quick moment to thank our sponsors, Reach Capital and Fenwick, as well as Berkeley SCAD, whose location we're currently in. This space belongs to them, in case for those of you who didn't know. So thank you so much for taking the time, coming out. We do have one more round table with Esther, so if she's the last round table. She looks a little surprised, but that's okay. You will still get to ask her questions and get all her wisdom on all the questions that you have. Thank you once again. Thank you so much for heading out. We will be moving into a networking session to end the conference, but thank you so much. Yeah, of course.
Since we're in the networking session, I think it's okay to call out, there's plenty of old friends of DECODE that are here. Sandy, who's been an advisor with us for a long time, she was on the last panel. David, who would have been a speaker with us, but who is our special guest visiting. David is the CFO at Google X. Now I have to say Google X, because when I say X, people don't know if it's Twitter or if it's Google X. But so David is here for anyone who wants to say hello and find out all the cool things they're working on. And I know we have a lot of speakers who stuck around in the audience as well. So hope you all have a chance to meet each other in the open networking portion. And anyone who signed up for Esther's roundtable, please go around the corner. She hosted our first roundtable last year, and it lasted the entirety of the conference. So that's why she's our closing roundtable this year. So thank you guys. I'll pass it to Sejal.
Hello everybody, so if anybody's interested in Esther's roundtable, please make your way down to the right-hand corner of the room. Esther's roundtable will be at the other end of the room. If you're interested, please make your way down to the right-hand side of the room. Again, anybody who wants to go to Esther's roundtable, please make your way down to the right side corner of the room.